The era of universal lords has dawned, as all individuals venture into the cosmos to claim their dominion. Shen Chang, a time traveler, carries within his mind the essence of a Jurassic Park. His Awaken troop comprises the apex predators of the Jurassic period, dinosaurs. The Velociraptor evolves into the Radiant Winged Velociraptor and the Luminous Unicorn Velociraptor. The Tyrannosaurus Rex evolves into the Brutal Bone Tyrannosaurus and the Black Hole Tyrannosaurus. The Plesiosaurus evolves into the Ocean-Swallowing Plesiosaurus and the Star-Swallowing Plesiosaurus. Within the vast cosmos, Shen Chang aspires to become the most formidable lord. He leads countless dinosaurs, striking down colossal dragons, trampling angels, and seizing the Elven Queen. Chapter 1. The Infinite Star Void. A Parallel World. Blue Star. Changsha Secondary Lord School. In the expansive square, a throng of individuals stands densely packed. These individuals are, without exception, remarkably youthful. All are 18-year-old boys and girls, with the principal at the forefront. He raises both hands, signaling for the students to quiet down. Students, in half an hour, you shall enter the trial domain of the Infinite Star Void and become illustrious lords. In that realm, myriad races unite, including not only us humans, but also wise beings such as elves, half-orcs, and dwarves. There are also races akin to celestial dragons and angels. We must exercise caution beyond measure. Survive the month-long trial period to obtain the Lord's Mark. At that time, students bearing the Lord's Mark will receive bountiful rewards from the school. Evolutionary elixirs, advanced skills, and even a source for a troop. For the sake of our planet, you must safeguard your own safety and diligently gather various resources in the Infinite Star domain. Strengthen your initial troop and become a powerful being, the sovereign of the Infinite Star Void. For humanity, for Blue Star, a chorus of fervent shouts follows. Amidst this assembly of youths, a solitary boy at the far edge quietly observes, his expression inscrutable. This is a parallel world, distinct from the previous Blue Star. In this world, the consciousness of Blue Star has awakened, participating in the cosmic realm of Infinite Star Void. The Infinite Star Void, a wondrous domain within the universe. Its environment is exquisitely beautiful, capable of sustaining any race. It boasts towering mountains, flowing waters, lush forests, and vast oceans. However, its rules are rather peculiar. Participation is granted by the planetary consciousness. Any intelligent race within the planet that awakens its core can enter, becoming a lord, claiming territory, and vying for cosmic resources. Awakening the core endows one with innate skills, which can harmonize with their respective troop. Domination in the Infinite Star Void awaits. In the Infinite Star Void, anything is possible. It embodies the consciousness of the universe, housing the richest resources. Immortality, eternal life, supreme authority over the planet, and the power to shatter stars with a single blow can all be acquired there. Furthermore, the Infinite Star Void possesses items that can facilitate planetary evolution. Should one bring such items back, the planet will bestow unparalleled rewards upon them. Blue Star frequently assigns tasks to humanity. Completing these tasks rewards the resources of the nation to which the task doer belongs, such as oil, gold mines, fresh water, and more. Moreover, those who complete tasks receive even more abundant rewards. During this period, the newly awakened lords will enter the Infinite Star Void, which opens its trial region once a year. The trial region is exclusively for intelligent races newly endowed with talents. There is no need to fear the incursions of powerful lords. Shen Chang's mind continuously recalls the essence of this world. This encapsulates the general situation of this realm. Shen Chang is not of this world. He traversed into it 3 days prior. Perhaps the resonance of two souls was particularly harmonious. Consequently, upon his arrival, he awakened his core. His talent, Night Fury. At night, Shen Chang's strength, stamina, and speed are 2 to 3 times greater than during the day. Furthermore, his troop enters a frenzied state, diminishing pain perception while enhancing bite force, speed, and strength. Most crucially, in the darkness, he can conceal his presence, rendering it difficult for enemies to detect him. In simpler terms, by day, I am meek and unassuming. By night, I strike with formidable force. This aligns perfectly with Shen Chang's character as a time traveler molded by vast data. He has stepped into a transcendent world, one where life is as expendable as grass. He must proceed with utmost caution, for his ultimate goal is immortality, a modest ambition, to outlive even the heavens themselves. This time, our 9 provinces will have 300,000 initial lords, alongside participants from other nations, totaling approximately 2 million. Yet the survival rate of the trial is merely 1 in 10. I hope in a month from now, you all remain here. The principal's expression was intricate, a visage of regret as he gazed upon the newly adult students before him. Upon entering the boundless void of the stars, your core essence shall activate, materializing at your location and transforming into your stronghold, thereby awakening your combat units. This is largely a matter of fortune. After all, some individuals have awakened the Great White Shark Combat Unit in the midst of the desert. The students could not help but chuckle. Awakening in the desert, a water-based combat unit? Was that not the epitome of misfortune? Once your core essence materializes, it will leave behind a crystal nucleus at the very heart of your domain. This nucleus can be housed within your soul, and to vanquish other lords, you must defeat them. Moreover, the nucleus also contains a chat channel, where we can exchange intelligence regarding the boundless void of the stars. Blue Star will serve as a medium, providing you with a trading platform. I hope you all can persevere. Now, the transfer begins. With a commanding voice, a dazzling blue light erupted beneath their feet. The students, standing in the plaza, began to descend gradually. Outside the school gates, parents watched with reluctant gazes, yet none intervened. This was their children's own choice, a sacrifice for their nation. All they could do was pray, hoping their children would survive the month and emerge as true lords. Endless Star Void, a realm of cosmic chaos, a battleground for myriad races, a place of planetary evolution, a manifestation of universal consciousness. This place bears many names, each race attributing its own distinct title. However, amidst the countless intelligent species in the cosmos, one truth remains indisputable. This is a land of opportunity. Shen Chang opened his eyes, his body swaying unsteadily as he leaned against a massive boulder, promptly succumbing to nausea. Interstellar teleportation truly takes a toll. After voicing his grievances about Blue Star's teleportation technology, Shen Chang began to survey his surroundings. Enveloped in a forest, the scenery appeared rather pleasant. Yet, as a gathering place for lords, it was conspicuously lacking one essential element: water, the source of life. Every manifested unit from Blue Star requires water. Although he had some inkling of the type of awakened units he might possess, the stone statues in his mind hinted at a plethora of units encompassing land, sea, and air. It would be wise to exercise caution. What if he awakened as an aquatic creature? Casting a glance at the ground beneath him, Shen Chang promptly rose to his feet and set off toward the lower terrain. Lakes are typically formed in low-lying areas. Meanwhile, the Blue Star communication channel buzzed with activity. Brothers, I respawned in a box, BBQ'd, and I'm stuck in a tree with a 10-meter-tall blue sparrow. What should I do? I'm in urgent need of assistance. There's no hope, just wait for death. Haha, I knew I was the chosen one. I landed on an island in the ocean, and my unit is a gorilla. The guy upstairs, I'm so envious. The evolution path of the gorilla is quite extensive. I heard of one lord whose gorilla evolved into a King Kong, capable of demolishing a mountain with a single punch. You're on an isolated island, just hunker down to develop, and in a month, you'll return to Blue Star feeling fantastic. What's going on? Although I'm from Tianfu province, surely they wouldn't assign me a panda as my unit? What can that thing do besides being cute? Is it a burden to its master? The guy upstairs might as well go for the cute angle. I heard the elf ladies adore the iron-eating beasts. I landed in a forest, and my awakened unit is a prehistoric saber-toothed tiger. I've decided to advance towards the saber-toothed tiger or the cloud tiger. Oh, a prehistoric creature. Does the big boss need any accessories? Alas, brothers, I'm in a desert territory, and my awakened unit is a plant-based species. Shen Chang's consciousness discreetly observed the channel. In this communication, each individual could only speak once a day. Otherwise, with 300,000 participants, the messages would be overwhelming. This was merely the initial count of lords. In a month, all the lords from the 9 provinces would gather in this chat channel. The number of lords in the 9 provinces is staggering. However, someone had already acquired a saber-toothed tiger unit, which prompted Shen Chang to hasten the establishment of his territory. The awakened units can evolve, Shen Chang murmured. Otherwise, with the fauna from Blue Star, even humans would struggle to prevail. A single AK could easily dispatch them. How could one contend with the myriad races in the cosmos? The saber-toothed tiger possesses formidable melee capabilities, its pair of fangs evolving into blades capable of shredding the defenses of most species. The cloud tiger, adorned with wings, boasts proficiency in both terrestrial and aerial combat. Soaring through the skies, in the endless star void, anything is possible. Even an insect could potentially evolve into a dragon. The stronger the unit, the mightier the lord. The evolution of units would enhance the lord, improving their physical attributes and randomly bestowing a skill from the awakened unit. Chapter 2, Jurassic World. With a firm step, Shen Chang paused, inhaling the air around him and glancing down at the moist soil beneath his feet. His last step had left a footprint. This is the spot. The damp earth and humid atmosphere indicated proximity to a lake. He concluded that this was the ideal location. However, establishing his territory right at the water's edge would be foolish. Water is the source of life. Who knows how many creatures venture to drink from the forest's edge daily? A distance that is neither too far nor too close would be just right. The surrounding terrain appeared favorable as well. Having made up his mind, Shen Chang concentrated, summoning his core to coalesce externally into a radiant blue, diamond-shaped crystal. Please name your territory. A voice echoed in Shen Chang's mind. A name? Shen Chang pondered, recalling the statues in his mind. Jurassic World, he declared resolutely. Name successfully established. A smile graced Shen Chang's face. For others, it might only be upon the completion of their territory that they would discover their awakened unit. However, Shen Chang was different, having traversed to this realm. He not only awakened his innate talent, but also brought with him a unique treasure, an immense repository of knowledge nestled in his mind. Jurassic. Within it lay countless stone statues of dinosaurs. Current unlocked dinosaur. Velociraptor. Evolution Path 1. Core of Wind, Flower of Compassion, Elven Core, Ironwood Branch, Storm Velociraptor. Swift as a tempest, mastering the gale, with unparalleled speed. Evolution Path 2. Angelic Wings, Ironwood Branch, Golden Winged Dryad, Sacred Halo Flower, Radiant Star Velociraptor, adorned with a horn. Wielding microlight, obscuring vision, fracturing its form. Evolution Path 3. Thousand Leaf Grass, Ironwood Branch, Fate's Vanishing Black Hair, Blood of Dark Elves, Venomous Velociraptor. Possessing deadly toxins that corrode the earth, its venom potent enough to be fatal upon contact. Evolution Path 4. This was Shen Chang's unique advantage. In his previous life, he was a Jurassic researcher. While studying new dinosaur species, a cataclysmic earthquake buried him alive within the research facility, leading him to this world. However, it seemed that he was not the only one from his past life to arrive here. The dinosaurs he had studied were also present. This was precisely why Shen Chang could confidently ascertain the nature of his awakened unit. With a resounding rumble, a grand estate, approximately 20 meters in height, manifested before Shen Chang. The estate appeared quite dilapidated, with even the surrounding railings in disrepair. Prominently displayed above were 5 characters. Jurassic Park. Territory name, Jurassic World. Level 1 territory. Unlocked unit, Velociraptor. Lord skill, Dinosaur Fist, Disassembly Technique. Crystal Core, 1000. Upgrade requirements. Crystal Core, 2000. Origin Crystal 1000. Stone 3000. Wood 5000. Would you like to summon the unit? The current unit requires 100 crystal cores. This was the fundamental information regarding Shen Chang's territory. The skill, Dinosaur Fist, was an innate ability awakened from his talent, while the disassembly technique was a skill granted by the summoned territory. Essentially, every intelligent race possesses this ability. The disassembly technique allows for the decomposition of deceased animals into meat and hides, as well as felled trees into neatly cut logs, or stones into orderly bricks. It could be said that for territory upgrades, the materials needed are primarily sourced through the disassembly technique. Upgrading the territory unlocks additional unit slots and various other functionalities. A level 1 territory can accommodate 1 unit, while a level 2 territory can house 2, and so forth. Crystal cores are the essence of the endless star void. All beings possess them. The stronger the creature, the higher the quality of their crystal core. A single high-grade crystal core can even fulfill the requirements for upgrading a territory. Origin crystals are a form of currency in the endless star void, and they are relatively challenging to acquire. As for the wood and stone in the back, they are abundant throughout the forest. There is no need for haste regarding this matter. The immediate priority is to summon the troops. Summon 10. With a command from Shen Chang, the summoning of Velociraptors requires 100 crystal cores. Each individual starts with 1,000 cores, allowing Shen Chang to summon exactly 10. No sooner had he spoken than 10 1-meter-sized eggs suddenly appeared before the enormous diamond-like crystal. Moments later, the eggshells shattered, and one by one, the young Velociraptors emerged from within. However, being newly born, they had yet to fully acclimatize. Generally, newly summoned troops do not undergo a juvenile phase. They transition directly into their growth stage and reach adulthood within a few months. This aspect is indeed favorable. After a brief period of adjustment, these Velociraptors adapted to their current environment and began to approach Shen Chang, nuzzling against him. Troop type, Velociraptor. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Bite, Sprint, Blade, Leap. To Shen Chang's astonishment, the loyalty was an astounding 100. Typically, the loyalty of ordinary troops hovers around 60 or 70, with some particularly ferocious types even turning against their lord. A loyalty of 100 was unprecedented. Perhaps it was due to the Jurassic influence. Images of dinosaur statues flickered in his mind, glowing with a dark sheen. This peculiar loyalty level, perhaps a consequence of the Jurassic essence, was quite unexpected for Shen Chang. Nevertheless, it alleviated any concerns regarding loyalty. Observing the fearsome Velociraptors, though they might not be aesthetically pleasing, Shen Chang felt a profound satisfaction. Their long, sturdy tails would surely deliver a satisfying strike against enemies. And their second toe bore large, scythe-like claws that appeared razor-sharp, capable of easily eviscerating foes. Regaining his focus, Shen Chang directed his consciousness to the Jurassic realm within his mind. Upon summoning the Velociraptor troops, the statues corresponding to them began to shimmer with vibrant hues. As he gazed at the Velociraptors, the evolutionary paths of each began to materialize in his thoughts. Storm Velociraptor, Radiant Star Velociraptor, Poison Mist Velociraptor. There were many more to follow, but Shen Chang's primary interest lay with the first 3. Upon closer inspection, he involuntarily gasped. The materials required for these evolutions were excessively demanding. Moreover, He pondered whether there was animosity between the Jurassic era and the elven race. The elven core was essentially the heart of an elf. As for the blood of dark elves, while it was relatively easy to obtain, dark elves themselves were scarce. The second evolutionary path was particularly ludicrous. Although powerful, it required angelic wings. Shen Chang had learned that across the entirety of Blue Star, the Free Alliance had only ever defeated a single angel in a coordinated effort. Indeed, there was only one recorded instance of an angel being slain, and that was through sheer numbers. Angels, being a race with extraordinary abilities, possessed nation-destroying power from birth. Could he, an initial lord, possibly aspire to such feats? Shen Chang scoffed at the thought, deciding to disregard it for now. Perhaps, when his strength grew, he might consider it. Shen Chang was more inclined towards the first evolutionary path. The core of wind was readily available within the academy. The weeping flower, reputed to thrive in elven habitats, was also within reach. The elven core, cough cough, with enough effort, was not entirely unattainable. As for the ironwood branch, it might just be found within this very forest. Furthermore, Shen Chang discovered that ironwood branch seemed to be essential for the Velociraptor's evolution, required across all evolutionary paths. This item was unfamiliar to him, but he resolved to address it later. The immediate concern was to bolster his own strength. The principal was not mistaken in stating that the survival rate during the trial period was merely 1 in 10. Only by obtaining the Lord's Mark could one survive and return to Blue Star. The means to acquire the Lord's Mark involved slaying myriad races. Vanquishing other sentient beings within this boundless cosmic void was akin to a brutal coliseum. Without the Lord's Mark, even Blue Star would be unable to facilitate one's return. The Lord's Mark served as a coordinate, a nexus of consciousness between an individual and Blue Star. With a month ahead, time was ample. Other sentient beings in the universe would inevitably be encountered. Just as Shen Chang was lost in thought, a sudden roar echoed from beyond his territory. He immediately rose, and even the velociraptors surrounding him turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. It appeared that the newly emerged territory had attracted the native species of the forest. However, Shen Chang quickly reconsidered and looked at the velociraptors. It was a perfect opportunity to witness the prowess of the former rulers of Earth, dinosaurs. Chapter 3. The Attack of Extraterrestrials. Without hesitation, Shen Chang led his 10 velociraptors outside the territory. The initial territory resembled a manor, and the summoned crystal cores emitted an aura that instilled fear in other creatures. This was one of the gifts bestowed by the planet. Each sentient being's planet grants this aura to newly arrived lords within the endless cosmic void. This aura lasts for 7 days, preventing anyone but the lord from entering the territory, commonly referred to as the novice protection period. Those who are timid can certainly take refuge within the territory for 7 days, provided they have sufficient water and food. Not only must they have sustenance for themselves, but they must also ensure their troops are fed. Otherwise, if the troops become famished, their loyalty may falter. Upon reaching the entrance of the territory, 2 gigantic tigers prowled outside, their eyes filled with hunger, ferocity, and fear. Shen Chang was convinced that the moment he stepped beyond the territorial boundary, these 2 tigers would pounce without hesitation. Go, eliminate these foes, Shen Chang commanded, addressing the velociraptors behind him. As the velociraptors, being his troops, were attuned to his thoughts, they fully comprehended his words. In an instant, shadows darted past Shen Chang as the velociraptors surged forward. Despite their small stature, their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they reached the tigers. One leaped, colliding with the tiger's jaw, while several others ensnared the tiger with their forelimbs, their side-like claws piercing its flesh. The tiger reacted swiftly with a furious roar, attempting to shake them off. Yet, by that time, the velociraptors had already leapt back, evading the tiger's thrashing body. Shen Chang's eyes gleamed. His troops were remarkably cunning. Did they perhaps follow his lead? Bah, what did that have to do with him? The velociraptors fought in such a manner, capable of mobbing. They never engaged in one-on-one combat. They would always employ their numbers to their advantage, avoiding unnecessary chatter. The velociraptors resumed their tactical maneuvers, with 2 holding the tiger at bay while another pair clung to its back, desperately pulling back. Whenever the tiger turned its head, these 2 velociraptors would swiftly evade, while the ones previously restraining the tiger would take their place, continuing to tug at it. As for the remaining velociraptor, with its hind limbs resembling scythes, the velociraptor forcefully pierced the body of the tiger. Shen Chang observed this spectacle with notable interest. The coordination displayed by these velociraptors was superb, rendering any intervention on his part seemingly unnecessary. However, Shen Chang was still eager to experiment with the nuances of his lord's skill, the dinosaur fist. At this moment, it appeared that the velociraptors sufficed. Soon, 2 tigers succumbed beneath the claws of the velociraptors, powerless to struggle. Yet, instead of immediately devouring their prey, the victorious velociraptors approached Shen Chang, their bloodied forelimbs encircling him, seemingly seeking accolades. Just as Shen Chang contemplated reaching out to stroke the head of one velociraptor, an acute sense of danger surged from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and unleashed a punch. Dinosaur fist. Boom. The strike erupted with the ferocity of a roaring Tyrannosaurus. A menacing phantom head manifested from his fist, crashing down upon the creature poised to attack him. Thud! A shadowy figure landed at Shen Chang's feet, revealing a yellow-feathered eagle. His expression darkened as he promptly looked upward. Perched atop a colossal tree, a black silhouette observed him with a dispassionate gaze. This figure boasted black, leathery wings, formidable fangs, and a ghastly visage, resembling a mass of black skin enveloping bones. The bat-toothed man. Shen Chang uttered the name coldly. One of the myriad races. The bat-toothed man possessed the ability to fly and was considered an adversary to humanity. In truth, most beings in the universe were enemies of mankind. Become my lord's mark. The bat-toothed man grinned, flanked by 3 yellow eagles. Shen Chang snorted dismissively and commanded the velociraptors to advance toward the tree where the bat-toothed man resided. Utterly futile. Without flying beasts, you shall never be my match, nor even come close. The bat-toothed man shook his head, even sending an eagle to perch with its rear facing Shen Chang. Witnessing this, Shen Chang's expression darkened instantly. This creature sought to insult his velociraptors. To demean them was to insult him as well. Did he truly believe that flight would render him invulnerable? Dinosaur fist. Shen Chang clenched his fist and aimed it at the airborne bat-toothed man. With a cry, a gigantic pterosaur with sharp jaws manifested at the point of his fist. The summoned pterosaur opened its maw wide and pierced through the rear of the eagle, maintaining its momentum toward the bat-toothed man. The latter, caught off guard, was struck squarely, plummeting downward. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, unfurling his wings. Otherwise, he would have surely become the velociraptor's meal. Now aware of the peril, the bat-toothed man ascended rapidly, his expression one of fear as he gazed down at Shen Chang. However, upon spotting the 2 yellow eagles slain by Shen Chang, a flicker of anguish crossed his eyes. That one was worth 200 crystal cores. Damn human, you will pay for this. Await your fate, as my lord's mark. With that, the bat-toothed man hastily retreated, fearing another strike from Shen Chang. As Shen Chang watched the figure vanish, his gaze was imbued with cold resolve. He had yet to decide upon the mark of his lordship, yet fate had already presented him with a candidate. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency to deal with the bat-toothed man just yet. Shen Chang swiftly approached the carcasses of the 2 tigers, disregarding the pungent aroma of blood. He reached into the skull of the tiger, rummaging until his fingers brushed against something hard. A gleam of delight crossed his face as he extracted a white stone. This was the crystal core, an essential item for summoning troops. He stowed away the 2 tiger tails. While he had no need for them, they could be traded. Shen Chang hadn't forgotten that his core possessed a trading platform. He retrieved a piece of meat. This would suffice for his dinner. Go ahead, feast upon what lies before you, he commanded. Instantly, the velociraptors, resembling little piglets, scurried toward the carcasses of the yellow eagles and the tigers. Their antics, running about with their short little claws, were rather comical. After gathering several pieces of wood and stripping the tiger's hide, Shen Chang returned to his territory. He lamented the lack of a lord's mark, as possessing one would afford him the ability to store necessary living supplies rather than crafting everything himself. He constructed a simple bed, draping it with the tiger's skin, and immersed his consciousness in the Blue Star Consciousness Exchange platform. Having just slain 2 tigers, he wondered if anyone sought tiger tails. He posted them on the trading platform while simultaneously inquiring about the Ironwood branch. What a bountiful harvest. Brother, what kind of troop did you awaken? My gluttonous self received a magpie, utterly useless. What of yours? At least yours is a flying troop, capable of scouting. I, however, received a devouring beetle. Tiger tails? Though not particularly useful, it may come in handy someday. I'll buy them, a user named ASU replied. By the way, I just butchered 10 sharp-beaked ducks and posted them for trade. 10 pieces of wood for 1. Look for my name, Zijin Nan. Shen Chang glanced at the messages, shaking his head as he found little of value. However, the last message caught his attention. Zijin Nan. This fellow managed to slay 10 sharp-beaked ducks? Did he have a vendetta against them? Raising them would alleviate any concerns about food. Pondering this, just as Shen Chang posted the tiger tails, they were snatched up almost instantaneously. What the? Whose reflexes are this swift? I barely glanced, and they were gone. Hey, weren't you all uninterested? Why the sudden fervor now? He mused. This item may prove useful someday. The users on the Blue Star 9 Provinces exchange platform were momentarily stunned. You have a friend request. Suddenly, his core transmitted a wave of awareness. Shen Chang was taken aback. Friend request? Such a feature existed? A panel materialized before his eyes, confirming the request from ASU. He accepted it without hesitation. Concurrently, a message from ASU appeared. You seek information on Ironwood branches? You possess it? Shen Chang silently contemplated before quickly converting his thoughts into the 9 Provinces script and sending it. The thought-to-text feature was quite advanced. Ironwood branches, generally found in forests. Look for a black mountain. On its cliffs, these black branches grow. That is what you seek. Shen Chang nodded in understanding. If they're found in the forest, that's manageable, seeing as I currently reside in one. I'll need to keep an eye out for those black mountains. Alright, I've taken the tiger tails. By the way, If you discover any means of flight, do not hesitate to contact me. Name your price. After sending his final message, the panel vanished. Name your price? Sounds like a wealthy individual, Shen Chang mused, shaking his head. But to enable flight? Such items are invariably exorbitant. If he is so affluent, why not simply purchase a flying troop? These matters were of no concern to Shen Chang. After all, they might never intersect again. Chapter 4. The Stagnation of Spring Water. Night fell. A tremendous power surged forth from Shen Chang's body. Is this the ferocity of the night? It feels rather invigorating. A smile crept upon Shen Chang's lips. The ferocity of the night. A latent skill awakened within him. It could only manifest under the cloak of darkness. His gaze flickered towards the Velociraptor, whose eyes began to glow a menacing red. Heavy breaths escaped its maw, as his own troops succumbed to a state of frenzy. Excellent. As night descends, let us unleash a reign of terror. With that, Shen Chang mounted a Velociraptor and charged beyond the manor. Should this scene be witnessed by others in the 9 provinces, they would surely be rendered speechless. For it is well known that the nocturnal forest harbors true terror, with myriad creatures awakening from the shadows, ready to hunt. In the depths of the darkened forest, visibility was severely limited. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, within a pitch-black castle, a bat-toothed being gazed sorrowfully at the summoning core before him. Damn those humans, they have cost me 2 of my troops. Just wait, I shall haunt you daily. And in a month, you shall await your demise. As he spoke, the bat-toothed being produced a crystal core, merging it with the summoning core. Moments later, an egg appeared, which shattered almost instantly. A yellow eagle emerged, flapping its wings and landing before the bat-toothed being. Phew, 4 of them will barely suffice for self-defense. He inhaled deeply, glancing at the night sky. It was already dark. The forest at night is best avoided, for many ferocious beasts awaken, eager for their midnight feast. Abandoning his plans to venture out, the bat-toothed being retreated to his chamber to recuperate, intending to hunt animals the following day to amass more crystal cores and summon additional troops for vengeance against that human. With dreams of grandeur, he fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Shen Chang, bolstered by the night, found that the ordinary creatures of the forest posed no challenge to him. Yet, there were formidable beasts, such as the slumbering earth dragon before him. Shen Chang felt a shiver of fear. The creature's massive yellow form spanned 100 meters. Adorned with 2 colossal, meaty wings, an archetypal western dragon, resembling a lizard in its grotesqueness. Regardless of its appearance, it was far beyond Shen Chang's current capability to contend with. Without hesitation, he decided to retreat. The Velociraptors beside him, seemingly oblivious to fear, bared their teeth in a fierce display. However, under Shen Chang's command, they swiftly withdrew. In the inky darkness of the forest, visibility was severely compromised, and Shen Chang was uncertain of his whereabouts. He wandered aimlessly, assured that his coordinates remained linked to his territory, alleviating any concerns of being lost. As he traversed the woods, a peculiar smile formed on his face. Truly, one must tread far and wide to uncover hidden treasures. Before him loomed a cliff, atop which stood a black castle, marked by a bat insignia. It was not far from his own territory, leading Shen Chang to boldly speculate that this was the domain of the bat-toothed being. Approaching the territory, he sensed a chilling aura, indicative of a novice's protection period in the vast expanse of the starry void. A premonition gripped him. Should he step inside, he might meet his end. Thus, Shen Chang concealed himself at the edge of the territory, biding his time for revenge. He surmised that if this territory indeed belonged to the bat-toothed being, its forces would be limited, as the crystal cores required for aerial units were significantly more precious than those for terrestrial troops. Leaving 6 Velociraptors hidden in the underbrush of the bat-toothed domain, Shen Chang returned to his own territory. Along the way, he encountered numerous weak creatures, all of the first tier, which were swiftly dispatched by his Velociraptors. The fauna of the endless starry void were categorized by levels, ranging from 1 to 9. The earth dragon he had previously encountered was at least tier 4. Most terrestrial animals belonged to the first tier, while those from ancient times, such as dinosaurs and mammoths, were often of higher tiers. The initial troops were similar, unless they hailed from high-tier civilizations, wherein the troops awakened might be of the singular tier, such as angels or dragons. While dinosaurs might be considered elite on Blue Star, they were merely average in the cosmic expanse. Nevertheless, Shen Chang remained undeterred, firmly believing that his dinosaurs would one day evolve into true dragons, a species that would instill fear even in dragons themselves. At this moment, Shen Chang had returned to his territory, where several Velociraptors deposited the creatures they had captured. He extracted the crystal cores from these animals and placed them into the summoning core within the manor. The number of cores increased by over 400. Without hesitation, he summoned 4 more Velociraptors, leaving 2 to guard the territory, and set out once again into the forest with 6 Velociraptors. Dawn was approaching, and the master of the territory he had discovered the previous night would soon awaken. Shen Chang hastened towards the castle's territory, relieved to find that he had ample time. Upon his arrival, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Patience was key as he concealed himself among the bushes with his 12 Velociraptors. As time slipped by, Shen Chang's frustration grew. This bat-toothed being is truly a sloth. It's nearly noon, and he still hasn't emerged. In his impatience, he turned to the Blue Star communication platform, seeking any useful updates. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. What the hell? Brothers, you won't believe it. I've spotted a birdman. A birdman? Does he have wings? Or is he an angel? It's an angel. I've seen it too. I'll share the location. It's right near where I am. Can angel wings be harvested and attached to a person? That's so cruel. Do you long to fly that much? Oh dear, my Awaken talent is flight. And I don't think it's such a big deal. As the conversation veered off course, Shen Chang opened the provided address. After a brief calculation, he realized that it was not far from his current position. If he traveled by Velociraptor, he could reach it in about 8 hours. Could it truly be an angel? Shen Chang hesitated, recalling the second evolution path of the Velociraptor. Evolution Path 2. Angelic wings, ironwood branch, golden wings, halo, radiant star Velociraptor, possessing a unique horn, controlling microlight, obscuring vision, and splitting into multiple forms. The radiant star Velociraptor was undeniably powerful, capable of manipulating light to obscure its enemy's sight, and possessing light attributes that likely enhanced its speed. Most crucially, the final ability to split into multiple forms could allow one to act as two. It was arguably the most formidable evolution path, albeit the materials required were exceedingly rare. Angels, born with formidable strengths, start at Tier 6 and reach Tier 8 upon maturity. The formidable and direct breakthrough of the level rules allows one to ascend to divinity, such as the rarity of angelic wings. For one who has yet to possess even the Lord's Mark, such an item is indeed the stuff of dreams. However, the angels that may emerge at this stage of the endless star void are likely in their nascent forms. It would not be unwise to attempt an encounter. This month within the endless star void serves as a trial period, during which not only humans, but also the powerful lords of various cosmic races shall be absent from this realm, reserved solely for those newly initiated into the trials of the endless star void. Should there be weaker angels present, it is conceivable to entice them. The allure of angels is undeniable, for they are treasures in their own right, bound to capture the attention of many. Chapter 5. Enticement. As Shen Chang was lost in thought, the castle territory ahead stirred with activity. For yellow avian creatures suddenly appeared, soaring through the sky and crowing like roosters, their cacophonous cries piercing the air. Shen Chang could not help but mutter under his breath, wondering if all species on the bat-toothed people's planet were this bizarre. The noise was truly irksome. Yet, before he could finish his lament, a familiar figure emerged, a bat-toothed creature. The very one who had attempted to ambush him the day prior. Shen Chang could never forget that grotesque visage. As the bat-tooth stepped out from the dark castle, it stretched lazily, inhaling the fresh air with anticipation. There are more fresh crystal cores awaiting me. Just wait, I shall become the strongest lord, the bat-tooth declared with fervor. With a swift motion, it commanded the yellow eagles soaring above to descend and encircle it. Charge! Together, let us hunt these low-threat creatures. With a proud and defiant gait, the bat-tooth exited its territory, only to be met with an unexpected assault. Jump and bite. Dinosaur fist. Before the bat-tooth could react, a dozen raptors leaped forth, jaws agape, ready to seize their prey. One manifested Tyrannosaurus Rex lunged at it, its maw resembling a crushing fist. What the hell? The universal exclamation revealed the bat-tooth's inner turmoil. In an instant, the Tyrannosaurus opened its jaw wide, aiming for the bat-tooth. However, it must be noted that the Tyrannosaurus was merely a manifestation of the dinosaur fist technique. Ultimately, it was still a strike of sheer force. Shen Chang's blow was not easily withstood. The bat-tooth spat forth a stream of green blood, its body toppling backward. The two yellow eagles hastily retreated to protect their lord, while the remaining two became a sumptuous feast for the raptors. Caught off guard, 12 raptors leaped directly before the yellow eagles, swiftly severing one of their wings. Regrettably, only 2 were captured, the others fled back to the bat-tooth side. Without glancing back, the bat-tooth fled in utter disarray towards its territory, appearing most wretched. Upon returning, it exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to confront its assailant. The sight made its eyes blaze with fury. It was none other than the human it had been restless over, yearning for revenge. You damned human. I had yet to seek you out, yet you have come for me. The bat-tooth roared in exasperation, standing at the entrance of its territory to berate Shen Chang. I have yet to settle the score for yesterday's ambush. You wish to make me your lord's mark? How unfortunate, for our desires align. Shen Chang chuckled coldly. The bat-tooth's heart quaked at these words. You lowly human dare to consider me a target? Preposterous. Just wait. With that, Shen Chang seated himself upon the ground, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the bat-tooth. The creature's heart raced in panic. It realized the human intended to corner it here. This could not be allowed. Once the protection of its home planet dissipated in 6 days, it would spell doom for the bat-tooth. What to do now? Unable to fight back, the bat-tooth's arrogance faltered. It had planned to develop its strength and take revenge on Shen Chang with the aid of aerial troops. But now it seemed unlikely to even escape. The bat-tooth's countenance turned ashen at the thought of being trapped. Was it to beg for mercy? That would be out of the question. As a proud bat tooth, how could it yield to a mere human? Human, I refuse to believe you can remain here at all times. The nocturnal forest is not a place for you to linger. Gritting its teeth, the bat tooth persisted in its defiance. Is it not just a matter of endurance? I refuse to believe you will be here for 7 consecutive days, awaiting the disappearance of my home planet's protection. Shen Chang, however, remained silent, leaving 8 raptors by his side while dispatching the remaining 4 to hunt and gather materials. After all, the territory needed upgrading, and 1 troop was insufficient. Thus, time slipped away. Finally, the night the bat tooth had anticipated arrived. Yet when it peered outside its territory, the familiar silhouette still stood there, even roasting a bare paw, the enticing aroma wafting toward the bat tooth's nostrils. That accursed human. I refuse to believe that no terrifying beast will seek you out at night. Await your demise. The bat tooth seethed, glaring at Shen Chang. Indeed, a second-tier beast did attack Shen Chang in the latter part of the night, yet even as it fell into a frenzied state under the onslaught of 12 raptors, it met its end. Shen Chang, albeit losing 1 raptor, was resolute in his determination to block the bat tooth. The bat tooth recognized its precarious situation. However, waiting for 7 days to perish was out of the question. Thus, it considered its options. Not only did Blue Star possess a communication platform, but virtually every race had one, including the bat tooths. Moreover, it had a brother who had awakened the rare purple scale poison snake troop, a high-tier unit within their world. If its brother were to grow strong, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse on Bat Tooth Planet. Surely, having such a formidable ally deal with a mere human would be child's play. With this thought, the bat tooth hastily activated its core, disregarding the flood of messages on the communication platform, and directed its plea toward its only friend. Brother, save me. I am cornered. After a long pause, a question mark appeared on the screen. I have been ambushed by a despicable human, trapped at my territory's entrance and unable to escape. This vile creature attacked my troops while I was hunting. Now I am left with only 2. Ah, I see. A despicable human indeed. However, I am somewhat distant from your location. But fear not. I have a follower nearby. I shall send him to assist you. The bat tooth's expression brightened. Good. Be sure to eliminate that damned human. However, it would be prudent to dispatch more individuals, for this human exhibits an unsettling demeanor. The last message from the opposite side was met with an eerie silence. Yet, the countenance of the bat-toothed man brightened, for his brother had not declined his assistance. This implied that perhaps 2 would come to aid him. With himself included, 3 individuals should surely prevail against a mere human. That wretched scoundrel. The mere thought of Shen Chang caused the bat-toothed man to grit his teeth in fury. Chapter 6. The bat-toothed man's reinforcements. Alas, what is meat without garlic? The savory aroma is diminished by half, is it not? As Shen Chang roasted a bare paw before him, he murmured to himself. In front of the foreboding ancient castle, he cooked the bare paw over the fire. What an odd scene it was. The bat-toothed man within the castle seethed with frustration. After all, he had yet to partake in a meal. That insufferable rogue dared to barbecue right at his doorstep. The oil dripping from the bare paw felt as though it was not merely falling to the ground, but rather, upon his very heart. This human is insufferably shameless. Are all Blue Star beings so despicable? I must return home and pen an article on the shamelessness of Blue Star beings for the Cosmic Daily. With resentment, the bat-toothed man glared at Shen Chang. Nearby, a yellow-feathered eagle flew beside him, chattering incessantly. Hungry? The bat-toothed man's expression shifted to one of alarm. The bond between a newly spawned creature and its lord was not yet intimate. Its initial loyalty was merely 70. This was akin to caring for a pet. If you do not feed it, its loyalty may wane, or worse, it might turn against you. Regrettably, he was currently unable to venture out, stuck here because of that detestable Blue Star being. How had he never realized how revolting they were? Blocking the spring water, indeed. At that moment, however, his core began to radiate with light. Someone was sending him a message. Bad Egg, I am sent by your brother to assist you. I am currently outside your base and have indeed spotted a human. Is he the enemy? 3 messages flashed before his eyes. The bat-toothed man's expression filled with exhilaration. Wonderful. The time for vengeance had arrived. Yet, the demeanor of his brother's follower was less than reassuring. How dare you casually address my esteemed title? I shall ensure you face repercussions for this insolence. Indeed, the enemy is he, but what type of creatures do you command? This human species is rather formidable. Caution is advised. The bat-toothed man felt a twinge of concern. This human species was undeniably ferocious, especially under the cover of night. They slaughtered the creatures of the forest with reckless abandon, displaying no sense of pain, rendering even second-tier beings powerless against them. Our species comprises poison scorpions and lightning leopards. Together with your yellow eagle, if we 3 cannot vanquish this mere human, then you may as well take your own life. The confidence in the opposing voice was palpable. The bat-toothed man exhaled a sigh of relief. They were indeed 3. If they could not even defeat a single individual, what hope was there? This realm was populated by novices of the boundless star void, their species nothing more than the standard fare of the planet. Blue Star is hardly a high-level civilization. Thus, this encounter could be approached with confidence. With this realization, the bat-toothed man's resolve solidified. Onward. Having come to this conclusion, the bat-toothed man commanded the remaining 2 yellow eagles to emit piercing cries and swoop toward Shen Chang. Shen Chang was taken aback. After biting into the bare paw, he casually tossed the leftover to a velociraptor. Was the bat-toothed man truly so brave? With only 2 creatures remaining, he dared to charge at him? Surely. He must have awakened not an eagle, but a moth. Nevertheless, if he sought death, then so be it. Shen Chang would oblige him. A cold smirk flickered across Shen Chang's heart, his gaze icy as he regarded the bat-toothed man. Yet, the bat-toothed man bore no expression of fear or supplication. Instead, a cold smile crossed his face, his eyes filled with anticipation. Shen Chang's heart jolted. This creature, despite being at a disadvantage, dared to strike at him. And what was he so eagerly awaiting? Taking the opportunity, he surveyed his surroundings. Despite it being daylight, the atmosphere felt chillingly foreboding. The more he observed, the more he sensed something amiss. A warning bell rang in Shen Chang's mind, heightening his vigilance. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves pierced the air. Shen Chang stealthily turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. To his astonishment, 2 purple scorpions were stealthily advancing towards him. The scorpions were approximately the size of a half-arm, considerably larger than typical scorpions. However, unless one scrutinized closely, these camouflaged creatures nestled among the leaves would remain undetected. Dragon Big, Shen Chang called out loudly. The velociraptor nearest to him immediately turned its head in response. Step on him. Shen Chang pointed to the ground ahead. The velociraptor, dubbed Dragon Big, hesitated momentarily, but soon took a step forward. Raising its scythe-like hind limb, it slashed down at the spot Shen Chang had indicated. The scorpions, now exposed, quickly scuttled forward, attempting to reach Shen Chang. As the purple scorpions made their sudden move, they revealed themselves to the group of velociraptors. The other velociraptors quickly recognized the threat and gathered protectively around Shen Chang, forming a formidable barrier. Despite the small size of the purple scorpions, the sheer number of velociraptors overwhelmed them as they scoured the ground like a carpet, shredding leaves into fragments and even gnawing at the soil. In the midst of the chaos, one purple scorpion fell victim to the crushing weight of a velociraptor's foot, while the other scrambled in a frantic attempt to escape. It found itself unable to approach Shen Chang, who was shielded by 4 velociraptors, standing firm like an impenetrable wall. These 4 were solely dedicated to guarding Shen Chang, never straying from his side, while the others pursued the fleeing purple scorpion. At that moment, a roar erupted from the bushes behind them. Shen Chang immediately turned to see 12 black leopards leaping forth, positioning themselves in front of him. Shen Chang's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly summoned all the velociraptors back. The remaining 4 velociraptors abandoned their chase of the purple scorpion and hurried to Shen Chang's side. Their eyes filled with vigilance as they faced the sudden threat of the 12 black leopards. In the sky above, 2 yellow eagles perched atop Shen Chang's head, their bodies trembling slightly. The 2 purple scorpions that had been riding on their backs suddenly fell toward Shen Chang, their sharp stingers glimmering with a purple hue. Shen Chang's hair stood on end as a wave of danger coursed through him. Instinctively, he looked up just as the 2 scorpions were about to land on his neck. He executed a roll and took refuge beneath the body of a velociraptor. Then, he retaliated with a powerful dinosaur punch, the force coalescing into a T-Rex that roared and bit down on the 2 scorpions. One of the scorpions, easily the size of half an arm, was utterly obliterated by Shen Chang's punch, while the velociraptor swiftly devoured the pulverized remains. Damn it! Behind a massive tree, a grotesque, green-skinned humanoid creature, riddled with nodules, emerged from behind a great tree, its eyes brimming with animosity toward Shen Chang, another denizen of the myriad races. Shen Chang's expression turned frigid as he disdainfully regarded the green-skinned being. It was evident that this creature was acquainted with the bat-toothed individual. The latter had first summoned a yellow eagle to divert Shen Chang's attention, while the green monstrosity orchestrated a stealthy attack using a scorpion from beneath the foliage. Even though the ambush failed, it succeeded in drawing Shen Chang's focus. Seizing the opportunity, the bat-toothed creature and the green being executed another scheme, concealing a purple scorpion atop the yellow eagle's back, which then flew overhead, preparing to drop the scorpion. Fortunately, Shen Chang's reflexes were swift, otherwise, the venomous stinger would have plunged into his neck, sealing his fate. Chapter 7. 3 Foes. Upon comprehending the gravity of the situation, Shen Chang became increasingly cautious. He realized that he had indeed been somewhat reckless this time. As a lord, he ought to have remained securely behind his troops, strategizing from the shadows, rather than recklessly confronting the enemy head-on. Such tasks were best left to his forces. However, Shen Chang was not disheartened. It was his inaugural experience as a lord, and a lack of experience was entirely expected. He resolved to learn from this misstep and not repeat it in the future. Yet, it appeared today would be a grueling battle. The yellow eagle, the purple scorpion, and the numerous leopards indicated at least 3 lords opposing him. Was he not simply putting himself in a precarious position? Nevertheless, he pondered the possibility of testing his mettle against them. Shen Chang scrutinized the adversaries before him, 12 black leopards, the soaring yellow eagle, and the lurking scorpions. Currently, only the exact number of scorpions remained uncertain. The rest were laid bare before him. The scorpions were commanded by the green-skinned creature, while the bat-toothed individual posed little threat, merely a mascot with his two underwhelming troops. Though these aerial units soared above, they were still nascent and had yet to evolve. Any flight unit that had undergone even a single evolution would easily overpower their unrefined counterparts. Regrettably, they were all novice lords in this fledgling stage. All creatures were equal in this realm. What were leopards compared to the ancient dominators of Earth, the dinosaurs? Their evolution had not even commenced. The novice zone of the endless star void had only just opened a day prior. Apart from a handful of affluent heirs equipped with an abundance of resources, most possessed items beyond the reach of an ordinary individual like Shen Chang. Yet, a lingering question remained. Who was the master of these leopards? Concealed within the shadows lurked another lord, potentially poised to strike a lethal blow when Shen Chang was at his weakest. Human. This is the fate that befalls those who offend the bat-toothed. The bat-toothed creature gloated from the rear, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fantasized about the torment he would inflict upon Shen Chang after his defeat. Be cautious. This individual may not be as simple as he appears, the green-skinned being cautioned, as 7 more purple scorpions emerged at his side. In the face of such a multitude of troops, Shen Chang displayed no trace of panic. 2 possibilities presented themselves. Either his temperament was remarkably composed, or these creatures posed little threat to him. Not simple? What does it matter? I ask you, how could a dragon rider lose? The bat-toothed creature boasted. You are known as Bat Egg, are you not? I shall show you what it means to lose. Shen Chang replied with a knowing glance, silently issuing commands. He retained 1 velociraptor at his side, while the other 7 surged forward. Caught off guard, 2 particularly swift velociraptors leaped towards a black leopard, one sinking its teeth into the creature's head, while the other grasped its body with its small forelimbs, rendering it immobile. In that fleeting moment, the black leopard was ripped asunder. Strangely, its blood was blue, splattering onto the velociraptors in a manner that exuded a peculiar beauty, steeped in the essence of violent artistry. The scent of blood seemed to ignite the velociraptors' instincts, each of them unleashing a primal roar. Even the one tasked with protecting Shen Chang could barely contain its restlessness, pacing back and forth. Had it not been for the velociraptors' unwavering loyalty to Shen Chang, it might have charged into battle by now. Ultimately, they were still fierce carnivores. Shen Chang's sudden offensive caught both the green-skinned creature and the bat-toothed individual off guard, yet they quickly regained their composure, issuing commands to the yellow eagle and purple scorpions to harass him. The death of one unit caused a ripple of disturbance among the hidden shadows. Above, a leaf drifted slowly downwards. Shen Chang's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart raced with apprehension. During the ensuing battle, he swayed his body, evading the yellow eagle's assault while discreetly surveying his surroundings and the treetops above. At last, he spotted a dark-skinned individual with a single horn, deep in contemplation. Observing the conflict from the treetops, Shen Chang hastily averted his gaze, feigning ignorance of the horned figure's presence. This was an opportunity, an occasion to eliminate him decisively. All he needed was to buy time until the velociraptors returned from their resource hunt. With a surprise attack, he could vanquish this lord. Most crucially, this horned figure was likely the master of the black leopards. Presently, the leopards posed the greatest threat to Shen Chang's velociraptors. If the lord fell, the leopards would be left without guidance, exposing their vulnerabilities, and it would be a harvest time for the velociraptors. Once the black leopards were dealt with, the purple scorpions and yellow eagle would be of little concern. Observing Shen Chang's calm demeanor amidst the chaos of battle, the green-skinned creature furrowed his brow in unease, sensing an ominous premonition. Is he stalling for time? The green-skinned being speculated. Just moments ago, a scorpion had brushed against him, and this human had kicked it away, missing an opportunity to crush his troops. Why had he refrained? Was it an act of feigned weakness? Why? The green-skinned creature found himself increasingly unsettled. Bat Egg, unleash your awakened talent. Hurry, accelerate and eliminate him. Black Joy, you too, do not conceal your trump cards any longer. The green-skinned creature bellowed. Though he was uncertain of Shen Chang's intentions, he understood the necessity to thwart any attempts at delay. A swift resolution was imperative. You require time. Yet I shall deny you that time. The green-skinned creature smirked coldly as a radiant white light began to emanate from his form, while the purple scorpions appeared to be enveloped in a veil of gossamer. As the claws grazed the fallen leaves on the ground, they split effortlessly into 2 halves. The fissure was remarkably neat, akin to a blade's incision. The bat-toothed creature then parted its jaws, emitting a deep, resonant sound from within. Shen Chang could even perceive the faint sound waves manifesting in the air, curling towards him. The black leopards seemed to have undergone a peculiar enhancement, their exposed fangs elongating rapidly, reaching nearly half a meter, their appearance now far more ferocious than before. A sense of foreboding settled within Shen Chang. He understood that these changes in the troops were a result of the Lord awakening his innate abilities. He too possessed such a gift, one that was formidable, yet demanding in its application. The night was wild, allowing its use solely under the veil of darkness, unlike these beings, whose talents bore no such peculiar constraints. It appeared that he would have to rely on the dinosaur punch for a while longer. However, a sudden glimmer of hope washed over Shen Chang. Beneath a massive tree, two stealthy velociraptors lay in wait, quietly inching towards the tree where the black-skinned unicorn was located. Their demeanor betraying none of the dinosaur's might, but rather exuding a certain sneakiness that Shen Chang found rather appealing. Chapter 8. The Backstab from the Velociraptor. Tear them apart. Observing the menacing black leopards below, the concealed black-skinned unicorn atop the treetops revealed a triumphant grin. This assistance had indeed arrived at the right moment. Not only could he secure the Lord's mark ahead of time, but the troops possessed by this human appeared exceptionally strong, ideal for the black leopard's consumption. With this, the leopards would undoubtedly grow stronger at an accelerated pace. The path to evolution lay before them. Yet, what did it matter if powerful troops awakened? They would not live to witness that day. The black-skinned unicorn regarded Shen Chang, who was desperately evading the attacks of the yellow eagle and purple scorpion, with a disdainful gaze, relishing the thought of extinguishing a genius, especially one that had yet to fully mature. It was a remarkable achievement, one he savored deeply. However, an unsettling chill crept up his spine. The black-skinned unicorn turned his head in confusion, only to lock eyes with a pair of adorable, large orbs. He was momentarily taken aback. Those eyes seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of the human's troop. Wait, a troop? The black-skinned unicorn finally comprehended, his mouth agape, and then, squish. The velociraptor lunged, severing the black-skinned unicorn's head cleanly, without so much as a scream escaping his lips. The black-skinned unicorn met his end in the jaws of the velociraptor. The two velociraptors began to feast, occasionally glancing down at the battle involving Shen Chang. Yet they had yet to receive his command to descend, and could only remain perched above. Meanwhile, where the black-skinned unicorn had perished, a crystalline orb of light materialized. The velociraptor curiously placed its claw upon it, only to have it penetrate the orb as if it were pure light. With the death of the black-skinned unicorn, the black leopards engaged in combat with the velociraptors suddenly shuddered collectively, their formidable fangs, each the size of an adult's arm, retracting to their original state. The green-skinned creature and the bat-toothed being exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the unfolding events. The green-skinned creature could not suppress the urge to look up at the treetop where the black-skinned unicorn had been, his eyes filled with confusion. Yet, there was no response from the black-skinned unicorn. Only the black liquid dripping from the treetop, and the velociraptor leaping down with its jaws agape provided any answer. The green-skinned creature was so startled that the bumps on his skin swelled, and he rolled to the side to evade the impending danger. Yet, his reflexes proved insufficient. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, one of his arms was bitten off by the velociraptor. The creature chewed for a moment, seemingly detecting a bitter taste, before spitting it out in disgust. Damn human, what have you done? What is wrong with him? The green-skinned creature asked, clutching his severed arm, terror etched across his face. What happened? Did you not see? Shen Chang replied, his tone icy. The velociraptor, meanwhile, proudly called out, yet Shen Chang felt no triumph. 3 of his velociraptors had perished in the recent skirmish. Counting the newly arrived ones from the forest, he was left with 7, while the black leopards had dwindled to just 5. Damn it. The green-skinned creature turned to locate the bat-toothed being, only to find an empty space. We cannot win. The bat-toothed being exclaimed, hovering anxiously in the sky. Damn it. The green-skinned creature shouted in fury. Of course, I know we can't win. But could you not take me with you when you flee? With a resounding crack, Shen Chang shattered the shell of a purple scorpion with a single punch. He stepped beyond the protective circle of velociraptors. Did you think you could still escape? Shen Chang raised his gaze to the bat-toothed being hovering above. It must be said, he had lost 3 velociraptors, all due to this creature's actions, which had lured in 2 others from different races. In retrospect, the outcome was neither wholly good nor bad. However, if he allowed the bat-toothed being to escape again, it would surely return with even more formidable allies. Shen Chang resolved that he could not let that happen. The velociraptors had reached their limit. The upcoming days would be devoted to their development. Issuing a mental command, one velociraptor dashed forth, zigzagging between 2 adjacent trees, propelling itself off the left tree and using the recoil to spring onto the right. Back and forth it leaped until it reached the treetop, and then, with a mighty jump, it lunged towards the bat-toothed being. The bat-toothed being, fully engrossed in Shen Chang, prepared to take flight as it noticed Shen Chang was preoccupied. Yet, a sudden chill ran down its spine. Turning around, it was met with the sight of a gaping maw rushing towards it. The bat-toothed being was so frightened that it lost the strength to flap its wings, collapsing to the ground like a fallen leaf. Crack! The velociraptor bit off the bat-toothed being's wing. By sheer chance, the bat-toothed being landed right at Shen Chang's feet. Shen Chang looked down, a knowing smile gracing his face. Ah, young one, you've finally fallen into my grasp. You were so boastful, referring to me as a mere humble human. Did you not claim you would make me your Lord Mark? Shen Chang remarked, gradually kneeling to meet the bat-toothed being's gaze. He could see the terror reflected in its eyes, as well as the despair that came with the impending death. Now that you are in my grasp, what are your thoughts? Shen Chang's tone was remarkably calm, akin to a conversation between old friends. The bat-toothed being slowly lifted its head. I am merely a step ahead of you. You too shall perish. The bat-toothed being will kill you. I await you in the Nethersea star domain. With each word, its tone grew more resolute, transitioning from trembling to madness. Upon finishing, it opened its mouth, aiming for Shen Chang's throat. However, a shadow darted past, landing with a thud on the bat-toothed being's cheek. The fangs of the bat-toothed creature, accompanied by a cascade of black blood, plummeted from the air. Quite well done. It turned to gaze at the shadow's master, a forklaw of a velociraptor. Indeed, it was the very velociraptor that Shen Chang had dubbed Big Dragon. After extending his praise, Shen Chang approached the bat-toothed creature, now rendered unconscious from a concussion. Fear not. Your demise is not yet imminent. You may continue to linger for a while longer. Shen Chang's expression remained indifferent. He had, in fact, already obtained the Lord's mark. When the ebony-horned creature met its end at the talons of the velociraptor, it left behind a sphere of light. That was the Lord's mark. By merely picking it up and integrating it into his Lord's core, he would become a bona fide initial Lord. The prerequisites for lordship were already in his possession. The bat-toothed creature and the green-skinned being could serve as bargaining chips. Should he eliminate them now, they too would yield a sphere of light. However, collecting it afterwards would be of no use. It must be contained within a crystal core. Only then could a trade be made. Thus, before dispatching them, Shen Chang needed to procure some crystal cores. Chapter 9. The Lord's Mark. As for the crystal cores, the two velociraptors that had just arrived from the forest had not been idle. Shen Chang had allowed them to roam free in the woods for 2 days. They had thoroughly feasted upon the weaker denizens of the forest, such as tigers and wolves, and naturally, they had gathered the crystal cores as well. These would serve as vessels for the two Lord's marks, securely contained. But that matter could wait. One last foe remained. A frightened green-skinned creature, oozing a white pus. In the universe of myriad races, it is often said that there are countless tribes. This multitude can range from hundreds of thousands to millions. Shen Chang was uncertain of the green-skinned creature's exact race. It certainly possessed a peculiar appearance, reminiscent of a toad transformed into a sentient being. Moreover, the pustules on its exterior emitted a toxic white discharge. When it dripped to the ground, the green leaves were instantly transformed into yellow and gradually withered. Shen Chang surmised that this creature's innate ability was to enhance the claws of scorpions. The augmented scorpion claws shimmered silver and were exceedingly sharp. A mere scratch could rend the tough hide of a velociraptor, followed by a venomous sting plunged into the wound. Such malice was evident. Shen Chang had witnessed at least 3 velociraptors perish by such means, causing him considerable anguish. Though this battle had yielded the Lord's mark, his losses were significant. At present, only 4 velociraptors were lightly wounded. The others bore severe injuries, with many limbs broken, and their recovery would be painfully slow. Dinosaur Fist. With a single powerful strike, a colossal pterosaur erupted from Shen Chang's fist. It soared upward, opening its razor-sharp jaws, and hurtled toward a yellow hawk circling above. Caught off guard, the pterosaur, born of sheer force, pierced through the hawk's body, erupting in a spectacular display akin to fireworks. Feathers and flesh rained down upon the desolate forest, adding a touch of brilliance to the yellow earth, a macabre artistry born of bloodshed. The bat-toothed creature could not resist the urge to lick the blood and flesh that had splattered upon its face. The taste of blood, no, the scent of death, permeated the air. A foul odor emanated from the bat-toothed creature's lower half, prompting a look of disdain to cross Shen Chang's face. He turned his gaze toward the green-skinned being. This was the final adversary. 3 velociraptors advanced step by step toward the green-skinned creature, which was flanked by 2 purple scorpions that had already reverted from their enhanced state. Their white pincers dissipated. Spare me. I know of a location abundant in primal crystals. If you let me go, I shall never target you again. And I will reveal the whereabouts of the primal crystals. The green-skinned creature raised its gaze, its gray pupils filled with desperation. Shen Chang remained silent, locking eyes with the green-skinned creature. You see, animals possess a sensitivity far superior to that of sentient beings. Shen Chang spoke, his tone remarkably calm. The green-skinned creature appeared perplexed. What nonsense are you uttering? Sensitivity is just that, sensitivity. They can distinguish between kindness and malice far better. As he spoke, Shen Chang gently stroked the head of the velociraptor beside him. It tells me you wish to kill me. His tone suddenly turned icy, sharp as a blade. The green-skinned creature's eyes widened in terror, fear flooding its pupils. Yet, before it could utter another word, Shen Chang closed the distance, delivering a devastating blow of a Tyrannosaurus Rex directly to its skull. Clean up the battlefield, he instructed the velociraptors before turning to one of them. This particular velociraptor had been instrumental in the ambush against the ebony-horned creature. Prior to their arrival, Shen Chang had already gathered the summoned crystal cores, along with wood and stone materials, and placed them in a designated spot. Now was the time to retrieve them. Casting a glance at the bat-toothed creature, Shen Chang hoisted it onto the velociraptor's back, ensuring it could not alert others. The planetary communication platform within the core could only be accessed in a secure and tranquil environment. Otherwise, it would be impossible to channel one's consciousness into the core. On the back of the Velociraptor, bouncing along, Shen Chang harbored no doubt that communication with others would be futile. The Velociraptor led the way, and after approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a tree measuring 5 meters in width. At its base, there lay a tree hollow approximately 2 meters wide and 4 meters tall. Surrounding the hollow were several large trees that had toppled, as well as some stones. Inside the hollow, a trove of glistening crystal cores awaited. Shen Chang extended his hand, placing it upon the crystal cores, and a message materialized before his eyes. 574 crystal cores detected. Would you like to absorb them? A cascade of text appeared in Shen Chang's vision. This was the consciousness of the vast cosmos. The rulers of the infinite star void, upon encountering these crystal cores, could convert and integrate them into their inner core, returning to their manor to summon troops, or they could store them for upgrading their territory. However, matters of territory could be addressed later. For now, summoning more troops was of paramount importance, especially given the substantial losses he had endured. Recalling the state of his velociraptors, Shen Chang felt a pang of sorrow. After reserving a handful of crystal cores, he absorbed the remainder into his core, using the leftover beast cores to fashion 2 small boxes. He then began making his way back outside the tree hollow. Utilizing decomposition magic, he transformed the surrounding trees and stones into neatly cut logs and small gravel. After calming the velociraptors, who had been bouncing around, he tossed the logs and gravel onto their backs. With a single hand, he lifted the bat-toothed creature, his gaze icy. The bat-toothed creature understood that Shen Chang would not spare it and glared resentfully. You will not escape, human. My kin will avenge me. Come at me then. Shen Chang nodded. With a swift motion, he crushed the bat-toothed creature's neck. A sphere of light erupted from its heart. As Shen Chang's hand made contact with the sphere, his core trembled, and a peculiar symbol appeared upon it. This was the Lord's Mark. Possessing the Lord's Mark signified a connection to Blue Star, unlocking the functionality of storage. Under the vast recognition of the cosmos, one aspires to become a true Lord. Though merely at the inception of this journey, gradual ascension is the path forward. Time is still abundant. Returning to the battlefield, the Black Panther and Purple Scorpion have nearly been consumed by the raptors. Shen Chang promptly utilized a box crafted from crystal cores to collect the luminous orbs left behind by the demise of the green-skinned and black-skinned unicorns. Upon completing this task, he hastily returned to his domain with the raptors, for he was currently at his most vulnerable. A significant portion of his raptors bore severe injuries. Should they encounter the ferocious beasts of the forest, not a single one would escape unscathed. Fortunately, luck favored Shen Chang. With great haste, he swiftly returned to his territory, encountering no anomalies along the way. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. It was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 10. Organizing the Harvest. Upon returning to his domain, the first order of business for Shen Chang was to stand before the summoning crystal core. His military forces had suffered considerable losses, necessitating the replenishment of his ranks. Without reinforcements, venturing outside would pose a formidable challenge. The menacing creatures of the forest would not spare him for his good looks. Taking a deep breath, Shen Chang glanced at his territory's data. Territory name, Jurassic Park. Level 1 territory. Unlocked units, Raptors. Lord skills, Dinosaur Fist, Disassembly Technique. Crystal cores, 624. Upgrade requirements, 2,000 crystal cores, 500 raw crystals, 500 stones, 1,000 wood. Would you like to summon units? Current units require 100 crystal cores. Summon 6. Without hesitation, Shen Chang issued the command. A burst of white light enveloped him as 6 eggs materialized at his side. Moments later, the eggshells shattered, revealing 6 fierce raptors emerging from their confines. The newly hatched raptors, having devoured their eggshells, immediately entered their growth phase, shaking their heads before approaching Shen Chang, gazing at him with wide eyes. With the addition of these 6, along with the 2 from the base and 3 returning, he now possessed 11 combat-ready raptors. After surveying his surroundings, Shen Chang nodded in satisfaction. Among the 11, 3 were severely injured, their movements hindered, forcing them to remain in the territory to recuperate. In truth, for most lords, units that were wounded and unable to fight would often be discarded, treated as bait to lure the powerful beasts lurking in the forest. It was rare to find a lord like Shen Chang, who chose to wait for their recovery and even sought ways to aid them. Rest well, my friends. Focus on healing. I eagerly anticipate the day you return to battle for me, he murmured, crouching beside an injured raptor. He extended his hand to stroke it gently. The raptor weakly lifted its head and licked his hand with its tongue, then collapsed back onto the ground in exhaustion. Rising, Shen Chang entered the dwelling of his territory. Though referred to as a room, it was merely a wooden hut, lacking even a bed. Previously, he had endured restless nights sprawled upon straw. Now, with an abundance of wood, it was time to construct a proper bed. Regrettably, Shen Chang was merely an ordinary person from Blue Star. Unlike the privileged offspring of prominent families who brought blueprints with them into the endless star void, Blueprints were the first high-tech items humanity encountered upon venturing into the cosmos. By presenting the materials indicated on the blueprint and then covering it with the blueprint itself, the materials would be consumed, transforming into the desired product. According to what Shen Chang had heard, the materials required for the soft bed blueprint included 10 wood, 1,000 leaves, and 300 fibers. These unassuming items, under the influence of the blueprint, would instantly morph into a soft bed. However, alas, he possessed none of these blueprints and could only manually construct a wooden bed, placing a layer of animal hide atop it. After making do with his living arrangements, Shen Chang retrieved the tiger meat he had previously hunted and promptly set it ablaze to roast. From a massive tiger, he cut off a small piece weighing approximately 2 pounds from its leg, discarding the remainder for the raptors. Units were not merely energy condensates. They were living beings with needs for sustenance. Watching the raptors feast heartily, Shen Chang bit into a freshly roasted piece of tiger meat, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Becoming a lord was no trivial matter. One must not only consider their territory, but, most importantly, the well-being of their units. Currently, with their numbers still small, it was manageable. However, should their ranks swell to thousands or even hundreds of thousands, that would present a true challenge. Yet, this was a necessary phase to endure. Perhaps, once his territory evolved to a sufficient level and cultivated spiritual fields, he could plant some exotic crops from the cosmos to satiate the appetites of these raptors. They must develop, Shen Chang muttered to himself, then redirected his gaze inward, focusing on his body. Most notably, within his mind lay a resplendent, diamond-shaped crystal, adorned with a peculiar symbol. This was the mark of the Lord, a testament to his newfound status. Inside this crystal was a space for storage. As an initial lord, Shen Chang's storage capacity was a mere cubic meter. Yet he felt a sense of elation at having a place to store items. Upon glimpsing the 2 crystal cores within his lordly space, his joy intensified. With a slight mental nudge towards the core within him, a crystalline screen materialized before him, scrolling with messages. This was the chat platform for new lords in the 9 provinces. At the bottom of the screen, there was a friends page. Currently, Shen Chang had but one friend, the individual he had added during the previous transaction concerning the tiger whip, a wealthy individual yearning for flight. Zijin Nan, is your unit a blue whale? Goodness. You actually defeated a second-tier ferocious beast. The blue whale, the largest creature on Blue Star, is indeed formidable. Ahem, enough with the praise. Does anyone want the corpse of this second-tier peak armor? I do. Nan, I'm your dear little pony. My unit is a pangolin. I need to research this peak armor to see if I can help my unit evolve. Alas, the big shots are indeed impressive. My little sparrow is utterly useless. I heard angels have recently appeared in the Manhwa forest. Is anyone interested in seeing the legendary visage of an angel? Forget it, I advise you not to go. If an angel sneezes, you might just meet your end. Is it really that terrifying? Hee, you know nothing of the top 100 races among the myriad beings. It's not an exaggeration. After all, this is the first time angels have appeared in the novice domain. Newly born angels possess city-destroying abilities, making it impossible for them to enter this area. If an angel has made it here, it must have encountered some mishap at birth, rendering it weaker than other angels. Perhaps it is a disabled angel. Regardless of its condition, it can still easily handle us. After briefly scanning the drifting barrage of comments, Shen Chang noted 2 main topics. One involved a lord named Zijin Nan, who had slain a second-tier ferocious beast and placed it on the trading platform for exchange. This revelation left Shen Chang quite astonished. He never anticipated that mere moments after entering the territory, someone could vanquish a second-tier ferocious beast. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. Even with the awakening of the prehistoric Overlord, one must remain grounded. After all, the potential for infinite evolution among combat units is a reality. However, the second matter caught Shen Chang's attention more significantly, the appearance of an angel. If memory serves correctly, the forest he was in seemed to be named the Inscribed Fire Forest. Moreover, from their conversation, this angel appeared to be of a semi-damaged caliber. Shen Chang's eyes narrowed as memories of the second evolutionary path of the Velociraptor flooded his mind. The luminous star Velociraptor, adorned with a singular horn, wielded the power of microlight, obscuring vision and fracturing its form. Was there a chance for him to attain the strongest evolutionary path? Over time, Shen Chang's anticipation for the Velociraptor had shifted from the Storm Velociraptor to the luminous Star Velociraptor. Chapter 11. The transaction concludes, preparing for the hunt. Message after message cascaded before Shen Chang's eyes. He observed with indifference, then silently sent a message. Just eliminated 2 of the myriad races. Anyone interested in the Lord's marks? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. The conversation abruptly halted. Moments later, messages flooded in like a tsunami, overwhelming Shen Chang. Holy moly, what did I just see? 2 Lord's marks. And they're up for sale. Big shots, what do you need? I'll deplete my entire fortune just to exchange with you. That's small-minded. We're talking about at least 3. 3. My heavens. Some individuals won't even dare to leave their territory, while others have already slain 3 of the myriad races. Humph. Perhaps they merely stumbled upon the spoils after a battle. Some were astonished, others envious, and some discontent. Yet, without exception, there were those who desired the two lords' marks in Shen Chang's possession. After all, for some, the aim was merely to find a safe haven and wait for the trial period to conclude. Venturing out to battle was not an option. Of course, there were also those who scorned the idea of acquiring lords' marks through trade. These individuals yearned for combat, desiring to earn their rewards through personal prowess. Big shot. Have you logged onto the trading platform? What do you need for exchange? A smile flickered on Shen Chang's face. His objective was to gather all the resources necessary for upgrading his territory before the trial period ended. Currently, wood and stone were manageable. The crystal cores could simply be obtained by defeating the ferocious beasts among the living. However, the most crucial element was the spirit crystal. The spirit crystal served as the trading currency, with approximately 100,000 RMB needed to exchange for one. How could an ordinary orphan like Shen Chang possibly possess such high-value items? There were two sources for spirit crystals. One was from various mineral deposits. Unless he could locate a mine within this forest, it was nothing but a dream. Mines were exceedingly rare, and Shen Chang had no intention of searching for them. The second source was invading others' territories. Destroying a territory would reward him with 100 spirit crystals, while annihilating a second-tier territory would yield 1,000. Beyond that, Shen Chang was unaware. Thus, within the infinite star void, even those from the same planet could not be entirely trusted. This place was renowned as the cosmic breeding ground for goo insects and gladiatorial combat. As he scrolled through the trading platform, a new item for exchange appeared. Lord's Mark plus 100 crystal cores, 100 spirit crystals. Indeed, the item required for exchanging a Lord's Mark was 100 spirit crystals. Although the quantity seemed small, when viewed in terms of RMB, it would require at least 10 million. An ordinary person would never earn such a sum in a lifetime. However, to Shen Chang's astonishment, scarcely 3 seconds after listing it, both Lord's Marks vanished. He stood there, bewildered. Had he set the price too low? It was unexpected to find so many tycoons during this trial period. What a loss. He needed to find an opportunity to acquire more Lord's Marks. Otherwise, as time passed, they would lose their value. At that moment, the JoJo chat platform erupted. I can't believe it. Just as I lamented that 100 spirit crystals were too expensive, they disappeared. What a pity. I couldn't snag one. Will the Big Shot sell again? Can I pre-order? Please add me as a friend. Big Shot. We could collaborate in the future. A swarm of sycophants emerged. It's just a Lord's Mark. When I encounter the myriad races, I'll slay them one by one. The tone of the brother above seems a bit lofty. Just don't end up scared out of your wits. Zhou Su and Shili? Are these the two buyers of the Lord's Marks? Why add me as a friend? Shen Chang mumbled. He casually accepted their friend requests. They were among his 2 limited friend slots, and the reason for his acceptance was that these two were significant clients, tycoons. Notably, Zhou Su was the same individual who had previously purchased the Tiger Whip. A returning customer, indeed. 2 beams of light flashed, and suddenly, 2 boxes appeared before Shen Chang. Within them lay chunks of stone resembling jade, radiating a faint aura of energy. Placing his hand upon them brought a comforting warmth. Was this the legendary spirit crystal? How delightful! Shen Chang marveled. It was said that powerful lords could absorb the energy within spirit crystals to enhance their physical forms. He wondered if he would ever reach such heights. After safely storing the spirit crystals in his lordly space, Shen Chang began to approach the Velociraptor pack. Little ones, the hunting hour has commenced. In the ensuing time, he diligently prepared all resources necessary for upgrading his territory: wood, stone, and crystal cores. Furthermore, he aimed to procure more combat units. Without further ado, Shen Chang led 10 Velociraptors out of the territory. As night fell, the optimal hunting hour arrived. Within his territory remained a relatively intact Velociraptor and 3 severely wounded Velociraptors, ideally suited for guarding, especially since the novice protection period was still in effect. Shen Chang directed the Velociraptors northward, towards a river where, under the cover of night, many ferocious beasts would likely congregate. Simultaneously, the eyes of the Velociraptors began to glow a deep red, and their claws and teeth sharpened. A surge of power emanated from within Shen Chang. In the tumult of night, data surged thrice over. Excluding the necessity of utilizing this trait solely at night, this talent would be even more monstrous. The pinnacle of JoJo talents. Nevertheless, even at night, Shen Chang felt a sense of satisfaction. At worst, he could lay low during the day. Perhaps aware that this was a hunting moment, the Velociraptors slowed their pace, quietly trailing behind Shen Chang. Casting a glance at the Velociraptor beside him, he felt a twinge of regret. This Velociraptor was too small, barely reaching the height of his neck. It would be difficult to ride. How he wished it were a Tyrannosaurus. At least he could perch upon its back. Arriving at their destination, Shen Chang halted, his gaze fixed ahead. By the edge of a lake, a dozen silver wolves were drinking, all first-tier ferocious beasts. Shen Chang observed. These wolves were indeed ferocious beasts, representing a higher evolution of animals. Ferocious beasts surpassed ordinary animals in power, with even mighty creatures evolving into sentient races capable of speech, and elemental control. Certainly, under the Knight's fervor, the physical prowess of the Velociraptors was not inferior to that of the ferocious beasts. As long as he does not encounter those ferocious beasts capable of energy attacks, he is fine. In hand-to-hand combat, the Velociraptors are not timid. Shen Chang contemplated for a moment. These silver wolves can be dealt with. 10 Velociraptors and 15 silver wolves. Let's give it a try. However, just as Shen Chang was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed some floating logs on the water's surface. They appeared to be logs, but in the darkness. Shen Chang's vision had been enhanced. What logs could possibly possess such a fierce gaze? This is a crocodile preparing to hunt. Chapter 12, The Two Sovereigns. The crocodile pack in the lake. There were at least 7 visible above the water, and who knows how many were lurking deeper below. Shen Chang surmised that the targets of these crocodiles were the same as those wolves. They were also hunting. Yet, Shen Chang had not yet revealed himself. Coming to this realization, he quickly commanded the Velociraptors to conceal themselves. Their small size offered some advantages, particularly in terms of ease of concealment. If it had been a Tyrannosaurus, it might have drawn attention before making an appearance. If the enemies could fly and possessed ranged attacks, they might have been seen as live targets. From his hidden vantage point, Shen Chang's gaze was fixed intently on the two factions by the lake, the wolves and the crocodiles, who would satiate their hunger. Little did they know that there was a cunning observer lurking in the shadows, fixated on them. Suddenly, a massive silver wolf stepped forward, crossing over the pack to position itself at the forefront. This wolf was twice the size of an ordinary member of the pack. Presumably, this was the Wolf King, magnificent and imposing. With the arrival of the Wolf King, all the wolves immediately gathered around him. It seemed that the appearance of the Wolf King had instilled a sense of fear in the crocodiles, as all the floating crocodiles submerged into the depths of the lake. The wolf pack began to emit low howls, and soon, another towering figure emerged from the forest behind them, advancing toward the Wolf King. With the aid of moonlight, Shen Chang could barely discern the massive silhouette. It was another wolf. However, this particular wolf was extraordinary. Perched atop a silver wolf's back was a wolf with gray fur. Appearing malnourished and feeble, with forelimbs that were slightly bent, resembling those of a velociraptor. Shen Chang's heart raced. If he was not mistaken, this must be the beast known as the Bay, the cunning strategist of the wolf pack. As the Bay arrived at the side of the Wolf King, it let out a soft lament. The Wolf King suddenly turned its gaze toward the lake, as if locking eyes with something. Most crucially, Shen Chang discerned a hint of anthropomorphic mockery in the gaze of the Wolf King. No way, Shen Chang murmured softly. Could this wolf have detected the crocodiles hidden beneath the lake? Otherwise, whom was this mockery directed at? But why did it not flee? A flicker of doubt crossed Shen Chang's eyes as he continued to observe. With a resounding roar, the Wolf King commanded all the wolves to gather at the lake's edge and drink. However, Shen Chang noted that the tails of these wolves were all raised, seemingly prepared for the moment of the hunt. What could it be? Shen Chang suddenly realized. These wolves do not intend to hunt the crocodiles, do they? How could that be? Shen Chang was perplexed by the current situation, the wolves on the shore and the crocodiles beneath the lake. As the wolves approached, if the crocodiles were to launch a surprise attack, a single bite could lead to a death roll, dragging the wolves into the depths. Would the wolves even have time to react? Shen Chang continued to watch, filled with uncertainty. As anticipated, with the wolves continuing to drink, the crocodiles that had just submerged slowly resurfaced. The wolf pack seemed oblivious to the lurking threat, continuing their drinking. Suddenly, a crocodile erupted from the water, jaws wide open, lunging for the neck of a silver wolf. It was as if a switch had been flipped. One crocodile after another breached the surface, snapping their vicious jaws. These wolves were doomed, Shen Chang muttered to himself, witnessing the crocodile's teeth grazing the fur on the wolves' necks. However, what transpired next astonished him to his core. Just as a crocodile was about to seize a wolf, the Bay let out a howl that pierced the air. An invisible force materialized, binding the crocodiles in place. The attacked wolves seized the opportunity, outnumbering the crocodiles, and together, two wolves clamped their jaws around one crocodile, forcibly dragging it ashore. The Wolf King advanced, effortlessly tossing crocodiles aside with powerful bites, throwing them to the ground. The other wolves quickly surrounded the fallen prey, engaging in a frenzied assault. This seamless display of tactics left Shen Chang utterly mesmerized. The Bay, Shen Chang's gaze remained fixated on the figure atop the wolf. The wolf pack's turnaround was entirely thanks to this Bay. It seemed to wield a unique power, akin to telekinesis. Just as the crocodiles were about to strike, it immobilized them, granting the wolves a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, employing this power came at a significant cost to the Bay. Shen Chang could clearly see white foam forming at its mouth. It appeared that there were no spoils to be gained. A slight headache emerged as he considered the implications. If both sides suffered heavy losses, he might have an opportunity to swoop in and claim the aftermath. However, the current situation was decidedly lopsided. The wolf pack had sustained only a few minor injuries from the crocodile's counterattack, and many wolves remained unscathed, including the Wolf King and that peculiar Bay. Engaging in battle would be futile, especially with only 10 velociraptors at his disposal. Shen Chang resolved to lead his velociraptors away. Suddenly, A massive shadow emerged from the center of the lake, measuring at least 5 meters in size. The shadow approached the shore with astounding speed. The wolves had no time to react. With a thunderous crash, the enormous figure erupted from the water, splashing it onto the wolves. The force was so great that it sent 2 nearby silver wolves tumbling several meters away, slamming into a tree. Shen Chang's eyes widened in shock. Leaping from the lake was a colossal crocodile, its scales an eye-catching ice blue. This was a second-tier beast. No, it should be nearing the threshold of a third-tier beast. Shen Chang's heart trembled. A creature of such caliber could easily crush a velociraptor with a single swipe. It was far beyond what Shen Chang could contend with. His desire to retreat intensified. However, he refrained from making any hasty movements. Given the current atmosphere, even the slightest disturbance would surely attract the attention of both sovereigns. He could only wait for them to engage in battle before making his escape. Roar! The crocodile that had just crawled onto the shore bellowed at the Silver Wolf King. The Wolf King, unwilling to show fear in front of so many subordinates, let out a furious howl that caused the leaves to tremble. It seemed as if the overwhelming aura of the Wolf King had crushed them. The clash between the two dominant forces was imminent. Chapter 13, The Death of the Wolf King. However, their numbers were not equivalent. The adage many ants can kill an elephant rang true. The wolf pack still had over a dozen members, bolstered by a wolf king and a supernatural creature. Even though this ice-blue crocodile was nearing the strength of a third-tier ferocious beast, the wolf pack was more than capable of giving it a run for its money. Shen Chang observed the fierce battle between these two species, a curious glint flashing in his eyes. Fortune often favors the bold. If he were to seize this opportunity, the crystal cores could yield at least 2,000. It was said that the cores from third-tier ferocious beasts could be exchanged for 4 to 500. This implied that a third-tier beast could be traded for at least 4 or 5 velociraptors. It felt like a substantial loss. The ease with which a third-tier beast could dispatch a velociraptor was staggering. In the past, he had learned from textbooks just how formidable these beasts were. Yet none of that matched the shocking scene unfolding before him. The ice-blue crocodile clamped its jaws around a wolf's leg, swiftly twisting its body and tearing the unfortunate creature in two. Blood spilled copiously onto the ground, and Shen Chang could even catch the acrid scent of the gore, which was utterly revolting. After dispatching one wolf, the crocodile swallowed the severed leg whole, and, with a flick of its tail, sent another wolf, which had attempted a sneak attack from behind, hurtling through the air. The unfortunate wolf collided with a tree on the lake's edge, splintering it in two and sealing its own fate. Shen Chang imagined the velociraptors in the place of the wolves. He felt certain that this crocodile would find it even easier to handle them than the wolves. The thought made him gasp. It was impossible. Unless the crocodile was gravely injured and on the brink of death, otherwise, escaping would be futile. He swallowed hard, relieved that his talent allowed him to conceal his presence in the darkness. Without that, he would never dare to engage in such perilous behavior. A furious roar erupted from the Wolf King. In mere moments, 2 of his subjects had perished. Was this not a blatant challenge to his authority? The Wolf King swiftly moved, leaping into the air and sinking his teeth into the crocodile's neck. The sound of blood spurting filled the air. The crocodile, in pain, thrashed its head violently, attempting to dislodge the Wolf King. Yet, the Wolf King held on tenaciously, refusing to relent. Seizing the moment, the rest of the wolf pack lunged at the crocodile, their teeth sinking into its flesh without mercy. Although they failed to penetrate its defenses, they inflicted some degree of pain. Soon, one wolf after another swarmed the crocodile, creating the illusion of a writhing silver mountain, emitting chilling howls. Shen Chang stood frozen like a withered tree, motionless. The crocodile unleashed a thunderous roar. Then, from within that silver mass, an icy blue aura radiated outward. One silver wolf after another was sent flying, while at the center, the ice-blue crocodile spun like a top, tossing aside any wolf that dared to touch it. The crocodilian's innate ability, death roll. Shen Chang murmured to himself. This maneuver served both offensive and defensive purposes, a remarkably versatile skill. However, after performing the death roll, the crocodile appeared somewhat dazed, shaking its head slightly before charging toward the Wolf King. As it opened its jaws, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air. The crocodile's mouth was forced shut. It was that creature, the one assisting the Wolf King with its powers. In that instant, the Wolf King leaped onto the crocodile's back, raising its claw high. Under the moonlight, the claws glimmered with a white light, appearing even sharper. With a fierce swipe, the claws aimed for the crocodile's eye. With a sickening sound, the Wolf King's claws pierced the crocodile's eye, blood spraying forth. The crocodile, in agony, thrashed its tail, slamming into the other wolves that had dared to approach, sending them flying. The crocodile opened its mouth wide, unleashing a beam of white energy that struck the creature on the Wolf King's back. Taken by surprise, the creature was instantly encased in ice. With a sharp crack, the frozen form shattered, its flesh breaking apart into fragments. How terrifying! Shen Chang gasped. Goodness gracious, it seemed every ferocious beast had some skill at its disposal. The crocodile, already a master of close combat, now wielded the ability to freeze its enemies. The situation was becoming increasingly perilous. He could only wonder whether such capabilities were universal among ferocious beasts or if they were limited to a select few. If it were the latter, he could breathe easier. If the former were true, he might need to find a safe haven until the trial period concluded. The wolf pack, now bereft of their companion, erupted in fury. It was as if the fallen creature had been an irreplaceable ally. Their eyes glowed crimson, sharp fangs bared, and viscous saliva dripped from their jaws. With a howl, the Wolf King lunged at the blue crocodile's eye. The other wolves, witnessing this, quickly surged forward, viciously tearing at every part of the crocodile. In that fleeting moment, one of the crocodile's legs was brutally bitten off. Infuriated by the loss, the crocodile thrashed wildly, roaring and driving back the surrounding wolves. Yet, it seemed that the death of their ally had ignited a primal rage within the pack. Undeterred by the losses, they pressed on, their ferocity unwavering. At that moment, only 5 silver wolves and the Wolf King remained capable of action. The ice-blue crocodile was now covered in bite marks and blood, its cheeks streaming with crimson, lending it an even more menacing appearance. Aware that it was now in an irreconcilable conflict with the wolf pack, the crocodile, despite the lake behind it and the absence of wolves hindering its escape, did not retreat. Instead, it glared fiercely at the Wolf King, propelling itself forward with its remaining legs, undeterred by the pain of its severed limb. With a swift bite, it clamped down on the Wolf King's waist, spinning thrice before slamming the Wolf King's head into the ground. Releasing its grip, the crocodile landed a powerful blow upon the Wolf King's skull and raised its head to roar defiantly at the sky. Chapter 14. The sixth after the Yellow Sparrow. With the Wolf King's demise, the remaining 5 wolves emitted mournful howls of fear, retreating cautiously. Without the command of the Wolf King, they were paralyzed with fear, contemplating escape. However, the crocodile had no intention of letting them go. With great difficulty, it took a step towards the nearest silver wolf. Yet, after enduring such a prolonged battle and a recent surge of energy, the crocodile had been exhausted for quite some time. Even walking had become a formidable challenge. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining wolves turned to flee. Yet, the crocodile opened its massive jaws, unleashing an icy blue energy projectile towards the escaping silver wolf. Boom. The ground where the energy struck instantly formed a massive crater, emitting a chilling blue mist. The fleeing wolves immediately understood this crocodile would not allow them to escape. It was a fight to the death, and only one of their 2 races would survive. The wolves' expressions morphed into fierce determination. Without fear of death, they charged at the crocodile, some targeting its severed leg with their heads. The crocodile, furious, lashed its tail, but its strength was waning. 5 wolves circled around it, making it difficult for the creature to react in time. Whenever it attempted to control its tail to strike the wolves behind it, 2 wolves would leap forward, aiming for its injured leg. Realizing the futility of the fight, the crocodile cautiously glanced at the wolves and gradually stepped back. It could not win this battle. Better to retreat to the lake and recuperate before seeking vengeance. The wolf pack, too, had no desire to engage further. If the crocodile chose to withdraw, they would be more than willing to oblige. After all, who does not fear death? With no commands from the Wolf King, both sides exchanged glances and began to retreat. Shen Chang assessed the crocodile's injuries. It was evident that the creature was drained of energy, struggling even to move, and had not unleashed any powerful energy attacks. It seemed devoid of strength. He realized this was his opportunity. After all, the raptors were still in a frenzied state, capable of exerting triple their normal strength. He was determined to seize this chance. Such a bountiful feast lay before him. 10 ordinary silver wolves, along with 7 or 8 crocodiles. Not to mention a second-tier Wolf King and a crocodile on the verge of reaching the 3rd tier. If he could claim all these spoils, the crystal cores would undoubtedly exceed 1,000. At that point, he could summon even more raptors. Just as Shen Chang prepared to move, a shadow suddenly fell towards him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure that left him breathless. In that instant, the raptor hiding beside him dashed towards him, colliding into him and sending him flying. Moments later, the spot where he had stood was covered by a massive stone, 3 meters in diameter. The raptor that had collided with him had its spine shattered, its upper body exposed while the lower half was trapped beneath the stone. It was only then that Shen Chang realized the gravity of the situation. Longda, seeing the raptor that had just saved him, his eyes welled with tears. The raptor that had knocked him aside was none other than the first raptor he had summoned, which he had named Longda. Had it not been for its timely intervention, he would have been crushed under that stone. With a weak lift of its head, Longda let out a sigh, still alive. Shen Chang took a deep breath and quickly commanded the other raptors, along with his own strength, to lift the enormous stone. It was peculiar. Despite this raptor being on the brink of death, why was he expending so much effort to save it? Shouldn't he be seeking his own safety? A deep, resonant voice echoed above Shen Chang. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the source of the voice. Hovering above him was a creature resembling a giant humanoid elephant, using its massive ears like wings. Most strikingly, it had an elephantine trunk for a nose, making it appear like a bizarre hybrid. Shen Chang was momentarily taken aback. In the vast universe, such peculiarities existed. Someone bore a face akin to male genitalia. Was this not a face adorned with a just-in-case? Yet, Shen Chang quickly grasped the situation. This stone had been cast down by it. With a surge of determination, he lifted the stone and hurled it aside. Of course, a living lord's mark stood before him, sharing a similar objective. The creature beamed a sinister smile, snapping its fingers. The stone that Shen Chang had just thrown began to transform, morphing into a humanoid monster, a stone man simultaneously. 3 other stones from the thicket where Shen Chang and the raptors had hidden began to metamorphose into stone men as well, all sharing the same intent. Shen Chang's heart sank at the revelation, especially upon seeing 3 stone men emerging from his former hiding place. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He never anticipated that while he sought to be the yellow sparrow, others would act as the hawk. Although he did not understand the rationale behind this foolish act of saving a soldier, he realized he had no time to engage with it. The creature commanded the stone men to approach the crocodile, leaving one to fixate on Shen Chang. In midair, the elephantine figure directed the stone men to assault the crocodile, intercepting the fleeing wolf pack. With an ice crocodile on the brink of advancing to the 3rd tier, a 2nd-tier wolf king, and nearly 20 animals, it seemed he could accumulate 2,000 crystal cores. Adding that human into the mix, if he sold the flesh and blood, he could earn 3,000 cores in one night. It appeared that he would be able to summon even more stone men. The elephantine creature murmured to itself, reveling in the bountiful harvest of the night. Though the night was perilous, fortune often favored the brave. With the Lord's mark secured, along with nearly 3,000 crystal cores, it was noteworthy that summoning a single stone man required just 300 cores. Upon returning, he could summon 10 more, amassing 14 stone men. Who could withstand him during the trial period? Perhaps even that angel could be within his grasp. The creature became lost in its daydreams, a foolish grin spreading across its face. Below, the severely injured ice crocodile lacked the strength to resist, coupled with the formidable stone men. It was not long before the crocodile's head was crushed to a pulp. The other 5 silver wolves were slain and piled together, creating a scene reminiscent of hell, bodies, flesh, and blood strewn everywhere, with even the lake tainted with a hint of crimson. Chapter 15, The Enhanced Stone Men. Witnessing the carnage before him, the elephantine creature could not help but burst into laughter. The night's spoils were truly magnificent. As a fledgling lord, such gains would bring joy to anyone. Yet, as the creature turned to face Shen Chang, it nearly lost its composure in shock. The wings were so seriously forgotten to flap. At this moment, Shen Chang stroked his chin, seated upon a pile of shattered stones, contemplatively observing the silhouette of the elephant trunk clam. This heap of broken rocks was none other than the remnants of the stone golems, the soldiers of the elephant trunk clam. The planet inhabited by the elephant trunk clam is extraordinarily unique, teeming with a plethora of bizarre creatures such as energy life forms and material life forms. There, not only mountains can come to life, but even water, trees, and even machinery can attain sentience. Such life forms, if transformed into soldiers, are not merely formidable. They require no sustenance whatsoever. One could assert that they represent the pinnacle of initial soldier types. However, all Shen Chang had done was tidy up the remnants of the battlefield. How could such powerful stone golems simply vanish? The elephant trunk clam was left utterly bewildered. Upon realizing the situation, Shen Chang chuckled. Indeed, the stone golems were challenging adversaries. Yet, they were no match for Shen Chang's sheer numbers. Perhaps during the day, ordinary raptors might struggle to breach the defenses of the stone golems, but now it was night. With a threefold enhancement, their claws and teeth became exceedingly sharper, effortlessly tearing through a stone golem. With 9 attacking simultaneously, dispatching a stone golem was a mere trifle. Impossible, the elephant trunk clam exclaimed, shaking its head in disbelief. It was well aware of its own soldiers and could not fathom how they could succumb to a mere human soldier in such a short span of time. What means did you employ? Quickly regaining composure, the elephant trunk clam recognized itself as a prodigy of its planet, having awakened remarkable talents. Otherwise, it would not have summoned stone golems as soldiers. Could it be that this human belonged to the affluent class? The legendary second-generation rich? Perhaps possessing disposable weapons of mass destruction? However, upon meticulous observation, the elephant trunk clam discerned no signs of spatial storage on Shen Chang. How peculiar, it muttered to itself, falling into contemplation. Yet, Shen Chang remained unfazed. Dinosaur fist. Wind god pterosaur. The power of his fist coalesced into a colossal pterosaur, launching towards the elephant trunk clam's ear, which resembled a wing. Given that the enemy could fly, it was prudent to target their flying appendages to prevent escape. Boom. Caught off guard. The wind god pterosaur immediately shattered one of the elephant trunk clam's ears, rendering it incapable of sustained flight, plummeting straight down. Fortunately, the stone golem reacted swiftly, rolling beneath it and extending its hand to catch. Otherwise, a fall from such a height could have been fatal or left it grievously injured. You insignificant human. How dare you launch a surprise attack on me? The elephant trunk clam bellowed furiously, blood streaming from its ear. Shen Chang let out a cold snort, his gaze icy. Surprise attack? How dare it utter those words? Had it not been for the wind god pterosaur, he might have been crushed into a pulp by its stone golem. Now was the time for revenge for the wind god. At that moment, the elephant trunk clam retrieved a medicinal plaster from its bosom, squeezing out a black paste and applying it to its ear. Visibly, the injured area began to writhe and heal. Shen Chang's heart sank. He couldn't allow it to recover. He immediately commanded the raptors to attack the elephant trunk clam, while he approached the wind god, leaving 2 raptors to protect himself. The remaining 7 raptors were divided, 2 to confront a stone golem, and 1 to entangle the elephant trunk clam. With a furious roar, the elephant trunk clam summoned a yellow glow in its palm and slapped the ground fiercely. To Shen Chang's astonishment, fragments of stone began to levitate into the air, swiftly coalescing into a large boulder that hurtled towards the raptors. Is this its innate skill, controlling stones? Shen Chang pondered, uncertain of the exact nature of its talent. The boulder struck a raptor, causing it to stagger and collapse, appearing dazed. Stone golems. Tear them apart. As the words left its lips, intricate patterns emerged across the bodies of 3 stone golems, their grayish-yellow skin transforming into a dark crimson hue. The elephant trunk clam's innate ability had manifested, enhancing its soldiers. As one raptor's sickle-like limb slashed at the dark red stone golem, normally capable of slicing through steel, it left no mark. Instead, the limb seemed to be scorched, emitting wisps of smoke. Retreat, Shen Chang ordered urgently, and all the raptors promptly withdrew. The recent skirmish had sparked revelations in Shen Chang's mind. The elephant trunk clam's talent fortified the stone golem's defenses, not only increasing their resilience, but also bestowing them with a burning effect. Human, how about we split these spoils? Even that 3rd-tier crocodile I can relinquish to you. The elephant trunk clam was now considering retreat, realizing it could not contend with Shen Chang. Its soldiers were far too swift, and the stone golems could barely react. Moreover, the enhancement would not last much longer. Once it wore off, the stone golems would revert to their original forms, placing the elephant trunk clam in grave danger. You're feeling anxious? Shen Chang surmised the elephant trunk clam's thoughts, noting its sudden reluctance to fight. However, while the elephant trunk clam might wish to back down, Shen Chang had no intention of allowing it. The wind god was still groaning nearby. Had it not been for the wind god, the elephant trunk clam would have ended his life. For one who sought to kill him, how could Shen Chang let it go? With a fierce glare, Shen Chang fixed his eyes on the elephant trunk clam. Upon witnessing Shen Chang's expression, the clam deduced his response and felt a surge of anger. You, a mere human, are offered half of the spoils, yet you still do not appreciate it. What audacity! It was essential to recognize that the human race had only recently joined the endless star void for less than a century, while they had been waging wars across the cosmos for countless years. This situation was akin to a newly hired security guard striking the chairman of the board. Kill. The elephant trunk clam's fury ignited. The 3 enhanced stone golems seemed to sense their master's wrath, fists clenched as they advanced towards Shen Chang's position, each step leaving a crater in the ground. The clam began to manipulate the scattered stones on the ground, hurling them at Shen Chang. Chapter 16, A Bounty Abundant. Shen Chang was not one to back down easily. They were both newly awakened lords. Did the elephant trunk clam truly believe its skills were superior? The stone striking him merely elicited slight discomfort. After all, Shen Chang's physique had undergone enhancements. However, while he could withstand the clam's projectiles, he dared not face the stone golem's attacks. Not just him, even the raptors, enhanced in the dark of night, were wary. The stone golems, bolstered by the elephant trunk clam, possessed overwhelming physical prowess, their strikes accompanied by a burning effect that scorched upon contact. Fortunately, the raptors, being smaller and more agile, allowed Shen Chang to employ guerrilla tactics. The agile rock golem, devoid of long-range capabilities, resorts to utilizing its diminutive claws to grasp twigs or employs its jaw to hurl stones at its adversaries. The force exerted is akin to a mere scraping. Such behavior serves as a provocation. Recently, the golems have grown increasingly exasperated. Yet, for the swift velociraptor, should you manage to touch me, I would perform a handstand while washing my hair. The golem, feeling the pressure, is aware that its enhanced state lasts only 15 minutes. If it fails to eliminate the velociraptors during this time, it will be utterly vulnerable once the enhancement fades. How absurd. Wasn't it said that the initial units of the blue star beings are weak? This is utterly unreasonable. However, despite the golem's mounting anxiety, time inexorably marches on. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the dark red stones adorning the golem, multiplying rapidly until they fell away, revealing its true form, its grayish-yellow skin. The golem's expression shifted dramatically, and it turned to flee. However, a velociraptor circled around it incessantly. Were it not for the protection of another golem, it would have been pounced upon and pinned down by the velociraptor. Human, do you truly wish for mutual destruction? If I perish, the people of my planet will not spare you. The golem shouted in a frenzy towards Shen Chang. Shen Chang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the validity of the statement. Quickly, send more to harass him. We must prevent any form of communication. Shen Chang's voice was deliberately amplified, intended for the golem to hear. Meanwhile, Two velociraptors abandoned their assault on the golem and redirected their attention towards the golem. The golem's face flushed with rage. "You are truly despicable." It had intended to enter the planetary communication platform to describe Shen Chang's characteristics, hoping its kin would come to avenge it. Yet, this wretched creature had obstructed its path, leaving it no time to speak, let alone report. The number of velociraptors had escalated from 1 to 3, and the lone golem beside it was becoming increasingly untenable. It hastily summoned another golem to its side. However, the remaining 6 velociraptors were far from helpless. 2 golems encircled the golem, while the 6 velociraptors launched a relentless assault on one of the golems, severing an arm with a single bite. Subsequently, their scythe-like hind limbs pierced through the golem's body, ruthlessly dismantling it. The golem's complexion paled as it realized its grievous error. Now, with 2 incapacitated golems and 9 relatively intact velociraptors, the outcome was glaringly evident. Most critically, escape was now impossible. Its ears had been shattered by this wretched creature, and they had yet to heal, rendering even fleeing an arduous task. In no time, the 2 golems succumbed to the ferocious onslaught of the velociraptors, their limbs torn asunder. "Human, spare me. I will comply with any condition." With a thud, the golem knelt before Shen Chang. Yet, Shen Chang's gaze remained unchanged. "In your desire to kill me, you have already rendered yourself dead in my eyes. Moreover, you have harmed my friend." Shen Chang cast a sidelong glance at the prostrate Longda. The golem, noticing Shen Chang's focus, was momentarily stunned. "Friend." It was instantly engulfed in a stupor. How foolish to consider units as friends. How absurd to regard tools as companions. Could I truly perish at the hands of such a simpleton? However, the golem was too weary to ponder further. A velociraptor's claw pierced through the golem's skull. Shen Chang exhaled in relief. This night had been exhilarating. With silver wolves, ice crocodiles, and extraterrestrial beings, he had also acquired another Lord's Mark, ready for trade. He first retrieved the crystal core box to secure the golem's Lord Mark, then proceeded to loot its corpse. If memory served him correctly, upon penetrating the golem's ear, it had produced a type of salve for application. Remarkably, its ear had swiftly healed. Given more time, it might have completed its recovery and attempted to flee. In no time, Shen Chang obtained the desired item, a black salve. Without hesitation, he hurried to Long Da's side, gently stroking its head in a gesture of comfort before applying every bit of the salve onto its wounds, leaving none behind. After all, Long Da had sustained grievous injuries. Nearly half of its skeletal structure shattered, with its hind limbs and tail reduced to a pulp. Under normal circumstances, one might have discarded such a unit. Perhaps even used it as bait to attract other ferocious beasts. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving efforts," Shen Chang remarked, caressing Long Da's head in appreciation. He then swiftly commanded a velociraptor to skin the Wolf King, instructing all the velociraptors to consume the Wolf King's flesh to replenish their strength after such a prolonged battle. The Wolf King's pelt was tautly pulled by 2 velociraptors, subsequently serving as a makeshift stretcher for Long Da. Meanwhile, Shen Chang took the opportunity to extract the beast cores from each ferocious beast. Gazing upon the pile of cores, a broad grin spread across his face. The crooked-mouthed Dragon King was indeed a reality. Discovered Crystal Core, 1988. Shall it be incorporated? Without question, it should be. The toil of the night had culminated in this reward. After securing the crystal cores, Shen Chang organized the remaining 7 velociraptors, each bearing a silver wolf and a crocodile on their backs. As for the peak-tier ice crocodile, Shen Chang personally dragged it along. As a newly appointed lord, his physical prowess had undergone a series of enhancements, and with the tripled strength from the night, he could manage hauling a 5-meter crocodile, albeit with some difficulty. Thus, Shen Chang, laden with his spoils, hurried back to his territory, constantly concealing his presence and swiftly evading any formidable beasts encountered along the way. After an hour, he finally beheld the familiar Jurassic territory. However, upon approaching, he noticed an unfamiliar presence at the entrance of his domain. Chapter 17. The golden-haired girl at the territory's gate. Gazing at the golden-haired maiden before him, Shen Chang fell into deep contemplation. After a night of roaming, he returned to find a girl lying at the entrance of his territory. Could it be that the cosmic consciousness recognized his arduous endeavors and thus bestowed upon him a reward? Puzzled, Shen Chang scrutinized the maiden before him. Her hair shone like sunlight, and her skin was as smooth and pale as jade, exuding an almost otherworldly softness. She donned splendid attire reminiscent of a legendary princess, albeit somewhat disheveled, with her face smeared with dirt and adorned with golden scratches, akin to traces left by flowing gold. No matter how he looked at it, this girl appeared exceedingly peculiar. While she bore a human resemblance, could she possibly be from the Free Empire? The Free Empire was a nation situated across from the Jojo Empire, where Shen Chang resided. The inhabitants of that place generally possessed such appearances. However, it is the first time Shen Chang has encountered someone so extraordinarily beautiful. Why is she lying at the doorstep of his home, and what is her affiliation? Casting a glance around, he discerned no other beings aside from the velociraptors. This led Shen Chang to ponder whether this girl was the sole survivor of her kind. left desolate after her comrades had perished at the hands of other races. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately granted her permission to enter his territory. He then effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, preparing to transport her back to his domain. However, the instant he embraced her, Shen Chang's expression stiffened, not because the girl had awakened, but rather due to the sight behind her. It appeared as though a gash marred her back. Without delay, he returned to his quarters to examine her closely. It was then that he realized her garment had torn asunder, revealing her fair skin beneath. Yet, rather than succumbing to fascination, he felt a heavy gravity settle upon him. The severity of her injuries was alarming. What creature had inflicted such damage? On her back lay a wound approximately 20 centimeters long, dark in hue and radiating an ominous glow, yet curiously devoid of blood. It was a most peculiar sight, one that elicited a visceral reaction. The very appearance of her injury was enough to invoke sympathy. One could only hope for her survival. With a sigh, Shen Chang skinned a wolf and laid the girl upon its pelt. He then reclined on another piece of the hide and, after a deep yawn, swiftly succumbed to slumber. After a night of turmoil, fatigue enveloped Shen Chang, and within mere minutes he descended into profound sleep. Outside, the majority of the Velociraptors had also succumbed to restful slumber. Save for two, one stationed at the entrance of Shen Chang's lordly chamber, while the other stood guard at the territory's threshold. Meanwhile, amidst the slumbering realm, a shadowy figure in the forest brandished translucent wings in midair, its visage contorted with fury. "Damn you, Carly! Where have you hidden?" The figure lifted its head, revealing a dark line running from its eyes to its mouth, as a sinister aura emanated from its being. "I will not let you escape. Only by slaying you can I claim the reward. I must ascend to the throne of the Dark Elves." Indeed, this individual was a member of the elite Dark Elf race, ranked among the Cosmos Top 100. In 4 days, the protection afforded to all initial lords would dissipate. "Carly, no matter where you conceal yourself, in 4 days, this forest will vanish from the infinite star realm," the Dark Elf murmured before closing its eyes, murmuring an eerie incantation. The dark energy surrounding it slowly merged into the trees of the forest. Below, a pair of small eyes quivered in the earth, trembling in fear. As twilight descended, the sky gradually darkened under a shroud of ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously. Shen Chang abruptly awoke, startled. Have I truly slept that long? A quick glance at the time revealed he had been asleep for nearly 10 hours. Madness. It feels as though my sense of time has inverted in relation to others. His stomach grumbled audibly. Rising immediately, he turned to the side and noted the girl remained unconscious. Were it not for her faint breaths, he might have mistaken her for dead. With a slight grimace, Shen Chang exited the chamber and peered into the night. It appeared rain was imminent, as the sky crackled with lightning and dark clouds loomed overhead. No hunting in the rain, I suppose, he mused, slicing off a wolf's leg and an alligator's limb. He promptly began the task of roasting his catch, tossing the remaining parts to the Velociraptors. As he grilled the meat, his mind wandered to the communication platform of the 9 provinces. It's over. Death awaits in 4 days. Why? Why have they set their sights here? We cannot afford to surrender. We must unite to defeat him. There's no escape. Once we reach the forest's edge, the very trees will ensnare us, draining our lifeblood. Glancing at the screen, Shen Chang felt an unsettling disquiet. The dialogue on the platform felt profoundly grim. It was as if each statement echoed with despair. As if death loomed. He quickly scrolled through the chat history, and his expression darkened further. During his slumber, a significant event had transpired, the emergence of the Dark Elves. Right in the Manhwa forest, the very location of Shen Chang's territory, a lord named Xiao Ma, whose unit was pangolins, had encountered the Dark Elf while mining stones, who ominously declared that in 4 days, the Manhwa forest would vanish from the endless star void. This time frame coincided precisely with the expiration of all Lord's protective measures. No one doubted the Dark Elf's words. The elves were indeed the favored children of the forest, each possessing the ability to command the trees. In essence, every tree served as a soldier of the forest. Shen Chang harbored grave suspicions that the Dark Elf's domain had already reached the 2nd or even 3rd tier. The materials required for upgrading were trivial for the elves. They could effortlessly command the great trees to mine stones and hunt ferocious beasts, ultimately transforming the trees into lumber. As for spirit crystals, the elves, being among the universe's top races, were not short on resources. Beyond the 3rd tier, each upgrade required increasingly rare materials. However, at present, the Dark Lord was beyond their capacity to confront. Shen Chang felt the urgency intensifying. There was no way to flee. Others had attempted it before, only to be slain by the trees at the forest's edge. I cannot give up. Shen Chang's demeanor hardened. Having arrived in this splendid world, he could not succumb to death so swiftly. The Dark Elf, is it? Even in death, he would seize a piece of its flesh. He must grow stronger. Time was of the essence. Chapter 18. The Alliance of the Purple Gold South. First, he needed to gather the materials necessary for upgrading his territory. Achieving the status of a 2nd-tier lord would grant him a 2nd unit slot, and with an additional unit comes enhanced power. It seemed the alligator would have to be sacrificed. Initially, Shen Chang had considered feeding it to the Velociraptors, as the energy contained within the flesh of such a formidable beast could bolster their physical prowess. However, for now, he needed to prioritize gathering the upgrade materials. The rest was manageable, but the spirit crystals posed a significant challenge. He had no choice but to engage in trade. Today, he had acquired a Lord's insignia and a nearly third-tier ice alligator, which he had placed on the trading platform for those in need. Take a look. He silently sent a message, his gaze fixed intently on the trading mall. Holy moly, is this guy a collector of all races? Just a day has passed, and he has already slain another being from the myriad tribes. An ice alligator on the verge of third tier, with ice attributes? Where's this powerhouse? Can we meet? I know of a place rich in resources. Please send a friend request. Shen Chang glanced at the message, indifferent. He had long since disabled friend requests. To add him as a friend, one must purchase the items he has posted in the trading mall. Only then does the opportunity arise to connect with him, contingent upon Shen Chang's agreement. After all, Shen Chang is acutely aware that his actions could spark considerable commotion. Thus, when engaging on the communication platform, he has concealed every aspect of his identity, including his name and essential information. The price of 200 spirit crystals is 100 more than last time. Is the esteemed figure in dire need of funds? 200. Had I known, I would have snatched the previous item. No need to vie for it upstairs. It has already been claimed. Oh, a smile graced Shen Chang's lips. Liang appears to be quite the affluent individual, having purchased the Lord's seal. It seems this lord, named Liang, has also sought to add Shen Chang as a friend, to which Shen Chang promptly consented. The more acquaintances, the more paths one can tread, especially when it comes to befriending a wealthy patron. As Shen Chang pondered, the crocodile was swiftly acquired by another. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The ice crocodile was set at a trading value of 300 spirit crystals, and it was astonishing that it was snatched up so quickly. Concurrently, another friend request appeared on the application page from an individual named Zijin Nan. The surname Zijin carries a sense of nobility. Shen Chang was somewhat familiar with Zijin Nan from their previous exchanges on the platform, having slain a second-tier beast and possessing a blue whale unit. This individual must be quite formidable. Unlike Zhou Yang, who remained silent after adding him, Zijin Nan promptly sent a message. Impressive, my friend. To have acquired a nearly third-tier ice crocodile. Shen Chang was taken aback. Was the sole purpose of adding him to shower him with flattery? Misunderstandings ensued. The crocodile was merely a fortunate find after a battle with another beast, resulting in mutual injury. Shen Chang clarified. As the evidence of wolf bites remained on the crocodile's body, making any attempt at concealment futile, you two possess considerable strength. I dare say most novice lords would scarcely dare to even glance at it. Shen Chang smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He comprehended that Zijin Nan was merely seeking conversation or perhaps had some ulterior motive. Curiosity piqued, Shen Chang pondered why Zijin Nan sought him. Ahem, let me be forthright. I am located in the Manhwa Forest. Shen Chang's heart raced with surprise, quickly followed by realization. They were both in Manhwa Forest. The only pressing concern that could trouble him was undoubtedly the dark elf. I see, you wish for my assistance? Shen Chang raised an eyebrow. Indeed. For I am not one to passively await my foe's approach, Zijin Nan confirmed. What recompense do you offer for my assistance? Shen Chang's eyes narrowed, adopting a shrewd demeanor. He refrained from disclosing that he too was in Manhwa Forest. You seem to be in need of spirit crystals. I shall offer you 1,000. 1,000. Shen Chang's eyes widened. One spirit crystal equated to 100,000. Thus, 1,000 would amount to 1 billion. Is this the life of the wealthy? A billion thrown about so casually? If memory serves, they all entered the endless star trial area together, so their ages must be similar. While some squander wealth without a second thought, others struggle to make ends meet. Cursed be the affluent. Shen Chang sighed, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Ah, the wealthy truly are delightful. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, a young man clad in a suit bore a golden character for Nan etched on his left chest. He absent-mindedly stroked the head of a Yangtze crocodile, his expression vacant as if lost in thought. How curious. Why the silence? Did I offer too little? Zijin Nan mused, confusion flitting across his gaze. Having already contributed 1% of his fortune, he pondered if there were others who could resist such an offer. Surely, someone capable of slaying these myriad beings and unafraid in the face of third-tier beasts would meet his criteria for recruitment. Determined, Zijin Nan clenched his jaw. If money is the issue, I have plenty. 2,000. Along with a prized treasure. Upon receiving the message, Shen Chang finally snapped out of his astonishment, only to be struck by further amazement. He gasped, my goodness, I merely spaced out for a moment, and they are willing to offer 2,000 spirit crystals. Very well. I accept. To prevent any retraction from Zijin Nan, Shen Chang quickly replied. He knew that delaying might invite a price increase. Yet the fear of Zijin Nan changing his mind loomed larger. Better to be cautious. As long as the spirit crystal sufficed, it would facilitate the evolution of his territory. Meanwhile, Zijin Nan, despite knowing Shen Chang was in Manhwa Forest, did not renege on the deal. Perhaps the spirit crystals would enable Shen Chang to bolster his strength against the dark elf. He promptly sent his location to Shen Chang. Meet me at my territory in 3 days. Shen Chang glanced at the map. The distance was approximately 200 kilometers, requiring about 4 hours to traverse. Not too far, yet not too close either. Subsequently, a piece of wood was listed on the trading platform with a price of 2,000 spirit crystals. Zijin understood immediately and purchased it without hesitation. With his spirit crystals now totaling 2,700, he had ample resources for upgrading his territory. With 2,000 crystal cores also nearly sufficient. However, Shen Chang had no intention of hoarding the 2,000 crystal cores, finding them of little use. He possessed a mere 15 ferocious raptors, 4 of which were incapacitated due to severe injuries. Relying solely on the remaining 11 raptors to gather such quantities of wood and stone would take an eternity. Strength in numbers was his strategy. Thus, Shen Chang decided to utilize all his crystal cores to summon new raptors. Out with the old, in with the new. What were 2,000 crystal cores, after all? With determination, he approached the summoning crystal. Summon 19 raptors. As Shen Chang's voice fell, the summoning crystal shimmered with a radiant white light. Subsequently, 19 objects descended before the crystal. With a series of crackling sounds, a group of petite velociraptors emerged. Their gaze then turned toward Shen Chang, each unable to resist the urge to extend their tongues and lick his hand. Good, go have your meal first. Shen Chang affectionately patted the head of one velociraptor. He then commanded them to consume the wolf pack and crocodiles from the previous night. After all, there was no preservation here. By the time the velociraptors finished their meal, the sky had completely darkened, and heavy rain began to pour down. This evening was not suitable for hunting. However, gathering some wood and stones was still feasible. Shen Chang promptly issued his orders, methodically encroaching outward from the confines of his territory. After a night of diligent effort, he had amassed a total of 200 stones and 2,000 pieces of wood. At this pace, it would take merely 2 days to gather the necessary resources. Thus, only the crystal cores remained. While chopping trees yesterday, he had encountered a few first-tier ferocious beasts, yielding nearly 30 crystal cores, which could be deemed negligible. Shen Chang sighed, allowing the hard-working velociraptors to rest for a while. In the afternoon, he took 30 velociraptors out for a hunt. After a full afternoon, he eradicated 2 clans. One was a troop of monkeys, all first-tier ferocious beasts, and the other was a boar herd, led by a boar king on the verge of breaking into the second tier. He obtained over 400 crystal cores, a rather satisfactory haul. As evening approached, Shen Chang and his velociraptors swiftly returned to their territory. Nightfall marked the true hunting time. However, just as he arranged the velociraptors, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared before him, none other than the girl he had rescued. "You're awake?" Shen Chang paused for a moment, then asked with genuine concern. He had not forgotten the grievous wound that ran along her back. The girl glanced at him, her eyes betraying confusion and indifference. For some reason, Shen Chang felt a surge of anxiety, as if under the weight of life itself. "It was you who saved me," she murmured, a flicker of clarity flashing in her eyes as she scrutinized Shen Chang and the surrounding environment. "Indeed, the place where you were found is the entrance to my territory." He nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "How is your wound?" "It's severe, but the tainted energy is being expelled," she replied, shaking her head. "That is good to hear. I wonder who attacked you, leaving you without even a soldier to defend yourself," Shen Chang lamented. "Soldier?" A hint of pride flickered in the girl's eyes, as if she held the term in utter disdain. "Yes," Shen Chang responded, oblivious to her expression. He turned to stroke the head of a velociraptor. "By the way, my name is Shen Chang. What is yours?" he asked, looking up. The girl remained silent for a moment before softly uttering, "Carly." With that, she turned and retreated into her room. Shen Chang watched her silhouette, rendered speechless. Was the wound gradually healing? The white light. The dark wound on Carly's back appeared smaller than when he first saw it yesterday, and within the blackness, a glimmer of white light seemed to be driving it away. Was she not human? Or was this perhaps her innate gift? Shen Chang could not ascertain. Carly did indeed possess a human appearance, and her name closely resembled those from the Free Empire. However, the wound on her back presented an anomaly. He wondered if it was Carly's gift. After all, each individual's awakening was unique. Noble, proud, mysterious, these were Carly's traits. He could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Shen Chang shook his head. Despite Carly's enigmatic nature, he had no intention of driving her away. There was no need. In 3 days, he would depart. The Dark Elves were immortal, and he intended to obliterate the entire forest. His territory was already nestled within the woods. Should it be destroyed, his soul would incur severe damage, with a significant chance of becoming a vegetative state. The consequences of becoming a vegetable in the perilous void of the endless stars need not be elaborated. Thus, what did it matter how mysterious Carly was? At this moment, all concerns paled in comparison to the looming threat of the Dark Elves. Noticing the velociraptors had rested enough, and the night had fully enveloped the land, Shen Chang wasted no time. Leading the velociraptors, he swiftly hunted within the forest, prioritizing the acquisition of crystal cores. As for the carcasses, the velociraptors could consume as much as they wished. Transporting them back would be too cumbersome. Instead, he preferred to gather more wood or stones. The The precious spirit crystals had already been secured. Time was of the essence. He aimed to upgrade his territory to level 2 before heading towards the location of the purple gold south. Meanwhile, as Shen Chang departed his territory, Carly's eyes brimmed with uncertainty. Did this human not realize that the forest at night was the most perilous of places? Carly murmured to herself, her gaze tinged with hesitation. She contemplated whether to follow Shen Chang. After all, he was the one who had saved her life. A flicker of conflict crossed her eyes as painful memories surged in her mind. You are the only intelligent being who has helped me. I cannot bear to see you perish. Resolutely, Carly rose, enduring the excruciating pain, gritting her teeth as she stepped out of the territory. Within the confines of the territory, the 4 injured velociraptors gazed at Carly in utter bewilderment. Shen Chang had instructed them to safeguard the territory before his departure. In their minds, Carly was also part of their domain. Roar. One velociraptor emitted a cry, calling out to Carly. She hesitated. A human soldier? Alas, to us, your presence is dispensable. Carly's tone was frigid, her words seemingly implying that she was not human. With a wave of her hand, a warm white light emanated from Carly, descending upon the injured velociraptors. Unbeknownst to them, the velociraptors emitted sounds of comfort as relief washed over them. Chapter 20. The Sudden Flames. Simultaneously, in the night-shrouded forest, Shen Chang found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. His adversaries were snakes. Indeed, snakes. Not even pythons, but those slender, venomous serpents. Merely the thickness of a finger and 1 or 2 meters long. While the velociraptors were among the smaller dinosaurs, they still towered over these serpents. At last, the velociraptors tasted the bitterness of their foes. The serpents darted about, evading capture, occasionally biting the velociraptors. Fortunately, the night enhanced their strength, dulling the pain. However, they could not escape the effects of the venom. Shen Chang's expression darkened. He contemplated retreating the velociraptors, but those wretched snakes, once ignored, would leap up to bite. The velociraptor that had been bitten the most could barely stand, swaying as if on the brink of collapse. Dinosaur Fist. With a powerful strike, he retaliated. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the serpents momentarily halted in their tracks, caught in a state of bewilderment. Seizing this opportunity, 2 swift raptors dashed to the side of one heavily injured raptor, urgently grasping its neck and fleeing with all their might. Shen Chang had also mounted one of the raptors, his gaze seething with fury as he glared at the serpents. A gentleman avenges. 10 years are not too late. You foul serpents, await your reckoning. Not far away, Carly's eyes sparkled with golden light as she observed Shen Chang's predicament. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth upon witnessing his disheveled appearance. How intriguing, this peculiar human, Carly murmured. With a flick of her wrist, a sphere of searing flames manifested in her palm, warping the very air around it. Break. Carly's eyes widened even further, transforming into blazing orbs. With a swift motion, she hurled the fiery projectile toward Shen Chang's location. As it soared through the air, the flame expanded, growing from the size of a fist to a 3-meter fireball. The golden flames incinerated everything in their path, be it trees or stones, reducing them to molten remnants. Ultimately, it descended right before Shen Chang. He nearly buckled in terror, exclaiming, "Damn it, who would have thought that while fleeing, a massive fireball would suddenly appear ahead? It barely missed me." Even as the fireball grazed past his ear, the intense heat singed the hair beside it, curling it in its wake. This scorching ordeal was one Shen Chang wished to avoid. With a thunderous explosion, debris rained down upon him, the searing heat causing the raptors to become agitated. Shen Chang hurriedly began to soothe them. Once he had calmed the raptors, he turned his gaze curiously behind him. Less than 10 meters away, there lay a pit several meters deep, its edges charred black by the flames. The sheer ferocity of the fire's attack was evident. Shen Chang swallowed hard, realizing that had the flame veered just a fraction, he would have been reduced to a mere cinder. Damn it, the forest is perilous. I must return to my territory. Yet, upon glimpsing the radiant crystal cores scattered within the pit, a glimmer of greed flickered across Shen Chang's face. He glanced around, finding no signs of other life. It seemed the formidable entity that had unleashed the flames was absent. Great One, I shall gather the spoils for you. When you return, I promise to deliver them. Though he muttered this to himself, he diligently collected every crystal core from the fallen serpents into his lord's space. After securing all the cores, the absence of any presence lingered in the air. Shen Chang surmised that the fiery attack was likely a casual act of the powerful being, perhaps even a means to rescue him. No more pondering, he reasoned. After the arduous battle, he should return to his territory to recuperate. With 6 hours until dawn, he had no intention of seeking out more monsters, opting instead to head back while gathering wood and stones along the way. This night had proven bountiful. With an estimated harvest of around 700 crystal cores, the majority contributed by the serpents, along with approximately 1,000 stones and logs. At this rate, he would have ample materials collected in the remaining 2 days. However, the acquisition of crystal cores was rather slow. It was not feasible to challenge those more formidable beasts at this moment. Despite the higher yield of cores from such beasts, he lacked the strength to conquer them. Yet, if the raptors could evolve, Shen Chang's thoughts drifted to the Radiant Horned Raptor. Ah, the wings of angels. Must I truly venture to the free empire? Seeking a celestial battle in the cosmos is tantamount to courting death. The combat prowess of angels is beyond compare. Most crucially, survival in the cosmos poses a challenge for humans. Even breathing could prove difficult unless one possesses significant strength as a lord. But that is far from my current reality. He decided to set those thoughts aside for now, focusing on overcoming the immediate challenges before him. Just as he sighed in resignation, Carly's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Do you require the wings of angels? Shen Chang was taken aback, quickly nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I need them for the evolution of a unit. How did you acquire such a noble and powerful resource? Carly inquired, her curiosity piqued. When I return to Blue Star, I shall see if I can trade for some. If that fails, I have alternative evolution paths, Shen Chang replied nonchalantly. Alternative evolution paths? Carly's eyes widened in astonishment. It was known that the evolution routes of each unit were shrouded in mystery, and yet this human seemed well informed. However, each of them requires precious materials, he added. Of course, there are also the most basic evolutions, he continued, having previously examined the options. One evolution path for raptors requires merely 10 tons of beast flesh, coupled with some common herbs, to evolve into an armored raptor. The name alone suggests its formidable nature, encased in a layer of armor. Impressive, isn't it? Then you must strive diligently, Carly encouraged. Naturally, Shen Chang nodded, then curiously inquired, by the way, what happened to your injuries? Which race is responsible for them? And where is your territory? In this period, we are still under the protection of initial lords. Carly hesitated for a moment before responding. My territory has yet to be established. What? Shen Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. You have not established your territory? Isn't the first task for anyone entering the endless star void to find a place for their territory? Carly's eyes darted about, seemingly searching for an excuse. Well, you see, my Awaken talent is ocean devouring. Therefore, I suspect my units will be marine creatures, but I find myself in a forest. You understand? Hence I've been looking for a coastal area to establish my territory. Yes, precisely, she affirmed with a nod. Shen Chang regarded her with a bemused expression. Your talent. Your decision, yet your face reflects uncertainty. It is indeed a significant matter, as talents are closely linked to unit types. Shen Chang nodded in agreement. For instance, my name is Black Knight Fury, which clearly indicates a connection to dark creatures, such as bats or rats. However, the Fury enhances my unit's claws and teeth, granting them triple the strength at night. Are there clawed and toothed creatures in the ocean? There are, but not many. In comparison with terrestrial creatures, it is evident that 80 of the awakened species belong to the land. Conversely, the marine predators, as their nomenclature suggests, are predominantly aquatic, with the likelihood of awakened marine life reaching an astounding 90. It is no wonder that Carly is reluctant to summon her territory. Suddenly, Shen Chang paused, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes alight with astonishment. If memory serves correctly, the purple gold species is the blue whale, is it not? Shouldn't the blue whale be classified as a marine creature? Yet here we are, amidst a forest. Goodness, this fellow is shrouded in mystery. Regrettably, a significant crisis looms just 3 days away. I wonder if we shall survive it. Shen Chang sighed deeply. A grave crisis? What do you mean? Carly inquired. Momentarily taken aback, her curiosity piqued. Rumors have circulated that following the expiration of the 7-day protection period, the oppressive force of the planet will dissipate, and the Dark Elves will wreak havoc upon the Manhwa forest, leaving all creatures within unable to escape. Shen Chang replied somberly. The Dark Elves. Upon hearing those 4 words, Carly clenched her fists tightly, her expression radiating fury. Indeed, as one of the top 100 races in the cosmos, the terror of the Dark Elves is well known to you. However, it is inconceivable that I would resign myself to a passive demise, Shen Chang asserted earnestly. And what do you propose we do? Carly asked after a prolonged silence. This is a forest, the realm of elves. Dark Elves, being elves themselves, are even more formidable than their ordinary kin. Just you. Carly left her thought unfinished. Yet the implication was clear. How could a mere human contend against the Dark Elves? Shen Chang fell silent, fully aware of his own inadequacies in facing such an extraordinary race. Humanity stands no chance against them, even in unison. After all, would humans ever triumph against a coalition of ants? Let us not dwell on that. Our goal is not to vanquish the Dark Elves, but merely to survive. Shen Chang shook his head, inwardly cursing the Dark Elves. Have they lost their minds in their corrupted state? What compels them to ravage the forest? Are they truly that bored? Just because they possess angelic wings, do they believe themselves invincible? Will you truly become stronger with the angelic wings? Carly queried, her curiosity evident. Certainly, Shen Chang nodded. Once one acquires the angelic wings and collects other evolutionary items, transforming the Velociraptor into a Radiant Star Velociraptor would render him significantly more powerful. Moreover, the evolution of species also enhances the Lord's physical attributes. Most crucially, there is even a chance to randomly acquire a skill possessed by one of the species. That is the essence of it. Not only does the species ascend to a superior variety, but even humans can evolve into something extraordinary. Alas, I lack such an item. Carly chuckled softly. Shen Chang remained silent, merely observing the velociraptor indulging in its feast. Upon awakening, Shen Chang promptly led the velociraptor to the lakeside, where not only water awaited but also other ferocious beasts quenching their thirst. During Shen Chang's respite, the velociraptors did not idle. Instead, they diligently felled trees and shattered stones. Their antics while chopping down trees were somewhat amusing, utilizing their teeth, forelimbs, and sickle-shaped hind limbs in a flurry of activity. After 2 days of labor, they finally amassed the required materials: 2,000 crystal cores, 5,000 units of wood, 3,000 stones, and 1,000 spirit crystals. Arranging the materials before him, Shen Chang began to communicate with the core within him. Detection complete. Territory upgrade materials sufficient. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? A thought resonated within Shen Chang's mind. Suppressing his exhilaration, he declared, upgrade. After all his arduous toil, this was the purpose, to elevate his territory. Before the consciousness of the blue star dissipates entirely, he sought to gain even greater power. The consciousness of blue star typically protects for 7 days, a period often referred to as the novice protection or development phase. Once this protection elapses, the ensuing 23 days would usher in true chaos, with a survival rate of 1 in 10 not to be trifled with. As Shen Chang's words echoed, the colossal summoning crystal at the heart of his territory erupted in radiant light, illuminating the gathered materials before swiftly vanishing. Concurrently, the ground of his territory trembled, the outer barriers retracting before expanding outward. The foundational structures within the territory began to grow, including the Jurassic Park at the pinnacle, which also commenced its expansion. The sudden vibrations unsettled the velociraptors, causing them to call out in distress. Boom! Another structure emerged from the earth, enveloping the summoning crystal. The soil within the territory seemed infused with an extraordinary energy, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding land. As the skies opened, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Shen Chang did not seek shelter. Instead, he embraced the rain, observing the transformations unfolding around him. These changes, after all, were detailed in the tomes he had studied. Territory upgrades fundamentally encompass 3 aspects: soil expansion, environmental optimization, and structural enhancement, alongside a series of panel updates. Meanwhile, within the Lord's chamber, Carly closed her eyes, slowly attuning herself to her surroundings. It appeared that being a lord was indeed a commendable choice. No wonder so many races yearned to become lords in the endless star void. Regrettably, for her, it held no value. Their planet harbored no other life forms besides her own kind. Strengthening oneself was the true essence of power. A golden flame flickered in her eyes, exuding an air of nobility. Chapter 22. The wind god Pterosaur. The tremors within the territory gradually subsided, everything rejuvenated and transformed. Simultaneously, within Shen Chang's mind, a vast expanse of Jurassic dinosaur statues unfolded, endless in scope. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass reverberated through the stillness of the dark space. A shadow, gray and black, soared through the air, its ebony exterior fracturing to reveal a slate-gray hue beneath. Its once dull gaze sharpened into a fierce glare. A cry pierced the silence, echoing throughout the void. At that moment, Shen Chang gradually regained his composure, gazing upon his newly expanded territory, his eyes brimming with excitement. The territory now spanned 5 kilometers, more than doubling in size, accompanied by several new structures. What was that patch of soil? Shen Chang's heart brimmed with curiosity. Casting a glance at the basic data of his territory, he read, territory name, Jurassic Park level, level 2 territory structures, Lord's Chamber, Summoning House, Species Camp, Spirit Soil, Unlocked Species, Velociraptor, Pterosaur. Lord Skills, Dinosaur Fist, Decomposition Technique. Crystal Cores, 530 upgrade requirements, Crystal Cores 20,000, Origin Crystals 10,000, Stones 10,000, Wood 15,000, Lord Crystal 10, Sand 10 tons. The panel had also been updated, reflecting the names of the structures within the territory, alongside the revised upgrade requirements. When Shen Chang beheld the demands for the upgrade, he nearly fainted from shock. The requirement for origin crystals had skyrocketed to 10,000, an increase of tenfold. The same went for the crystal cores. While stones and wood were relatively easy to procure, they would consume more time. As for the sand, 10 tons posed no issue either. It would suffice to excavate within the lake. However, the Lord Crystal requires 10. What does the Lord Crystal signify? When a lord confirms the establishment of their territory, a larger crystal materializes at the center, known as the Lord Crystal. Typically, it is employed to obliterate the opposing territory. In essence, 1 Lord Crystal equates to a territory, and to upgrade a territory to level 2, 10 Lord Crystals are necessary, meaning one must destroy 10 territories. Shen Chang quickly shook his head. The nearby territory crystals were far too distant. He had just upgraded his territory and should not aspire too high. His gaze shifted to the new unit type, the pterosaur. However, He was uncertain which species it might be, as there are over 100 varieties of pterosaur, including the Kuanping pterosaur, Baitian pterosaur, bimodal tooth pterosaur, skin-wing pterosaur, Yukong pterosaur, Darwin pterosaur, and many more. He wondered which type he would summon and how many crystal cores would be required. Nonetheless, one would only discover the answer by attempting it. He was unsure if his more than 500 crystal cores would suffice. The summoning crystal was also covered by a structure known as the summoning house. Summoning units in front of the summoning crystal would result in their appearance in the unit camp. Approaching the summoning crystal, a thought emanated from it. Summon pterosaur crystal requires 500. Shen Chang mused to himself, glancing at his crystal cores, noting he had 530 left. Summoning the pterosaur would deplete all of them. However, with the old making way for the new, acquiring a new unit would enhance the collection of beast cores. Not to mention, this unit was a flying type. Once the trial period concluded, if he survived, he would certainly procure more firearms on Blue Star to transform the pterosaur into a bomber. Although firearms might not suffice against formidable foes, they would prove adequate during the novice phase. While Shen Chang pondered, another egg appeared in the unit camp, a 6-meter-tall egg. The velociraptors resting nearby immediately gathered, curiously observing the egg, which was several times larger than themselves. With the velociraptors' agitation, Shen Chang hurried to the unit camp. Upon entering, he beheld the colossal eggshell. What sort of pterosaur would emerge from such a grand egg? With so many varieties of pterosaurs, he was unaware of the specifics regarding the incubation time. For the velociraptors, it took merely 10 seconds. Nevertheless, as this was a new unit, Shen Chang patiently awaited its hatching. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, an hour had elapsed. Shen Chang began to feel drowsy. Just then, a crack echoed as the eggshell shattered. Startled, Shen Chang snapped to attention and lifted his gaze. A black fissure appeared on the eggshell adorned with blue patterns. Shen Chang focused intently, eagerly watching the shell. As the cracks multiplied, finally, a fragment fell away, seemingly triggering a cascade of fragments that soon revealed the creature within. A colossal dinosaur emerged, the pteranodon. Shen Chang murmured to himself. Indeed, this creature bore a magnificent name, the wind god pterosaur. It is the largest known flying creature on Blue Star, with wings that can span 11 meters. Its elongated, slender beak is not sharp but blunt. The most striking feature is the crest atop its head. The wind god pterosaur is not only the largest, but also possesses formidable strength. Adult wind god pterosaurs prey upon juvenile tyrannosaurs. This newly acquired unit surpassed Shen Chang's expectations. A flying unit with substantial combat prowess. Simultaneously, an array of evolutionary paths for the wind god pterosaur unfolded in Shen Chang's mind, 26 in total. Upon a cursory glance, he noted names such as the dark wind pterosaur, thunder destruction pterosaur, wind sovereign pterosaur, and light transformation pterosaur. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. The evolutionary paths of the wind god pterosaur were comparable to those of the velociraptor, with some materials required even more demanding. For instance, the dark wind pterosaur's evolution demands heart of the dark elf, core of the wind, law of the sky herb, dark or dark wind pterosaur, merging with darkness, untraceable. Corrosive wind, enigmatic. This evolutionary path exuded the essence of a stealthy assassin. Thunder lake water, thunderstrike wood, lightning, hamster ball, coconut core, thunder destruction pterosaur, master of thunder. Annihilating all, shattering darkness, swift as lightning. This evolutionary route seemingly grants the wind god pterosaur mastery over lightning. The first three materials appear manageable. But what on earth is a hamster ball? Shen Chang's mind brimmed with incredulous thoughts. Core of the wind, azure stone, wind of the cliff. Core of the wind, elemental spirit, nail of the fairy queen, wind sovereign pterosaur, master of all winds, slicing through all, moving with the wind, tornado annihilating everything. This, judging by its name, clearly pertains to the mastery of wind. Yet, what on earth would one need the fairy queen's nail for? Shen Chang began to doubt the legitimacy of this evolutionary path. Chapter 23, Convergence. There remain many more evolutions, such as the sky-covering pterosaur, which can reach heights of 200 meters, but its attack power diminishes significantly. In the early stages, it may fare adequately, but as others' units ascend, it becomes nothing but a living target, relegated to mere transport. Yet, how could Shen Chang ever consider such a fate? If evolution were to occur, it must yield the strongest form. For instance, the dark wind pterosaur, a quintessential assassin type, the prime choice for his inclinations. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the materials required for the dark wind pterosaur's evolution include the heart of a dark elf. Before him lay a dark elf. The very ambitions of the dark elf had placed it squarely against Shen Chang. If the opportunity to eliminate it arose, would the materials not come to him? Henceforth, your name shall be Big Wing. Shen Chang extended a hand to stroke the crest atop Big Wing's head, which appeared to relish the attention. Now, it was time to meet with Zijin Nan. Shen Chang clenched his fists and returned to his chamber. Carly, I am about to depart, he informed her. Depart? Where to? Carly queried, momentarily bewildered, gazing at Shen Chang in confusion. To unite with others and jointly repel the Dark Elves' advance, Shen Chang affirmed. Repel the Dark Elves? Just you all? Carly's tone brimmed with disbelief, as if he had uttered the most ludicrous joke. Regardless of the odds, he had to proceed. Shen Chang asserted resolutely. In that case, take me along. Carly's tone shifted, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Shen Chang. You? Shen Chang regarded her with a puzzled expression. What did this woman intend? Indeed, an additional ally could bolster their strength. Perhaps he could devise strategies for them. Carly nodded, her eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. It seemed she possessed a touch of charm. Then let us proceed. Shen Chang remained somewhat indifferent. There is a saying that rings true. More hands yield greater strength. 3 cobblers can outmatch Zhuge Liang. That night, Shen Chang and Carly stood upon the back of the wind god pterosaur, soaring toward the location specified by Zijin Nan. Below, a fleet of 30 velociraptors, led by Sunda, raced forward with unrestrained fervor. The ground beneath them was anything but tranquil, unlike the serene sky above. Nevertheless, with Shen Chang's admonition echoing in their minds, they endeavored to avoid combat whenever possible, prioritizing their journey above all else. They stealthily navigated their path, managing to keep pace with the soaring pterosaur. This particular unit is rather impressive, Carly remarked, her gaze transfixed on the magnificent pterosaur beneath them. This aerial troop, grand in stature and seemingly formidable in combat prowess, could indeed be deemed an exemplary species. Shen Chang remained silent, his eyes fixed intently upon the heavens, as if he were observing something of great significance. Why do you keep looking upwards? Carly queried, a note of confusion threading through her voice. Ever since their ascent from the territory, Shen Chang had maintained his gaze towards the sky, as though something ethereal were drawing his attention. His demeanor remained unchanged, his tone devoid of warmth. I have a fear of heights. What? Carly's eyes widened in disbelief. A fear of heights. Such a reason was rather unexpected. Yet here you are, perched upon a flying creature. She shot him a quizzical glance. Why not opt for a terrestrial unit instead, especially knowing your acrophobia? Humans are truly peculiar. You fail to comprehend. Shen Chang waved a dismissive hand. To soar freely through the skies is a universal aspiration. Humanity's yearning for the heavens has never waned. Had I possessed wings of my own, I would certainly have attempted to fly, regardless of my fear of heights. As time passed, 4 hours swiftly elapsed, and Shen Chang had maintained his posture throughout. Below, a vast territory came into view. Without hesitation, he commanded the pterosaur to descend gradually towards the ground, aiming for the territory he had spotted. Upon reaching the lower altitude, he observed various other units stationed at the perimeter of the territory. Simultaneously, the sound of the pterosaur's wings flapping resonated within the territory, alerting its inhabitants. Oh, more visitors have arrived, exclaimed Zijin Nan, clad in a Zhongshan suit, as he eagerly sprang to his feet and hastened outside. The others in the room exchanged glances, promptly joining him in the open air. They beheld a colossal pterosaur, from whose back gracefully descended striking figures, both male and female. Why is it that as a lord, he has a companion while I do not? Zijin Nan pondered. Could these be prehistoric creatures, the pterosaur and velociraptor? While such units may be formidable in the early stages, once our units evolve, they shall surely surpass them. Alas, the evolutionary paths of prehistoric creatures are exceedingly elusive, especially considering the vast diversity among the dinosaur species. Yet, it cannot be denied that the one possessing dinosaur units is undoubtedly among the elite of us. Moreover, the pressing concern remained, surviving the imminent challenges ahead. The onlookers engaged in hushed discussions. A peculiar light flickered in Zijin Nan's eyes as he hurried forward. Is that you, Jiaxiong? Stunned into silence, Shen Chang's expression froze. He had chosen to use his own name on the Jojo trading platform, yet now, he was confronted with an unexpected association. Pray tell, which character relates to Diao? Oh, you mean the latter part of Chang? Shen Chang sighed in relief. Well then, that settles it. Zijin Nan, do try to maintain some semblance of normalcy, Shen Chang remarked, his countenance stiff with annoyance. It was vexing to have his name so altered. Who wouldn't harbor a modicum of resentment? There's no need for such formality. Simply call me Ainen, Zijin Nan replied, a grin spreading across his face as he ruffled his own hair. Brother Nan, we've already dug it out. We can begin the brewing. A slender figure rushed over, excitement radiating from him as he addressed Zijin Nan. Excellent. This gives us a place to deliberate. Zijin Nan nodded thoughtfully. However, Shen Chang found himself mulling over the implications of being instructed to call him Ainen, while those around him referred to him as Brother Nan. What did this signify? Was there an intention to subdue him? As he contemplated, Shen Chang's gaze drifted towards the individuals trailing behind Zijin Nan. Defeating the Dark Elves would require more than just himself and Zijin Nan. He was uncertain of how many allies Zijin Nan had summoned or what sacrifices had been made. A total of 5 individuals had appeared alongside Zijin Nan. One was clad in a suit, adorned with a large golden chain, exuding an air of wealth. Such individuals were always to Shen Chang's liking. The second was a robust man sporting a tank top, his body marked with tattoos, a clear signal to tread carefully. The remaining 2 emanated an aura that rendered them difficult to approach. One was somewhat portly with a gray magpie perched upon his shoulder, while the other, the one who had rushed towards Zijin Nan, was the slender youth, rumored to be involved in some excavation activities. The last individual, holding a lollipop, appeared rather eccentric. None of them seemed particularly trustworthy. As Shen Chang scrutinized them, the group was equally observing him, including Carly, who stood by his side. Jiao Xiong, is this lady your wife? Zijin Nan inquired, his expression hesitant as he regarded Shen Chang. Not quite. She encountered some trouble, and I rescued her. For the time being. She resides within my territory, Shen Chang clarified, shaking his head. I see. Zijin Nan nodded, deep in thought. Chapter 24, The Forces at Play. Behind Zijin Nan's territory. Within a spacious cavern, the sound of bubbling water echoed. A large circular pool, shrouded in mist, revealed 7 figures reclining at its edge, their eyes closed in serene enjoyment. Little Ma, I finally understand why you are so favored by Anan, a rotund figure murmured. You truly know how to indulge. Shen Chang nodded slightly, realizing that this was indeed the lifestyle of a lord. However, his expression of enjoyment soon faded as he recalled Zijin Nan's earlier comment. Jiao Xiong, the woman beside you appears to be extraordinary. Shen Chang paused, then inquired, what makes you say that? Her aura. Zijin Nan gestured towards himself. My own presence is undeniably noble, yet I cannot recall any woman on Blue Star who possesses such regal grace. Moreover, she does not seem entirely human. Zijin Nan had anticipated that this revelation might provoke Shen Chang's ire, given the implication that his companion was not of human origin. Yet, Shen Chang's countenance remained unperturbed, even remarkably calm. Are you aware? Zijin Nan asked, astonished. Only uncertain, Shen Chang replied, shaking his head. His wariness towards Carly had never waned. Who would believe in the notion of falling into a fortuitous circumstance, especially with a beautiful woman? Her wounds suggested a profound mystery, and within days, the extensive scars along her back had astonishingly vanished. Shen Chang was plagued by 2 hypotheses. Either she had employed some miraculous salve for rapid healing, or perhaps Carly was not human at all. Are you not afraid? Zijin Nan questioned, his eyes wide with surprise as he regarded Shen Chang. Why should I be? Tomorrow is uncertain. Having a beautiful woman to gaze upon in the meantime is rather pleasant, Shen Chang replied, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. While he had initially harbored some skepticism regarding Carly's presence, he soon realized the futility of such doubts. He was utterly destitute, possessing nothing of value. Would Carly truly covet him for his looks? Shen Chang would welcome that notion. Besides, having Carly by his side could only serve to benefit him. At least there is someone to converse with you. At the very least, during mealtimes, one has companionship. It is important to remember that humans are inherently social creatures. I truly admire the thoughts of Brother Liu. Zijin Nan sighed. If it were him, knowing that a being from the myriad races was by his side, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to uncover her true nature. Only by confirming her harmlessness could he fully trust her. A fleeting thought darted through his mind. Shen Chang swiftly dismissed the distractions in his head and turned his gaze towards Zijin Nan. Ahem, each of you is a peerless genius of the 9 provinces, destined to become the foremost lords in the land. Sooner or later, Zijin Nan initiated. Nan, feel free to speak your mind, no need for any pretense. Interjected Zhou Su, adorned with a large golden chain. Indeed, this is the wealthy Zhou Su, who has previously conducted 2 transactions with Shen Chang. Let me introduce myself. I am Zijin Nan, gifted with the ancient capitals of the 6 dynasties, my units being the Yangtze alligator and the blue whale. Zijin Nan surveyed the group, his meaning unmistakable. Zhou Su, you may call me a Su, my talent is overstepping, and my units are the peach blossom tree and bamboo. Shi Li, talent in the Great Lake, with units being the black swan and the flat-headed brother. King Su, just call me Old Su, my talent is wine, and my units are the saber-toothed tiger. Mon, my talent is treasure hunting, with units being the pangolin and the bee. You can call me Fatty, my talent is absorption, and my units are the gray magpie and goose. Shen Chang, my talent is night rampage, with units being the velociraptor and the pterosaur. Each person shared their basic information. With each revelation, Shen Chang's lips twitched. Why do these talents seem so peculiar? At first glance, one cannot discern much. Zijin Nan's 6 dynasties capital appears impressive, yet enigmatic. As for Zhou Su's overstepping, is that truly a talent? It sounds more like an idiom. And Great Lake, what a rather mundane name. Perhaps you've omitted a detail? The one with the talent of wine, does it pertain to drinking or brewing? The only ones I could somewhat fathom are Ma and Fatty, with their talents of treasure hunting and absorption. Absorption remains a mystery as to what it encompasses. Quite perplexing indeed. I trust you are all familiar with each other's basic information, as we are comrades in battle. Tomorrow marks the day when the consciousness of the blue star dissipates. Currently, Little Ma's bees are monitoring that dark elf. We are situated in the fringe area, and we will have some time to prepare before the dark elf attacks. Let us hope we can survive till tomorrow, Zijin Nan sighed. Are we just the 8 of us? Shen Chang inquired curiously. There is also a girl named Lian Yun outside. In total, there are only 8 of us. It hardly seems sufficient. Zijin and hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, there are two more. They are a bit slow. Old Su stroked his chin. With all those tattoos, he certainly looks formidable. Sigh, these two were not originally invited. They sought me out, Anan stated. Isn't that splendid? More hands mean more strength, Shili commented. Well, how should I put it? These two are rather overly confident in themselves. Anan found it somewhat difficult to articulate. What are their names? Shen Chang asked. They call themselves the Guan brothers, Guan Yun and Guan Nan. Zijin Nan introduced. Why bother with all that? Isn't having two more people a good thing? Fatty rolled his eyes. Once they arrive, you will understand. Zijin Nan sighed. Do we have any plans regarding the Dark Elf incidents? Shili inquired with curiosity. What plans could we possibly have? Upon receiving the news, I immediately dispatched word throughout the forest. Currently, there exists another human faction led by someone named Marco Polo, whose numbers are likely comparable to ours. Additionally, there is a lone wolf known as Mo Hai, who is exceptionally powerful. His units are the Golden Eagle and Giant Eagle. Presently, the human factions consist of the three of us, Zijin Nan stated. Following that, there are the other races' factions. I am unaware if they have united. 3 human groups, along with other races. Shen Chang closed his eyes, beginning to ponder. If all the factions in the forest were to unite, there might indeed be a glimmer of hope for victory. After all, no matter how formidable the Dark Elves are, they cannot be exceedingly powerful. This is merely a trial period. The Dark Elves, like their human counterparts, have only just reached maturity. This presents an opportunity. Should we survive this ordeal, we might even venture into the third-tier territory before the trial period concludes. A smile spread across Zijin Nan's face. Interesting, I perceive your plan now. Old Su smacked his lips. The fierce tiger tattooed on his chest seemed to come alive. If we truly prevail, the other factions within the Manhwa forest will undoubtedly suffer significant losses, perhaps allowing us to defeat them afterward and seize the Lord Crystal, Fatty said, unable to suppress a laugh. South brother, your strategy is indeed clever. Zijin Nan quickly waved his hands, adopting a humble demeanor, though his lips were stretched in a grin, betraying his inner pride. How naive. Perhaps the other races harbor similar ambitions, Zhou interjected, dousing the excitement with a wave of cold water. The group immediately regained their composure, particularly Shen Chang, who had experienced this before. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 25, Powerful Talents. By the way, I have a question. Anan, you mentioned your unit is the blue whale. Yet, we are in a forest. How does your unit survive? Shen Chang asked with curiosity. As soon as Shen Chang spoke, all eyes turned towards him, genuinely intrigued. If memory serves, Zijin Nan stated his units were the Yangtze alligator and the blue whale. The Yangtze alligator is understandable, but the blue whale is a true marine creature. Ahem, this pertains to my talent. Zijin Nan scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. My talent is the 6 Dynasties capital. The 6 Dynasties capital consists of 6 levels, each ancient capital being an independent space. Currently, I have awakened the water capital, where my combat power increases in the presence of water, and I can communicate with and summon water domains. I have connected with the ocean, thus placing my units within the water capital, Zijin Nan explained. Upon hearing his words, everyone inhaled sharply in disbelief. Goodness gracious. The 6 Dynasties capital, each capital being an independent space, and the ability to communicate with water domains. If you were to battle atop the sea, wouldn't you truly be the Sea King? No, rather, the Water King. This talent is indeed extraordinary. In comparison to Zijin Nan, my Night Rampage seems less impressive. My talent is somewhat similar to yours. Yet yours has merely unlocked 10%. Shili sighed, his eyes filled with envy. However, the most inexplicably formidable one remains your overstepping. Asu. It sounds quite imposing. Zijin Nan cast a curious glance at Asu. Shen Chang also perked up. Asu was indeed his good brother. His gaze inadvertently swept over Asu's large golden chain. Quite ostentatious, indeed. As the name suggests, overstepping means that on the ground, no one can challenge me. But as for overstepping, I am uncertain. However, I have a suspicion that it pertains to my inability to fly, regardless of how strong I may become in the future. As he spoke, Asu's eyes brimmed with unwillingness. Unable to fly? Shen Chang stroked his chin, pondering why Asu incessantly inquired about flight techniques and manuals. It dawned on him, however, the claim of being invincible on the ground remained uncertain. Asu's units consisted of peach trees and bamboo, both botanical soldiers. Didiao, your innate talent is Night Fury. Does that imply your combat prowess is only unleashed under the cover of darkness? Asked Zijin Nan with curiosity. Shen Chang's lips twitched. Did this fellow have a penchant for nicknaming others? Perhaps it would be best to find an opportunity to deal with him. In a matter of moments, he had accumulated several new monikers. Nevertheless, Shen Chang chose to respond to Zijin Nan's inquiry. Indeed, my ability only manifests at night. This poses a bit of a conundrum. He replied. Zijin Nan frowned. How so? Shen Chang inquired, intrigued. The dark powers of dark elves are significantly amplified at night. During that time, we can't even discern their traces, Zijin Nan elucidated. Dark elves are the favored children of the night, omnipresent in the shadows. No matter. I can still engage in combat during the day, Shen Chang countered, shaking his head. Very well then, let us first devise a strategy. With that, the group emerged from the hot spring, clad in bathrobes, and made their way to Zijin Nan's quarters. One couldn't help but admire his flair for indulgence. Even bathrobes were at his disposal. Indeed, aside from himself, everyone else was affluent. Upon entering Zijin Nan's room, Shen Chang was nearly overwhelmed by the mountain of blueprints before him. Feel free to take what you like. I have an abundance of these, Zijin Nan remarked nonchalantly. They're merely blueprints, after all. Shen Chang inhaled deeply. Merely blueprints? I shall possess some of my own in due time. Yes. Perhaps I shall acquire a few once the battle concludes. If you require any, I can provide them. I have an abundance, Zhou Su interjected, tossing Shen Chang a storage device. Goodness, Shen Chang exclaimed, taken aback. Did the wealthy wield such generosity? To simply toss a storage device? For context, a basic storage device on Blue Star was priced in the hundreds of millions. It was far too precious. He could not accept it. Shen Chang shook his head and hurriedly returned the ring to Zhou Su. No, it isn't precious. I have plenty of these. Besides, that lord's insignia you traded me was a tremendous help. At that time, I was preoccupied with evolving my peach trees and had no time to seek out the myriad races, thanks to you. ASU shook his head. There's no need for refusal. Just keep an eye out for flying skills in the future. Consider it a reward. Shen Chang wished to continue speaking, but was promptly interrupted by ASU. Seeing no other option, Shen Chang accepted the storage device, silently resolving that this was a friendship worth cultivating. They then proceeded to Zijin Nan's lord's chamber. Shen Chang nearly believed he had returned to Blue Star. The ambience, lighting, sofas, air conditioning, was all present, in stark contrast to his own lord's room, which lacked even basic amenities. Sit, Xiaoma, please bring me some tea, Zijin Nan commanded. Certainly, the finest Yuhua tea, came the response. One cup after another of steaming tea was placed before them. Old Su frowned slightly, quietly producing a flask of her QO. Old Su, cannot handle tea. I must resort to liquor instead. The expressions of everyone visibly froze. They had heard of tea being used in place of liquor, but never the reverse. However, Shen Chang pondered. Old Su's talent seemed to revolve around alcohol. This thought led him to consider the others as well. Su Gu, is your talent alcohol? Mon curiously inquired. To put it simply, when I am inebriated, both I and my units become immune to pain, and my combat abilities surge dramatically. However, there are drawbacks. I must drink frequently. Old Su nodded, downing a cup of liquor in one swift motion. Rude, Zilly raised an eyebrow, noting that Old Su's style was somewhat mismatched with his own preference for elegance and sweetness. Silently, Zilly produced a packet of granulated sugar, adding a pinch to his teacup. Shen Chang began to contemplate. In a way, Old Su's talent mirrored his own. One was proactive, while the other was passive. If Shen Chang were to possess Old Su's talent, he would struggle. He was truly not adept at handling alcohol. After all, who could withstand drinking every day? However, if memory served, Old Su's unit was merely a saber-toothed tiger. Was it not? Old Su, has your saber-toothed tiger evolved? Shen Chang asked with interest. Of course, it has evolved into a cloud tiger, Old Su replied, his face glowing with joy. A cloud tiger, you say? Zhou Su's back teeth unconsciously clenched. Ever since my awakened unit, I have been preparing for its evolution, neglecting the collection of upgrade materials. Despite his words, the pride on Old Su's face was unmistakable. As he grew excited, he downed another large bowl of liquor. Acquiring upgrade materials is straightforward. Just tell me what you need, and I shall procure it, Zhou Su offered. Very well, I shall not be modest then, Old Su nodded, raising a bowl of liquor in a toast to ASU. However, Changbro, your unit poses quite a conundrum. After finishing his drink, Old Su's gaze shifted to Shen Chang. Units that are prehistoric creatures are inherently rare, and yours, being a dinosaur, the former sovereign of Blue Star, holds immense potential in my eyes. Yet, the variety of dinosaurs is countless. There are over 100 types of pterosaurs alone. The awakening of dinosaur units in JoJo is exceedingly scarce, rendering your evolution path rather challenging. His saber-toothed tiger was fortunate. Many had awakened saber-toothed tigers, yet over the years, only two primary evolution paths had been delineated, the blade tiger and the cloud tiger. As for pterosaurs, it seemed no one in JoJo had awakened such a unit. Take your time, observe which materials he shows interest in, and we can gradually experiment. Opportunities abound. Shen Chang remained composed. For an ordinary person awakening a rare unit without a clear evolution path, it would indeed be prudent to try each one methodically. The number of extinct units was staggering, yet he had an advantage. The evolution paths and requisite materials lay before him, and he needed only to proceed step by step. Anan, we're here. Suddenly, a voice rang from outside the territory. All eyes turned toward the source. Indeed, two individuals stood outside, animatedly waving at Lian Yun. These are the Guan brothers I mentioned, Guan Yun and Guan Nan, Zijin Nan remarked with a wry smile. They certainly appeared somewhat dubious. The group exchanged glances before reaching a consensus. Greetings, everyone. I am Guan Yun, My talent is butterfly transformation, and my unit is a butterfly, which has successfully evolved once. I am Guan Nan. You may call me Brother Nan. My talent is fearlessness, and my unit is a moth. Ahem, Lianhua Mei. I entrust this pair of hidden talents to you. Zijin Nan's face turned pale. I haven't even asked them to call me Brother Nan, and you're already getting carried away. I am beginning to believe your words. They are indeed quite ordinary. Strange, what is a bean moth? I've never heard of it, Shen Chang mused, stroking his chin as he pondered. Is there a possibility that this moth refers to the insect variant? Shili approached Shen Chang, patting him on the shoulder. Shen Chang was taken aback. Thus, one of these individuals is a caterpillar, while the other is a moth. Ah, indeed. They are akin to the hidden dragon and the phoenix chick. Now, let us devise a plan. Observing as Zijin Nan strides toward the command position. The others express no dissent. After all, this is inherently Zijin Nan's domain. Even the most unruly among them, ASU, has fallen silent. First, Lao Su Xiaoma. And I shall divert the attention of the dark elves. I will conjure a maritime expanse to cause disturbances, while Lao Su, you will create distractions from the skies. Our primary objective is to draw the dark elves' focus toward us. Xiaoma, allow your pangolin and bees to act naturally. Upon hearing Zijin Nan's words, Lao Su's brow furrows. Just the three of us, confronting the dark elves head-on? Isn't that akin to throwing eggs against a stone? Of course, we are not alone. Mark Bohong will accompany Doflamingo, with one commanding serpents and the other crabs, thereby enhancing our combat efficacy within my maritime domain. Should the other races exhibit wisdom, they might also come forth to lend assistance, though we must remain vigilant against their treachery. Zijin Nan's expression grows earnest. In the boundless star void, trust is a rare commodity, particularly among races. Racial affiliations signify planetary ties, and the conflicts within a planet are often more brutal than those sanctioned by their lords. Fear not. We shall retain a strategic advantage, Zhou interjects. As for ASU, Silly, and Shen Chang, your primary task will be to contend with the trees manipulated by the Dark Hearts. The Demon Sea should join you in battle. Upon the conclusion of Zijin Nan's proclamation, Shen Chang and the others instinctively nod in agreement. However, Shen Chang's curiosity prompts him to inquire, what manner of being is the Demon Sea? Zijin Nan ponders for a moment. The Demon Sea, one might say, is an exceptionally versatile individual, remarkably distinguished in all pursuits. He possesses a moniker. A moniker? Shen Chang's eyes brighten. Could it be akin to my own grand moniker? He is known as Hai Dafu, a name that succinctly encapsulates his wealth. When he ventured into the boundless star void, he brought with him a plethora of evolutionary materials, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, his troops have undoubtedly completed their evolution by now. Zijin Nan elucidates. I see, Shen Chang nods slightly. Indeed, aside from my own impoverished state, it seems I encounter only the affluent. Lianhua Mei and the Guan brothers will be tasked with creating disruptions, primarily targeting the animals controlled by the Dark Elves. Assistance will undoubtedly arrive for you. Upon hearing Zijin Nan's arrangements, everyone instinctively nods in concurrence. The assignments align perfectly with the circumstances. Personnel are designated to handle the Dark Elves, as well as the trees and beasts under their control. As for the myriad issues at hand, if the lords of the Manhwa forest wish to survive, they must orchestrate their own arrangements. I believe you are overlooking a crucial point. Suddenly, Carly, who had been silent until now, rises. What point? Zijin Nan is taken aback. The Dark Elves' dark energy can incite a frenzy in the species they manipulate and possesses illusory capabilities. Do you possess a means to shield against their dark energy? Illusionary abilities? This is news to Zijin Nan. My innate skill should be able to obscure illusions, though it can only extend to those in my immediate vicinity. Carly gazes at Zijin Nan with surprise. This human must be an exceptional talent within their race. And what of the dark energy? Its corrosiveness is formidable. A moment's negligence could leave a wound that accompanies you throughout your life, Carly continues. I possess a weapon, though I cannot ascertain its durability. As she speaks, a brick quietly manifests in Zijin Nan's hand. What sort of weapon is this? Shen Chang is taken aback. A brick? It does not appear so. This is my heirloom. Known as Yuhua Stone, its defining trait is its hardness, Zijin Nan replies proudly. Chapter 27. The Emergence of the Dark Elves. Yuhua Stone. It sounds as harmonious as your Yuhua tea, Shen Chang remarks, taking a small sip. Not quite. I merely appreciate the aesthetic of the name. In the future, I shall cultivate such tea leaves in my spirit field, and those who enjoy it are welcome to procure some from me. Zijin Nan grins. It is merely a weapon. I shall procure something similar upon returning to Blue Star. Zhou scoffs, his eyes filled with regret. This visit was far too hasty, and I brought hardly anything along. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 hours until dawn. Prepare yourselves for battle, Zijin Nan states earnestly as he glances at the time. 3 hours. I wonder from where the Dark Elves will launch their assault. Lao Su sighs. Do you think the Dark Elves are lacking in intellect? Why would they seek to destroy this forest without cause? Fatty wears a bitter smile, his plump face etched with despondence. I believe I heard him searching for something. Mon hesitates before explaining. Searching for something? If we were to locate the object he seeks and present it to him, might he not refrain from ravaging the forest? Fatty's eyes light up. If that were a possibility, he would truly prefer to avoid confrontation with the Dark Elves. They are currently far too weak, having only undergone a single evolution, with some yet to begin their transformation. To engage the pinnacle of the myriad races in the cosmos under such circumstances is overwhelming. Yet, he fails to notice that as he utters these words, Carly, positioned beside Shen Chang, shudders slightly. That is impossible. I have perused the ancient texts of my lineage regarding the myriad races of the cosmos, particularly the Dark Elves. Unlike the elves, their actions are entirely contrary. While the elves cherish peace, they seek to obliterate everything. While the elves delight in saving lives, they revel in taking them. In essence, the Dark Elves and the fallen angel race are universally despised throughout the cosmos, garnering little affection from anyone. They fear nothing, no one can forge a bond with them. And their existence is spent in perpetual conflict, destruction, and the execution of tasks and assassinations, Zijin elucidates. Indeed, if possible, it is best to place no trust in any race. We fight for the sake of Blue Star, Josu affirms, their perspectives aligning for once. Let us prepare for battle. Then, Shen Chang clenches his fists. We shall fight. Lao Su, brimming with excitement, raises his bottle in celebration. Time slips by unnoticed, and the air grows slightly cooler. Shen Chang and Carly sit across from the Velociraptors, quietly enjoying the sight of the dinosaurs feasting. When the battle commences, seize the opportunity to flee, Shen Chang suddenly proposes. Carly freezes momentarily. You want me to escape? Carly gazes at Shen Chang in disbelief, as if hearing something unfathomable. In that moment, Shen Chang's attention remains fixed on the Velociraptors, oblivious to Carly's expression. Indeed, during our battle with the Dark Elves, they should be preoccupied enough to overlook anyone fleeing the forest. You could take this chance to depart. Upon hearing his words, Carly bursts into laughter. Young brother, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If the Dark Elves truly become distracted, it is you who should be the first to flee. With that, Carly steps closer to Shen Chang, gently placing her finger on his forehead. This is quite amusing. I have never encountered such an experience before. The warmth of her finger against Shen Chang's cool forehead sends a shiver through him. For reasons unknown, his heart quakes. What do you mean? You are the younger one here. How can you discern my age? Shen Chang's lips curl into a smile. Strangely, the oppressive weight he had felt begins to dissipate gradually. Carly, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Shen Chang murmured to himself while watching Carly's retreating figure. Boom. Accompanied by the dissipating consciousness of the blue star in the purple-gold southern territory, a brand new aura instantaneously enveloped the land. Simultaneously, although it was the early dawn, the sky was shrouded in darkness, resembling a dense fog. The trees, obscured by this black mist, began to stretch their branches menacingly. In an instant, the eyes of many forest creatures turned pitch black, and they roared in frenzy, wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. Numerous lords, still slumbering within the territory, failed to react in time and were crushed by the unleashed ferocity of the beasts and the rampaging trees. At the very center of the black fog, a dark elf with translucent wings laughed maniacally as he surveyed the remnants beneath him. Carly, where have you hidden yourself? Come forth at once. From a high vantage point overlooking the Manhwa forest, one could see the once vibrant greenery being engulfed by darkness. Damn that dark elf. He truly intends to annihilate the forest. Fortunately, we received intelligence in advance and were prepared. We must unite to thwart him. But can we truly stop him? He is a dark elf, far beyond our capabilities. Regardless of our chances, our territory is anchored here, and even in flight, escape is futile. The surrounding beasts are under his control. Whether we perish sooner or later, death is inevitable. It would be wiser to band together and fight. Perhaps there is still hope for escape. I am even more curious about who disseminated the news of the Dark Elf's intent to attack the Manhwa forest days ago. Under the looming dread of death, the myriad races began to coalesce as one. The Dark Elf merely observed the assembled multitude below, a smirk creeping across his lips. A motley crew, so unsightly, surely Carly would not be hiding among them. With a flick of his wrist, a bow emanating a dark aura materialized in his grasp, adorned with peculiar and mysterious patterns. Another wave of his hand summoned a leaf from a nearby tree, which fluttered delicately into his palm. The leaf then morphed, its tip elongating until it took the form of an arrow. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, the dark elf aimed at the gathered masses below. With a slight parting of his lips, he gradually released his grip. A beam of black light shot forth from his hand, enveloping the crowd below in an instant. The sounds of corrosion echoed through the air as the cries of the myriad races reverberated throughout the forest. You think you can unite against me? The dark elf's disdainful voice rang out, yet no one responded. All had been reduced to ash by his dark energy. Where could she have possibly hidden? The dark elf gazed out over the vast expanse of forest, letting out a faint sigh as he continued to flap his wings and soar ahead. Chapter 28. Various Strategies. Anan. I believe the time has come for us to act. The blackened sky loomed ever closer to their position. Shilly could not help but cast a glance towards Anan. Do not rush. Let these pawns expend more of the dark elf's energy first, Zijingnan replied, shaking his head with an air of tranquility, entirely disregarding the anguished screams of the myriad races. What are you waiting for? Zhou inquired, furrowing his brow. To be honest, the scene before them was exceedingly brutal. They watched helplessly as a humanoid being disintegrated before their eyes, corrupted by darkness. The visceral sight of flesh and blood dissolving piece by piece amidst the pervasive stench of blood. It was important to remember that they were merely 18-year-olds who had just awakened their talents. Confronting such a harrowing sight was indeed a heavy burden for them. We wait for a genuine warrior from the myriad races to delay the dark elf, Zijingnan stated coldly, his tone betraying no hint of a typical 18-year-old, but rather that of a seasoned general strategizing for battle. You intend for others to draw the dark elf's attention first? Shen Chang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, if others can take on that role, why should we? I prefer to see our human kin remain intact, Zijingnan replied calmly. Let us remain patient. After all, he is still far from us. I refuse to believe there are no talented individuals among the myriad races ahead, Zijingnan asserted confidently. The others began to relax, settling in to observe. After all, they were still at a distance. It was advantageous to tire the enemy further. However, no one noticed that Carly's figure was gradually fading away. On another battlefield, the dark elf swept through all obstacles like a tank, utterly obliterating each territory in his path, searching for the individual he sought. Just then, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the sky. The dark elf immediately looked up to see a large red sparrow soaring above. Remarkably, this sparrow was about 7 meters in length. On its back perched a humanoid figure clad in black. Could it be a formidable genius? The dark elf raised an eyebrow, though his tone remained indifferent. Boom. The ground trembled beneath him as he observed a dozen colossal elephants advancing step by step. Oh, the long-haired elephants of the pig trample planet? They seem to have undergone some evolution. Perhaps they are now nose elephants? A roar erupted from behind the elephants, capturing the dark elf's attention. Sand crocodiles. Interesting. 3 races have allied together? The dark elf murmured to himself. Flying troops, the red sparrow, land troops, the nose elephants, and the sand crocodiles. Yet, 3 of them hardly seemed formidable enough. The dark elf tilted his head, appearing somewhat endearing despite his ominous presence. As long as you promise not to harm us, we will not impede your progress. The bat-fanged creature atop the red sparrow maintained a calm demeanor while addressing the dark elf. Impeded by you? You overestimate yourselves. The dark elf could not help but laugh. His expression quickly turned cold. In that case, let us see what you are truly capable of. The bat-fanged creature snorted in response, promptly blowing a whistle. Suddenly, a chicken-headed being clad in suspenders approached, wielding a round weapon, its body twisting awkwardly as it drew nearer to the dark elf. Genitami aliens, how repugnant. The dark elf grimaced, his expression one of utter disdain. Damn dark elf, prepare to witness the might of our Genitami, the chicken-headed creature declared angrily, snapping the straps of its suspenders before tossing the round object into the air, which transformed into a small black claw mid-flight, hurtling towards the dark elf. Without hesitation, the dark elf shot forth a sharp arrow. The arrow collided with the small black claw, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave sent leaves cascading to the ground all around them. Amid the chaos, a cacophony of bizarre sounds erupted, causing both the bat-fanged creature and the pig-trampling beings, even the dark elf himself, to instinctively cover their ears. It can be said that everyone present, apart from the genie Tai Mei extraterrestrial being, was struggling immensely against the overwhelming sound. Meanwhile, the genie Tai Mei individual reveled in the act of stretching his arms wide. From the jungle behind him, a steady stream of hens floated towards him, accompanied by his peculiar melody, rendering the chaotic scene even more tumultuous. What manner of race is this? Their ability seems almost overpowered. Silly gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle in the distance. The scene was truly breathtaking. The genie Tai Mei race, a peculiar anomaly within the cosmos. Zijingnan spoke with great difficulty, explaining that their race's innate talents were fixed, known as the only dance. This dance could stir the anger within hearts and induce a sense of chaos among foes. Such a race was naturally suited to serve as tanks that attracted hatred. Indeed, I have already found myself the target of their ire, Guannan thought with a conflicted expression. Once we grow stronger, we must eliminate threats from the universe. Guan Yun began to echo this sentiment. You shall perish. The dark elf roared, furious. Struggling with even the most basic flight, he wobbled in the air, glaring angrily at the genie Tai Mei being. The dark patterns on his face began to glow ominously as he gripped his black bow. 5 ebony arrows were drawn, aimed directly at the genie Tai Mei individual. With a rapid 5-shot volley, he enveloped the genie Tai Mei in a cloud of dust. Within that dust, suddenly, thick ropes began to emerge, bursting forth and entwining themselves around the dark elf in the sky. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be ropes were, in fact, the trunks of an elephant's nose. In an instant of distraction, dozens of these trunks ensnared the dark elf's form, subsequently slamming him downwards. The bat-tooth people. still perched upon the red sparrow, suddenly had their eyes light up as two purple snakes appeared behind them, their scales glimmering. With steady triangular heads, they eyed the plummeting dark elf and without hesitation, dove downwards, sinking their fangs into his arm. At that moment, the dark elf had just been thrown to the ground by the elephant. Facing him were several gaping maws. 3 yellow crocodiles opened their jaws wide, viciously biting into the dark elf's body. The elephant advanced with great strides, its massive frame crashing down and pinning the dark elf. The purple-scaled venomous snakes and the sandy crocodiles that had once been part of him were now reduced to mere flesh and blood. As the dead sandy crocodile began to shed grains of sand, a humanoid figure composed of water emerged, summoning a torrent that engulfed the dark elf. The entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Shen Chang could only watch in disbelief as the dark elf was dragged across the ground, ruthlessly ravaged by various troops. Soon after, silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 29. The emergence of the demon sea. The battle commences. Is this truly the end? It seems we have yet to make our entrance, Fatty remarked, wide-eyed. Isn't this a good outcome? It spares us casualties, allowing us to continue living, Mon replied cheerfully, preferring to avoid conflict. After all, his pangolin and bees possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. Nangu, what is your take on the current situation? Mon inquired of Zijin Nan. If the dark elf were to perish so easily, it would be an underestimation of the combat prowess of the top 100 races in the universe. Zijin Nan shot a sidelong glance at Fatty. However, we can still intervene. Someone has already drawn the dark elf's ire towards them, he responded. What are we waiting for? Charge! Guan Nan, the fearless scion of the Guan family, exclaimed as he donned a green-skinned coat, commanding a swarm of moths to swiftly advance. Lianhuame, should you truly wish to lead these two, be mindful of one thing. Zijin Nan directed his gaze towards Lian Yun, his eyes conveying an unspoken pity. I will do my best, Lian Yun replied, feeling helpless, yet still summoned her own troops, lotuses and monkeys. Shen Chang found it hard to fathom why such a seemingly fragile young girl would command a troop of capering monkeys. Lianhua's understanding, however, was clear. Nevertheless, the combat effectiveness of plant-based troops seemed rather lacking in the early stages, did it not? Then let us all engage, Zijin Nan declared, gritting his teeth as he stepped onto the head of a Yangtze alligator, riding it while wielding a piece of rainflower stone. Lao Su and Xiao Ma followed closely behind. Do you think there is something wrong with that child's head? Shen Chang mused, observing Zijin Nan's retreating figure. The once reliable Zijin Nan had seemingly lost his bearings. Riding an alligator, especially a Yangtze alligator of only about 1 meter in size. Could this not be considered a form of abuse against juvenile troops? Enough, let us see what unfolds next. Silly waved his hand. My talent is the Great Lake, allowing me to summon a body of water midair. Moreover, my troop of black swans has undergone evolution, enabling them to execute sonic attacks. As for the flat-headed brother, he is a newly unlocked troop and has yet to evolve. Pointing to the wind god pterosaur and the velociraptor, Shen Chang stated, my troops are all plant-based. The peach blossom has already evolved once, and its troop is the peach blossom dart tree. The blossoms upon it are exceedingly resilient, and if they cut an enemy's wound, they will inject a toxin that induces faintness. As for the bamboo, it belongs to the Mao bamboo troop, known for its sturdiness and yet to begin evolving. Zhou Su frowned, observing, the peach blossom dart tree cannot seem to move, can it? Silly furrowed his brow in contemplation. The flat-headed brother and velociraptor can attract most of the attention, while your Mao bamboo can serve as a weapon for the flat-headed brother. Shen Chang pondered for a moment, envisioning a honey badger grasping a piece of bamboo, which appeared quite peculiar. You might as well have Lian Yun's monkeys wield the bamboo. Indeed, without high-level evolution, they are incapable of any movement, a Su sighed. What exactly is your talent that allows subordinates to defy authority? Silly pressed for an explanation. Shen Chang too was curious about the answer to this question. Ground invincibility, Zhou Su stated with confidence. What kind of confidence does it take to utter those 4 words? To elaborate, as long as I stand on the ground, the energy expended by my troops in battle can be replenished by drawing from the Earth's energy. Even if injured, I can absorb energy for recovery. In other words, as long as I remain grounded, no one can defeat me. Moreover, I seem to have discovered a new ability. Whenever someone presses down on me, my troops will unleash even more unimaginable power. Listening to Zhou Su's explanation, Shen Chang began to ponder. This talent was indeed formidable, standing on solid ground, with infinite stamina, and with his troops' attributes enhanced when someone bore down upon him. The only significant drawback was the inability to move. One could not simply wait for a dark elf to control trees to attack them, could they? Shen Chang realized that among the 3 of them, the only one capable of ranged attacks was Zhou Su's peach blossom dart tree. As for Silly's black swan, the closer it was, the greater the damage it inflicted. How many peach blossom dart trees do you have? Shen Chang suddenly inquired. Around 4. Summoning an evolved peach blossom dart tree requires 1,000 crystal cores, Zhou Su replied. I see. Shen Chang's gaze drifted towards the peach blossom tree beside the velociraptor, his eyes narrowing. Have we won? The master of the sand crocodile species, the Saralans, gazed into the abyss ahead and inquired, who would dare to venture forth and investigate? The boar-trample people shook their heads in response. The area where the dark elves had been was engulfed in chaotic energy and dust, rendering any happenings within utterly obscured. I have expended 3 of my sand crocodiles and 2 purple-scaled venomous snakes from Batian. Even if the dark elves survive, they must be grievously injured. What water did you just pour in, Water Spirit Clan? At this moment, the Saralan turned curiously towards a creature composed of water, 1,000 pounds of water, with just a single drop capable of equating to 1,000 pounds. Astonishingly, the waterman spoke, despite lacking a mouth, producing a crystalline, chilling voice. My losses are considerable. Batian, I demand half of the spiritual crystals from the mine you discovered. Batian, commanding the Crimson Sparrow, began to descend slowly. Everything can be negotiated. As long as we escape this calamity. Batian nodded slightly, yet his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Others shared the same sentiment. To demand half outright upon arrival was to treat them as mere trinkets. Oh, I seem to have heard some remarkable news. There is a spiritual crystal mine? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. The crowd instantly looked up, spotting a dozen massive flying species circling above. On the head of one golden eagle stood a figure. A human? Batian squinted. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mo Hai. The figure smiled down at the crowd, donned in a Zhongshan suit, with a character for C tattooed on his left chest. Mo Hai? Not familiar. Bold to take Mo as a surname, Batian mused. Wait, observe his species. Both possess an aura of energy. This human has evolved 2 species. Upon hearing the comments, Batian's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the golden eagle and the massive eagle. Indeed, he discerned a golden, sharp aura within the golden eagle's feathers, while the massive eagle's wings were enshrouded in a cerulean wind. Batian's heart sank. How did this human achieve such feats? It is known that even he had only evolved 1 species. Upon arriving in the endless star void, he not only carried an abundance of top-tier materials from his planet, but also deduced all potential species that could awaken based on his Awaken talents. Coupled with the discovery of the spiritual crystal mine, he had traded with the crystals for a lengthy duration to evolve the Crimson Sparrow into the Fire Sparrow. Yet, this human, hailing from a despised race on their planet, had somehow evolved 2 flying species. Such a revelation was indeed astonishing. Chapter 30, The Ancient Capital of Water. What do you desire? Batian asked cautiously. What is the scale of the spiritual crystal mine you discovered? May I have a look? Mo Hai inquired with curiosity. Before Batian could respond, the Saralan shouted boldly from the side. What are you? Just a lowly human, barely stepping into the universe, and you dare meddle in our affairs? The Saralan seethed with rage, for it was he who had first discovered the spiritual crystal mine, only to be forced into sharing spoils when the Batian saw it. Then, several others arrived, and most egregiously, even the people from the Genitai May planet sought to stake a claim. This he could endure, for he could not overpower them. Batian was a genius of the Batian, and his species had evolved into a flying type. Yet, after only a few days of excavation, news arrived that the Dark Elves intended to destroy the Manhwa forest. Such an affront could not be tolerated. They immediately united to thwart the Dark Elves. For this, Batian had approached the Water Spirit clan from the elemental planet. Yet this woman had the audacity to demand half of the spiritual crystals. Did she deserve such a stake? This spiritual crystal mine was his discovery, one after another. Now even the most insignificant human dared to demand spiritual crystals from him. Did they consider him a mere ball to be kicked around? Mo Hai observed the furious Saralan. Suddenly, a feather floated down from the golden eagle, landing in Mo Hai's palm. He gently caressed it, the feather as supple as a maiden's skin, instantly hardening. Golden brilliance subtly flowed across its surface. In a flash, a golden gleam streaked past, and a golden dot appeared on the head of the sand crocodile before the Saralan. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, the sand crocodile transformed into fine sand and perished. The Saralan nearly wet himself in fright, for that very golden feather had brushed against his eyelashes. Had it moved just a fraction forward, he would have become a lifeless corpse. If you wish to see, then see. Why resort to violence? The Saralan muttered, taking a slight step back to conceal himself behind the boar-trample's elephant species. I preferred your previously untamed demeanor, Mo Hai chuckled. Then it's settled. What good fortune has befallen us? At that moment, Zijin Nan, riding Old Sue's Cloud Tiger, approached Mo Hai. Nothing much. Just a few youngsters who discovered a spiritual crystal mine. Care to join me for a visit? Mo Hai replied with a smile. That sounds splendid. Zijin Nan's eyes lit up. He turned to his companion. Ma and little Ma, prepare the pangolin. We will go mining shortly. Ha ha ha. Mining is a forte of Daiyuan. Too bad he is not in the Manhwa forest. Mo Hai chuckled, observing the seemingly oblivious conversation among them. Batian's fists clenched tightly. To discuss spiritual crystals in their presence was to disregard their existence entirely. Have you finished your chatter? A deep voice resonated. The conversing Zijin Nan and Mo Hai froze. Instantly alert, their gazes directed towards the source of the voice. Black smoke billowed, and the nearby trees appeared to convulse, sprouting limbs and feet. Too deep. Hollow cavities emerged on the trunks, resembling eyes. Do you understand why we elves need not become lords? In my domain, all are my species. A black pillar of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire forest. It could be seen from any corner of the woods. Such a dense aura of darkness. Kai's power has grown even stronger, Carly murmured, gazing at the black pillar. Father God, to uphold your honor, you truly go to great lengths. Carly lowered her head, staring at her clenched fist. Something within her back seemed to struggle to break free, bulging and radiating a white glow. Yet, ultimately, nothing transpired. Carly's expression dimmed. This was her opportunity. She must seize it to slay Kai's, or else she would face relentless pursuit for the following month. Carly gritted her teeth. A flash of light from the ring in her hand. A silver and gold mask appeared, along with a sword engulfed in golden flames. With a snap, the mask affixed itself to Carly's face, and the golden flames flickered in her eyes. Boom. Flames erupted, ultimately transforming into a pair of wings that manifested behind Carly. Adorned with the mask and wielding the flaming giant sword, she stood with her back to the fiery wings, resembling a divine entity. However, the gaze revealed through the mask was one of disappointment, directed towards the flames and wings behind him. On the battlefield, the dark elf suddenly lifted his head. Kalizora, are you arriving as well? The dark elf, Kes, was overcome with ecstasy, unable to restrain his laughter. Ha! The entire assembly of Zijin Nan and his companions grew increasingly cautious. What a thrilling spectacle. After a considerable time, Kes ceased his laughter, instead extending his hands gracefully, akin to a great rock spreading its wings. Heed my summons. With a series of cracks, ferocious beasts and demon trees sprouting limbs slowly encircled the dark elf. Charge! At Kes's command, all the demon trees and black-eyed beasts surged forward towards the opposing forces. Ancient city of water. Zijin Nan clapped his hands towards the sky. With a thunderous roar, as if a tsunami were crashing upon the shore, a brilliant azure light appeared in the sky. The radiance spread outward from Zijin Nan, enveloping an area of 10 kilometers in an instant. The sound of water and the calls of whales suddenly resonated within the light. This was a domain talent. This human had actually awakened a domain talent. The bat people were so astonished that they forgot to evade, staring blankly at Zijin Nan. Although they were submerged in water, they felt no sensation, as if the sea before them were merely an illusion. Yet, Bat Tian understood that this was all too real. Domain talent. Those enveloped by the domain, whether they suffer attacks from within it, lay solely in the will of the domain's master. Furthermore, the domain could also enhance one's own troops. Although he was a genius of the bat people, possessing a talent that surpassed that of an ordinary bat, their racial talents were not as diverse as those of humans. It could even be said that humans were remarkably peculiar within the cosmos. Most races awaken similar talents. For instance, the bat people typically manifest soundwave attacks. There are a few who exhibit variations, such as soundwave navigation or invading the minds of others to exert control. Such divergences can be both beneficial and detrimental. Bat Tian's talent had also undergone a transformation. His soundwaves were toxic. Those struck by his soundwave attacks would not only succumb to dizziness, but could also experience diarrhea, fever, and sneezing, an array of adverse effects. If his sound waves persisted long enough, there were indeed those who would perish from his piercing screams. Thus, the bat people found humans to be quite extraordinary. Despite their apparent similarities, why do their awakened talents vary so wildly? Domain-type talents. Bat Tian recalled that apart from the Dragon Clan, which awakened with certainty, even the Giant Dragon Clan found it exceedingly difficult to awaken. For other races, the odds of awakening were astronomically low. A single planet might only produce one. Could it be that Zijin Nan had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune? Chapter 31. The Sixth in the Sky. No matter how Bat Tian pondered, it could not impede the events unfolding before him. Above the crowd, four colossal figures emerged, their immense size rendering those beneath them insignificant. These figures were none other than blue whales, approximately 30 meters in length. These whales had already undergone purification by Zijin Nan and should now be referred to by their new name, Whale Lin. Adorned with a layer of pure golden scales and crowned with a horn atop their foreheads, Zijin Nan bellowed, "Feel the strength of the ocean." The four giant whales let out a low rumble, and torrents of seawater erupted from their backs, hurtling towards the dark elf Kes. With a cold snort, Kes's bow flashed with golden runes, and a wall of condensed black energy materialized before him, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of the Whale Lin. Regardless of your prodigious talents, the chasm between races can never be bridged, Kes observed coldly, fixing his gaze upon Zijin Nan. Allow me to demonstrate the unique dark energy of the dark elves. With a crack, a sphere of black energy coalesced, the air around it emitting a corrosive sound. Anan, be cautious. This is the dark energy of the dark elves. Highly corrosive and possessing illusionary capabilities, Emo Hai shouted towards Zijin Nan. Understood. Today, let me showcase my talent skill. The talent skill is an innate ability that arises upon the awakening of every intelligent life form. For example, the Bat People's Flight or Shen Chang's Dinosaur Fist. 6th Dynasty Guardian. Zijin Nan roared, a layer of golden light radiating around him, encasing him in its protective embrace. 6 dragons circled around the golden light, preventing the Dark Elf's dark energy from breaching their defenses. Ah, so it's a defensive skill. I had assumed your talent skill was offensive. Emohai laughed heartily, feeling a wave of relief. Anan, I'm on my way. Suddenly, from behind Zijin Nan, another voice called out. The crowd turned to see a massive white python racing towards them, atop which stood 2 figures. Marco Pollo, you're a bit slow this time. Zijin Nan chuckled. Not slow at all, just perfectly timed. After all, the protagonists always make their entrance last, exclaimed the man named Marco Pollo. Then he directed his gaze towards the dark elf. So this is the enemy? Quite ugly, even more so than in the books. Despite his words, Marco Pollo's expression was grave. Ugly or not, their strength was undeniable. Zijin Nan sighed, noting that the golden light protecting him was growing increasingly faint. In the heavens above, Lao Su commanded the Cloud Tiger to incessantly attack and tear at the dark elf. Emohai transformed into a machine gun, while the golden eagle beneath him launched golden feather assaults. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xiao Ma, along with Fatty and Lian Yun, engaged the controlled ferocious beasts. As for the Guan brothers, Guan Nan, hurry. This flower is quite ferocious. I can hardly withstand it. I'm coming. Hold on. The two were currently battling a flower adorned with sharp teeth. Pollen from butterflies and moths continuously fell upon the carnivorous plant's face, causing it great discomfort as it writhed and twisted, appearing quite alluring. From afar, they looked like they were gracefully dancing among the flowers, a rather pleasant sight. Do Flanningbo, cut down all these trees. Leave it to me. Another young man who had accompanied Marco Pollo suddenly produced a rustling sound behind him, as if something were crawling on the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see crabs with sharp pincers. Blue crabs. Charge. Do Flanningbo commanded. And the pincers of these crabs suddenly shone with a blue luminescence, appearing sharper than before. With a snap, a claw struck, shattering the limbs of the demon tree. Wait. Aren't these my favorite crabs? Zijin Nan's eyes lit up. He then turned to Marco Pollo and said, I like this little brother of yours, but I won't share. Little Ning's talent is quite impressive, far superior to your little Marco. Marco Pollo chuckled and inquired, is this all the help you've summoned? Of course not. There are 3 more. I just don't know what they're up to. Zijin Nan found himself in a state of bewilderment. Where on earth could Shen Chang and the others be? Hang in there, Dei, just a little longer. The first thing I'll do upon my return is prioritize finding you evolution materials for your transformation. In the sky, Shen Chang extended his hand to caress the head of the wind god pterosaur. The creature struggled to turn its head, its eyes filled with a profound melancholy. Shen Chang could only respond with an awkward smile. Ahem, once this ordeal is over, I promise to procure a complete set for your dinosaur. Complete set? Which one? Count me in. Shili's eyes sparkled with excitement. Go enjoy your lollipop, Zhou Su replied, his gaze shifting to one of disdain. Are we almost there? He inquired curiously. We have arrived, Shen Chang stated solemnly as he observed the scene below. 2 colors, blue and black, faced each other in the air. Is that seawater? Shen Chang murmured to himself. Standing atop the wind god pterosaur, he could clearly see whales swimming freely in the ocean below. Thus, the ancient capital of water among the 6 dynasties revealed itself. Shen Chang felt a twinge of frustration. He had previously thought his talents were commendable, yet now he found himself surrounded by even more formidable beings. Is this the sensation of flight? It is truly sublime, Zhou Su remarked, narrowing his eyes in determination. He silently vowed to learn to fly in his lifetime, to soar freely through the skies. Is there a suitable vantage point for an attack? Shen Chang did not respond to Zhou Su, who was already lost in the thrill of flying. In contrast, Shili remained reliable. That location, Shili squinted her eyes, pointing towards a direction. Shen Chang and Zhou Su quickly turned to look. It's the dragon and phoenix of the Guans, Zhou Su exclaimed, astonished. The place Shili indicated featured 2 familiar figures, the Guan brothers. Shen Chang cast a sidelong glance before contemplating deeply. This position is indeed feasible. There are only some man-eating flowers nearby, while your dark elves and the demon tree are quite distant. However, I trust Anan and the others will handle the beastly threats. Shili declared. Very well. It is time for us to make our entrance. Zhou Su exclaimed eagerly. Wait a moment. Where did your raptor go? Shili suddenly posed a question. Shen Chang, however, merely smiled mysteriously. Just wait quietly. The protagonist will make their appearance at the end. Chapter 32, The Peach Blossom Dart. I don't quite understand you, but it is our time to shine. Shili cheerfully approached a peach blossom dart tree, casually plucking a flower. The blossom was surprisingly firm rather than soft. Shen Chang also picked one, setting it aside while gently stroking it. The flower effortlessly split into 2 segments. How sharp! Shen Chang exclaimed, astonished. He wondered if his raptor could withstand such a weapon. Of course, the only drawback of the peach blossom dart tree at present was its inability to launch projectiles autonomously. But that is not a significant issue, as I have already prepared for the next evolution. By then, The peach blossom dart tree should be able to freely launch its flowers, Zhou Su declared with pride. Shen Chang couldn't help but feel envious. With Zhou Su's talents combined with the peach blossom dart tree, if they could launch the darts freely, the implications of infinite stamina and endless production of peach blossom darts were terrifying. It would be akin to a walking arsenal of powerful weaponry. Moreover, Shen Chang noticed a stark contrast between his evolution and that of others. While others utilized ordinary materials for their evolutions, his own were comprised of exceptionally rare items. Yet, this could be seen as a blessing. The more precious the materials, the greater the potential of the evolved species. Dinosaurs, as prehistoric beings and rulers of the earth millions of years ago, inherently possessed remarkable potential. With such an array of evolution materials, Shen Chang found himself increasingly eager for what lay ahead. Ainen tasked us with dealing with those controlled trees, correct? Shili inquired. The two nodded, unable to conceal their smiles. It's my turn to perform, Zhou Su shouted as he stepped onto the head of the wind god pterosaur, each hand clutching 3 peach blossom darts, and hurled them frantically downwards. At that moment, the Guan brothers were engaged in a fierce battle against the man-eating flowers. With their evolved butterflies and moths, they managed to hold their ground, but the sheer number of flowers was overwhelming. Exhaustion began to set in as each flower they felled was swiftly replaced by another. Just then, a portly figure joined the fray, alleviating some of their pressure. Unfortunately, the demon tree and other beasts soon arrived for support. Yet, the myriad races were acutely aware that this was no time for disarray. They had to unite, for if the dark elves regained their strength, doom would surely follow. The scene appeared chaotic, with the main trio, Zijin Nan, Emo Hai, and Marco Polo, focused on resisting the dark elves. Zijin Nan took on the defensive role, while Emo Hai attacked from the skies, and Lao Su engaged in harassment. Marco Polo commanded his twin snakes on the ground. The Batmen and Shalarans fought against the beasts, while the pigmen utilized their elephantine strength to shield against wider attacks. However, casualties were mounting alarmingly. Damn it, if this continues, we will lose. Emo Hai's expression turned frigid. His attacks barely caused any disruption to the dark elves, failing even to penetrate their dark energy shields. Hold on. I refuse to believe they have an endless supply of energy. Zijin Nan snarled, wielding the rainstone to relentlessly strike at the dark elf, particularly targeting its face. Infuriated, the dark elf abandoned its arrows, opting instead to wield them as swords, furiously striking back at Zijin Nan. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from behind. The three turned in alarm to witness a horde of raptors emerging from the shadows, viciously tearing at the throats of the beasts. In an instant, a third of the beasts succumbed to the surprise assault of these raptors. Dinosaurs. Someone's troops are dinosaurs. Emo Hai exclaimed, astonished. It appeared that reinforcements had arrived. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zijin Nan's eyes as he raised his gaze to the heavens, his mouth agape in disbelief. Good grief, a Gatling gun in the sky. And pink bullets. He beheld a cascade of petals gracefully falling from above, piercing through the demon tree and the controlled beasts with precision. The petals, stained with crimson blood, exuded an inexplicable elegance, yet were chilling in their beauty. Accompanying the descent of the petals were black swans, their wings extended and beaks open, emitting piercing shrieks. A multitude of black swans encircled the dark elf, drowning it in a cacophony that left no room for evasion from other attacks. Clutching its ears, the dark elf howled in agony as a series of negative statuses descended upon it. Seizing the moment, Zijin Nan relentlessly struck with the rainstone. The dark elf's once elegant visage had vanished, replaced by that of a ragged vagabond. The black lines etched upon his face were drenched in blood, rendering a scene of utter desolation. Above in the sky, the trio of Shen Chang, Shili, and Zhou Su observed. The 4 peach blossom trees could scarcely endure the exertions of the few, soon standing bare. Let us descend, Shen Chang remarked, casting a glance at the unfolding battle below. Nodding slightly in approval. It is nearly time. Now is our opportunity to score points. The swarm of man-eating flowers had also been largely eradicated, with the recent attacks from their peach blossom projectiles primarily targeting that very cluster. All right, the other two nodded in agreement. Shen Chang promptly commanded the wind god pterosaur to return to the ground, directly discarding the peach blossom tree from its back, drawing energy from the earth. It wasn't long before pink blossoms began to sprout upon the barren branches. In due time, new peach blossom projectiles would emerge. Truly remarkable, Shen Chang couldn't help but exclaim. Charge, brother Flathead. Shili shouted enthusiastically. One by one, the honey badgers wielding Zhou Su's bamboo pole incessantly harassed the ferocious beasts, leveraging their size advantage to adeptly evade attacks. Striking down with the pole as if wielding a battering ram. For some reason, I feel that brother Flathead should rightfully be my unit, Guan Nan murmured to himself. You stick to your own nonsense, Lian Yun shot him a sidelong glance. The monkeys under her command had also joined the fray. The blooming lotus, its center transformed to a vivid red, erupted with an explosion. Goodness, a walking grenade. Mon exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Lian Yun. Who would have thought that a gentle girl-s unit would consist of lotus grenades and monkeys? Kais. I'm coming. Just then, a chilling voice echoed. Above in the sky, a white light emerged, enveloping the dark energy of the dark elf and the ancient water city of Nan. Finally, here it comes. I have awaited your arrival for so long. The dark elf cackled maniacally, resembling a madman. Chapter 33. Angel. Carly. The white light enveloped the dark and blue energies, dominating like a sovereign. As one of the top races in the universe, how could its power be merely this? Boom. The black light surged violently, eclipsing the blue light. At that moment, in the realm, only the black and white lights prevailed. The barrier of the Manhwa forest vanished. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out from afar. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. It seems the owner of this white light was indeed the one the dark elf sought. The sea of demons ceased its assault, its gaze intently fixed upon the black and white lights. Should we not also retreat? The rotund figure inquired hesitantly. Nan glanced at the others of different races, who were already hastily retreating, his eyes calm. If you wish to leave, you may. At worst, the territory will be destroyed, the crystals obliterated. A brief period of incapacitation is little to fear. Little horse, you should leave first. Nan instructed Mon, brother Nan. How can I depart? Mon stubbornly shook his head. What I mean is, you should return to my territory first. I fear these ruffians may attempt a sneak attack on it while fleeing. Nan cast a sidelong glance. Your territory is quite close to mine. Kindly keep an eye on it for me. But what about you, brother Nan? Mon hesitated to ask. I require an evolution material for my crocodile, a particular item that only the dark elf possesses, Nan replied. Rest assured and await my news. After a moment's hesitation, Mon ultimately nodded and departed the battlefield. What are your plans? Nan surveyed the others. As a member of the ancient city, how could I be any less than you? Marco Pohan grinned widely. However, he soon turned to Dofran Ningbo. Ningbo, you're closer to me. Please help me watch over my territory. Got it, brother Hang. Meanwhile, Zhou turned to Shen Chang and Shili. Are you two planning to withdraw? Shen Chang shook his head. The evolution of the wind god, Pterosaur, necessitates the heart of a dark elf. Why would we leave? The Freedom Empire has slain an angel. It is only reasonable for our Jojo Empire to eliminate a dark elf. Shili chuckled. What about those over there? Do you wish to depart? Zhou then inquired of Lian Yun and Guan Nan, who were recuperating not far off. Lian Yun hesitated slightly, while Guan Nan stood up with a cold snort. Leave? Would that not tarnish my brother Nan's reputation? Guan Nan declared with unwavering confidence. Abruptly, Zhou posed a question to Shen Chang. What is that unfortunate child's talent again? Fearless, Shen Chang answered. Who would have thought that this unfortunate child's fearlessness is genuine? Fearless of heaven and earth. It appears you do not intend to withdraw. Zhou sighed. Su, my territory is conveniently close to yours. Could you assist me in watching over it? Shili turned to him. I never claimed I was leaving. Zhou retorted, producing a peach blossom projectile in hand. The trio turned their gaze skyward, where two figures were darting through the air. Each clash between the black and white lights generated shockwaves that sent the winds howling. During this interval, all races, save for the humans, had retreated. Wait. There seems to be one more, the water spirit tribe. This elemental life form gazed intently at Nan, as if admiring a lover, utterly entranced. Boom. The white light was struck down to the ground by the black light, creating a 10-meter wide crater. Get up and help. Marco Pohan shouted. A massive whale lunged towards the black light, the cerulean waters surging violently, as if slapped down. Roar. From the depths of the sea came a roar reminiscent of a monstrous beast. Damn humans, I do not regard you at all. Yet you cling to me like a bothersome rat. You are truly detestable. Several black energy orbs materialized, floating upon the water's surface, akin to homing missiles homing in on every individual. 6 Dynasties shield. Nan bellowed. Golden light enveloped him, obstructing the energy orbs. However, the energy orbs were scattered, and Nan's golden light failed to shield them all. 2 of the energy orbs sped towards Shen Chang's location. Golden feather wind. The sea of demons roared. The giant eagle beneath him swiftly unleashed a tornado, as feathers from the golden eagle fell away, forming a shield that soared towards Shen Chang's position. Yet, it was too slow. There was no time. The black energy orbs were mere meters from the group, ready to strike in the blink of an eye. Shen Chang clenched his fists. Dinosaurs. However, before he could finish, a figure appeared before him, donning a gold-and-silver mask and wielding a flaming sword. The energy sphere that came crashing down was effortlessly deflected. It's you. As Shen Chang beheld the figure before him with wings, his eyes widened in astonishment. This flame was all too familiar. It was the very fire that had narrowly grazed his ear before, obliterating those venomous serpents in its wake. Strictly speaking, Shen Chang's life had been saved by the master of this flame. Yet, the figure offered no response to Shen Chang. Instead, they charged forth with a colossal flaming sword towards the dark elf. Bang! The sword clashed with the arrows, both locked in a fierce standoff in midair. Do you truly believe that these mere humans can vanquish me? You underestimate me gravely, the dark elf hissed, a malevolent glint flashing in their eyes. Slowly, a golden object was drawn from within their cloak, a long, branch-like artifact adorned with golden feathers at both ends. This is the golden winged staff. The Father God has bestowed this upon you. Does he so desperately wish for my demise? Upon seeing this, the masked figure trembled, disbelief etched upon their features. For reasons unknown, Shen Chang, who was watching from below, found the masked figure's voice eerily familiar, as if he had heard it often. Indeed. Your very existence is a mistake. Carly, you are a worthless being incapable of even sprouting angelic wings. You lack even the semblance of an angel. How dare you proclaim yourself one? The dark elf cackled with glee. With a swift thrust, the golden winged staff pierced Carly's chest, golden blood cascading down in rhythmic droplets. Chapter 34, Twin Wings. It turned out that this individual was Carly. At the dark elf's words, everyone froze in disbelief, turning their incredulous gazes towards Shen Chang. Old Sue suddenly raised his thumb in admiration. Dude, you're incredible. Even angels are within your grasp. Meanwhile, Marco Polo and Mo Hai were left utterly bewildered. I have no idea, Shen Chang admitted, equally perplexed. Though he understood that Carly was enigmatic and not human, he had never considered the possibility of her being an angel. Angels are beings of unparalleled might, capable of raising entire cities upon their birth. Adult angels could not be contained by planets like Blue Star. Even the angels that the Free Empire purportedly slew were merely gravely wounded ones. Yet now, a living angel stood before them, rendering everyone speechless. Thud! Carly gently descended from the sky, crashing to the ground, the sound jolting everyone back to reality. Their expressions turned serious as they realized that, despite not understanding why this angel was so vulnerable or why she had ventured to the endless star void, the dark elf was undoubtedly their adversary. If the angel was faltering, then they, the mere collateral, were surely next in line for the dark elf's wrath. He doesn't have much energy left. Carly struggled to rise, addressing Shen Chang. This is our chance. His weakness lies in his abdomen. Mo Hai wasted no time, immediately commanding the golden eagle to assault the dark elf. Finally, he felt the thrill of the battle. Zijin Nan, equally exhilarated, took the initiative to direct the whale horn to collide with the dark elf's midsection. Meanwhile, the water spirit tribe, spectating from the sidelines, sprinkled a droplet of golden water onto the whale horn's single horn. What are you doing? Zijin Nan exclaimed, wide-eyed. A form of enhancement, the water spirit tribe replied shyly. I thought you were trying to harm my little whale. Zijin Nan sighed in relief. Of course not, great water god, the water spirit tribe exclaimed in a flurry. I said, can we flirt later? I'm barely holding on. Old Sue's face flushed red. The unfortunate whale collided directly with the dark elf in his vicinity, causing Old Sue to become ecstatic. Who wouldn't relish the chance to reap the rewards of weakened foes? However, what was initially perceived as a tender morsel quickly transformed into a voracious ogre. With a single swipe, it annihilated one of his cloud tigers. The fool was me. Old Sue blushed in panic, downing drink after drink to bolster his cloud tiger. Thankfully, his inebriation had somewhat fortified his forces, otherwise, his cloud tiger army might have perished there. Shen Chang inhaled deeply, positioning Carly carefully. He gazed at the golden winged staff that had pierced her body, as if it possessed some magical essence. The staff's feathered ends emitted a faint golden glow, continuously eroding Carly's form. Shen Chang hesitated momentarily, then steeled himself, placing his hand upon the staff and yanking it out with fervor. Splatter. Blood gushed forth, but fortunately, the encroaching light that had been consuming Carly ceased its advance. Thank you, Carly whispered gently, her mask gradually falling away to reveal a pale and fragile visage. Here, a premium healing ointment. I cannot ascertain its efficacy on your angelic kind. Zhou Su quietly produced a vial. Let us give it a try. Shen Chang swiftly accepted the vial and applied the ointment onto Carly's chest, disregarding the sensitivity of the area, pouring the entire contents onto her. Hey, can we discuss romance later? Hurry and help. Zijin Nan's strained voice echoed. Only then did the trio snap back to attention. Shili immediately directed the black swan to roar, while Zhou Su unleashed a barrage of peach blossom darts. The swift raptor seized the opportunity to lash out with a claw. The dark elf barely had a moment to react before being overwhelmed by their beasts. As the dark elf was besieged by Zijin Nan, Mo Hai, and Marco Polo, alongside Zhou Su and the black swan's distractions, Shen Chang stealthily retrieved Carly's flaming sword. Following the swift raptor's lead, he concealed himself amidst its movements, lunging towards the dark elf. If memory serves, Mo Hai mentioned that the dark elf's weakness lies in the abdomen, correct? Shen Chang muttered to himself. Seizing the moment, he darted from behind the raptor, thrusting the flaming giant sword towards the dark elf's midsection. Now is the chance. Zijin Nan's eye sparkled. He hurled the rainflower stone, obstructing the dark elf's retreat. Smash it down. Marco Polo raised his hands high, summoning a colossal golden tower that descended upon the dark elf. The azure and white serpents coiling around the tower opened their mouths, lunging for the dark elf's transparent wings. With a piercing strike, the flaming sword found its mark in the dark elf's abdomen, eliciting a spurt of blood from its lips. How did you know my weakness? The dark elf's eyes widened in disbelief, never having imagined that mere ants could inflict such harm. My instincts guided me. Imo-Hai stood proudly upon the golden eagle's back. At that moment, Shen Chang recalled that Imo-Hai's talent was indeed intuition. The sixth sense made manifest? What a fascinating race. I wish to study you further. The dark elf squinted, raising a hand to lightly push. With a thunderous crash, the massive golden tower disintegrated, severing even the azure and white serpents entwined upon it. Hiss. It's angry. How terrifying. Zijin then gasped, silently retrieving the rainflower stone and clutching it to his chest. Only in this manner can he gain a modicum of security. Whoosh. A series of black beams erupted from the dark elf. In an instant, the formidable creatures, Zijin Nan's whale-scaled beast, the colossal eagle of the demon sea, Silly's black swan, and Shen Chang's velociraptor, were all grievously wounded. Shen Chang, closest to the blast, felt as if he had been struck by a locomotive, tumbling through the air for several meters before crashing down. It was rather absurd. Shen Chang muttered, unable to suppress a cough of blood. Damn. The consequences of my unevolved velociraptor are indeed dire. Had my velociraptor evolved even once, I would not be in such a humiliating predicament. Alas, it seems he was the only one among those present whose troops had yet to evolve. Don't move. Leave the rest to me, came Callie's voice. Shen Chang turned to look, momentarily taken aback. It was as if he were gazing upon a celestial being. A golden radiance illuminated his face, while a woman with white wings floated gracefully in the sky before him. It was Callie. She slowly extended her hand, and a golden feather drifted down from her form, gently resting upon Shen Chang's chest. You are not an angel from the rebirth pool. How could you possibly possess angelic wings? The dark elf seemed to witness something utterly astonishing, erupting into a frenzied roar. Chapter 35, The Battle Concludes. Callie offered no response, merely flapping her wings gently as she hovered before the dark elf. The flaming sword, previously trampled underfoot by the dark elf, now floated into her grasp. The golden flames swiftly consumed the blade. Now leave this to me, Callie declared, casting a slight glance back at the humans and nodding gently. Please, commence your performance. Zijin then said gravely. Subsequently, he pulled on the hefty absorber with his left hand and grasped Marco Polo with his right, swiftly making his way to the spot where Shen Chang lay motionless, ready to assume the role of a spectator. Ah, I truly envy you, bro. Having an angel for a girlfriend, Zhou remarked, sitting beside Shen Chang. Call me by my name. And she is not my girlfriend, Shen Chang replied, shaking his head slightly. Even if she isn't your girlfriend, she is still a good friend, Zijin then quipped as he approached, winking at Shen Chang. No need for further words. If it weren't for your velociraptor saving my life just now, I would have perished, Old Su said, coming to Shen Chang's side to express his gratitude. It's nothing. As long as we all survive, that's what matters, Shen Chang replied, shaking his head. He hadn't even noticed the situation with the velociraptor. He could only trust them to adapt. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of fortune, he had managed to save Old Su. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Imo-Hai, came an introduction from Imo-Hai, who approached the group. Marco Polo. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your peach blossom dart attack just now. The group exchanged introductions, having fought together as comrades, and being young. They found it easy to connect. Goodness, an angel with wings is truly remarkable. She dominates the dark elf. I can't even see where the angel has flown. Zijin then exclaimed, captivated by the unfolding battle. By the way, bro, how did you come to know this angel? Silly inquired curiously. Shen Chang shot him a sideways glance, thinking he might never reclaim his own name. It was one day when I returned from a hunt and found her lying at the entrance of my territory. I had no idea she was an angel. I thought she was from the Free Empire, Shen Chang explained. This angelic sister was bestowed upon me by the heavens. So beautiful and formidable, it truly incites envy, Zijin Nan remarked, gazing at Shen Chang with palpable admiration. Shen Chang smiled, then pointed to Zijin Nan's rear. I must say, what is that watery figure behind you? Behind Zijin Nan, a water-formed silhouette stared vacantly at him. That appears to be a water spirit from the elemental clan. I have no idea why it is fixated on me, Zijin then said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, the water spirit bore no malice, so Zijin Nan chose to ignore it. More than this water spirit, I am more curious about what you possess, Zijin Nan said, gesturing towards Shen Chang's chest. A golden white feather floated serenely there, emanating a warm glow that enveloped Shen Chang's body. Is that an angel's wing? Imo-Hai squinted, intrigued. Do you recognize it? It certainly sounds like a feather from an angel, Zijin Nan inquired, his curiosity piqued. This is no ordinary feather, it is an angel's wing. The first feather to unfurl from an angel's wing, imbued with a potent aura of light and serving as a material for evolution. My golden eagle once required this angel's wing as part of its evolution path. However, such a rarity is exceedingly hard to come by, so I abandoned that route. Imo-Hai lamented. Now, his golden eagle had already evolved, and further paths of evolution no longer required light-based treasures. Shen Chang remained silent, quietly stowing the angel's wing back into his lord's space. Unbeknownst to him, He had already gathered 2 evolution materials for the Light Flare Velociraptor, the Angel's Wing and the Golden Feather. He hoped to successfully evolve the Velociraptor before the trial period concluded. Boom. While the group conversed, the battle in the distance had come to a close. The Dark Elf's brain had been thoroughly beaten. Pinned to the ground by Callie, who was relentlessly grinding it down. Her pristine wings sliced through the Dark Elf's body like blades, causing blood to flow like rivers. With a final stroke, Callie severed the Dark Elf's throat, and with a thud, the Dark Elf collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Callie, angels will never acknowledge you. You are ultimately not one born from the rebirth pool. As soon as the words left its lips, the Dark Elf closed its eyes. Everything had come to an end. Within Nan's territory, Shen Chang toyed with the crystal core in his hand. In its center, a dark aura swirled incessantly. Is this thing the heart of a Dark Elf? How peculiar. After the battle concluded, the Dark Elf left no spoils behind. Shen Chang's earlier comments about needing the Dark Elf's heart for evolution had been heard by all, since no one was particularly interested in it. They simply tossed it to Shen Chang. The group then returned together to Nan's territory. After such a prolonged battle, they were quite fatigued. So they commenced a hot pot feast. Amidst the eating and drinking, the barriers between Shen Chang and Callie gradually dissolved. After all, once they learned that Callie was an angel, the atmosphere among them had become somewhat strained. The presence of such a powerful being right before their eyes was truly astounding. However, the exchanges during the meal helped the group understand Callie's circumstances. Unlike typical angels who are birthed from the rebirth pool on angelic planets, Callie's origin was unique. She was the daughter of the angelic clan's king, born from a union with another life form due to an unforeseen incident. Among angels, she was an anomaly. When the king of the angelic clan discovered that Callie's mother sought refuge on the angel planet with her, in a fit of rage, he struck her mother dead with a single blow. Had Callie not been so young, and had the other elders of the angelic clan not been curious about this peculiar angel and wished to study her, her life would have been forfeit. Yet, despite the passing years, no progress had been made in her research. She had not even developed the standard angelic wings characteristic of her kind. She gradually slipped into obscurity, forgotten by many. However, the king of the angelic race did not forget Carly. He regarded her as a disgrace. He even placed a bounty on her head, seeking her eradication. Fortunately, Carly, with her cunning, temporarily concealed herself within the boundless star void. Yet, she did not anticipate that the Dark Elves would follow her in. Wielding the golden-winged spear, an artifact notorious for being the bane of angels, the wings on either end of the spear possess the ability to suppress angels. And if embedded within their bodies, it slowly erodes their very essence. For angels, the golden-winged spear is akin to poison. Chapter 36, The Purple Gold Mountain. The Sacred Halo Flower. So what will you do next? At the dining table, Shen Chang curiously inquired of Carly. I must seize the moment to enhance my strength. This is currently the safest haven for me, Carly replied, her gaze resolute. Let's do our best. Nan raised his cup. They were powerless in the face of such matters. After all, it was a family affair. Moreover, one must possess strength to intervene. With their meager capabilities, a mere glare from the Angel King would send them fleeing. By the way, Shen Chang, do you know the materials required for your troop's evolution? Nan asked inquisitively. I follow my instincts. Whatever captures my raptor's interest, I pursue, Shen Chang replied, tucking away the dark elf heart he had been toying with. Oh, that sensation is reminiscent of Hai Ji's talent, Nan remarked, his gaze fixed on Mo Hai. My talent is perception. When I encounter something or pass by a location, I can sense where treasures lie and discern the state of enemies, whether they are strong or weak, Mo Hai explained. Shen Chang pondered, with such a gift, it seems rather overpowered. No wonder his troop evolved so rapidly. Well then, I shall embark on my adventure now. I hope to ascend to the rank of a level 3 lord before the trial period concludes, Mo Hai said with a smile to the others. Are you not going to see the spirit crystal mine they discovered? Zhou Su asked in astonishment. I have no need for such trifles. Besides, given the geology of this forest, it is likely a mere small-scale mine. Mo Hai waved dismissively. Very well then, goodbye Haigo. If you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to call, Zhou Su said with a wave, displaying a familiarity with Mo Hai. Soon after, Marco Polong and the others took their leave as well. And before long, the gathering dispersed. Ah, Jiao Gu, I promised I would show you. Come see if there is anything you might need, Nan said, handing his spatial ring to Shen Chang. No need. I am already quite satisfied with my gains, Shen Chang replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Perhaps he had initially intended to take advantage of them, but he had already acquired more than he expected, including 1,000 spirit crystals and 2 materials for the raptor's evolution. He could simply find the remaining items at the trading platform in Jiuzhou. No, this is a promise. One must keep their word. Besides, my ring is overflowing with items, and I could use some assistance in clearing it out, Nan insisted, pressing the ring into Shen Chang's hands. He then granted Shen Chang access to the interior of the ring, which only the owner could mentally probe. Others could only inspect it with the owner's consent or through a powerful mental force. Shen Chang could only smile wryly at Zijin Nan's insistence. Curiously, he probed the contents inside. It was a treasure trove. Have you robbed a treasury? Shen Chang thought, his heart racing with desire to seize the spatial ring. Though he ultimately restrained himself. At that moment, a mountain suffused with a violet glow emerged in Shen Chang's vision. As he mentally surveyed the purple mountain, an immense pressure surged toward him, causing him to abruptly open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Su and Carly jumped in alarm, rushing to support him. Nan, did you poison me within the spatial ring? Zhou Su glared accusingly. Zijin Nan was taken aback. I did not, I swear. Don't make baseless accusations. He hastily defended. Shen Chang quickly regained his composure. It's not his fault. It's my issue. What transpired? Carly asked urgently. I inadvertently glimpsed a violet mountain within the spatial ring while probing, and the moment my spirit brushed against it, a wave of pressure forced me out, Shen Chang explained. Though he had not sustained any real injury, the stimulus was overwhelming, causing him to bleed. The violet mountain? I remember now. Zijin Nan scratched his head sheepishly, apologizing to Shen Chang. That little mountain is a treasure left by my ancestors, known as the Purple Gold Mountain. However, due to its immense power, I cannot use it for the time being and have kept it within the spatial ring. No worries, it's my issue, Shen Chang replied, though his eyes sparkled with envy. These individuals were genuinely wealthy, with treasures appearing one after another. Ah, I see that you have been collecting light and dark treasures. Let me see if I brought anything. Zijin Nan began rummaging through his spatial ring. As he revealed item after item, Shen Chang's mouth twitched with temptation of theft. Wait, what's this? Shen Chang suddenly froze, drawing the attention of the others. What is it? Is there something that piques your interest? Zijin Nan inquired. This flower. Shen Chang pointed to a flower glowing with a golden halo that lay before Zijin Nan. This, let me think, Zijin Nan pondered. This is the sacred halo flower, likely an item from the elves. Where did you acquire this? Shili interjected, gazing at Zijin Nan in astonishment. I have no idea. With so many items, how could I remember them all? Zijin Nan replied with a hint of helplessness. Uft, we have something similar at home, just didn't bring it along. Not everyone carries everything like you. Zhou Su scoffed, displaying disdain. What can I say? The ring is large. Not filling it with items seems empty to me. Zijin Nan shrugged, his demeanor slightly irritating. Do you need this? Nevertheless, Zijin Nan offered the sacred halo flower to Shen Chang. Nodding appreciatively, Shen Chang accepted it. Thank you. He expressed gratefully. No need for thanks. I owe you for the battles we've fought together, Zijin Nan replied, shaking his head. He felt immensely fortunate to have invited Shen Chang. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. By the way, should we check out the spirit crystal mine that the bat-tooth people mentioned? Zijin Nan asked the group. I don't need spirit crystals, so I won't be going. I need to gather materials for my bamboo's evolution. Zhou Su shook his head. I'll go. My territory hasn't evolved yet. Old Su raised his hand eagerly. I'll join too, Shili chimed in. Well, then go. I'll go as well. I need to earn more money for my bee's evolution, Mon declared. Little Ma. Just tell me if you need anything. Zijin Nan frowned, regarding Mon as a brother. No, Brother Nan. My primary intention is to hone my command awareness, while simultaneously nurturing the courage of my troops. Moreover, when it comes to mining, my peak armor thief excels in that area. Mon shyly remarked. In that case, let the four of us embark together, proposed Zijin Nan. I have a question, Carly suddenly interjected. What is it? All eyes turned toward Carly. Do you know where the spirit crystal mine is located? A hush fell over the group, and their gazes swiftly shifted to the water spirit nestled in the corner. Chapter 37. Material collection. The decision to mine was ultimately set for 3 days hence. After all, the Lord's protection had only just been lifted. Abandoning one's territory like this could lead to dire consequences if a lord happened to pass by and discovered an unguarded domain. Reaping the benefits of a free lord core without a second thought, that would leave Shen Chang in quite a predicament. Thus, the immediate priority was to return to their territory, set some traps, and leave behind a few raptors for protection. Before departing, Zijin Nan and Zhou Su, the two affluent individuals, generously gifted Shi Li, Shen Chang, and Old Su a variety of items, including blueprints for daily necessities and traps, precisely what Shen Chang required. 3 days was ample time to establish many preparations. Furthermore, Shen Chang made a special effort to escort Shi Li and Zhou Su back to their territories, as he was the only one among them possessing flying troops. Zhou Su, as usual, looked on with envy. Shen Chang also discovered that Zhou Su and Shi Li's territories were not far from his own, riding on his wind god pterosaur. He could reach them in approximately 2 hours. Upon returning to his own territory, he was met with a desolate scene. Compared to Zijin Lan's land, his looked more akin to a rural area than a manor. In fact, Shen Chang's territory was even less developed than a typical village. However, he remained undeterred. His gaze resolute. He believed that all would gradually improve in the future. First and foremost, he needed to enhance his raptors. Back in his territory, Shen Chang settled into his lord's chamber, immersing himself in the discussions on the Jiuzhou communication platform. News of the events in the Manhwa forest had already spread, astonishing everyone. Goodness, you actually defeated the Dark Elf? I heard that angels even appeared. I've heard that the Dark Elf's aim was always that angel. And upon learning it was hiding in the forest, it sought to annihilate it. There's someone whose troop is a prehistoric dinosaur. How enviable. What is there to envy? True, dinosaurs, as prehistoric creatures, possess immense potential, but consider their evolution path. There is none. Each lord must figure it out individually. Compared to dinosaurs, they might as well be caterpillars. That Z-gene, Nan, is truly formidable. His talent allows him to summon the ocean. No wonder his blue whale can thrive in the forest. You are behind the times. The blue whale has evolved and is now called the whale Lin. Moreover, I believe that the one called Mo Hai is genuinely powerful. He ventured into the Manhwa forest on purpose. While others sought to escape, he made a point to come here, and he possesses 2 successfully evolved flying troops. Mo Hai is likely the most formidable among us trial entrants. Yet the one with the dinosaur troop is not weak either. Once he successfully evolves his troop, who knows how long that will take. As Shen Chang listened to the many discussions about his dinosaur, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. However, he felt somewhat dismissive of their perceptions of his evolution, allowing his heart to gradually settle. He did not relish being the center of attention. Shen Chang aspired for a life of moderation. While some attracted attention at the forefront, others remained in the shadows. This was his ideal existence. He would bide his time until he could kick angels and punch dragons. That would be the moment to reveal himself. When the time came for anyone to dare challenge him, he would unleash his raptors upon them. A glimmer of determination shone in Shen Chang's eyes as he turned his attention to the trading mall. Jiuyang Ninghua Grass, Jiuhua Tu Tianhua, Jiuchu Mu Xianji, Sanwen Gue Yuan Grass Yes, and Iron Armored Stone, Tian Lu Shui, among other items. These were all materials required for the evolution of his raptors. Of course, compared to the angel's wings, these were relatively easier to obtain. In the trading mall, some were listed for sale, requiring merely some crystal cores or spirit crystals. Fortunately, Shen Chang possessed plenty, courtesy of the generous Z-gene Nan, who had gifted him 10,000 spirit crystals. After inquiring about items not available in the trading mall, he managed to gather almost all the materials necessary for the evolution of his Guangliasheng raptors through extensive communication. Looking at the pile of evolution materials that resembled a small mountain before him, Shen Chang couldn't help but click his tongue. Is it truly necessary to require this much for the first evolution? The subsequent evolutions will surely devour me. He gazed at the leisurely raptors within his territory, a wry smile spreading across his face. The materials he had just purchased had already depleted much of his spirit crystals. The road to profit still lay far ahead. Currently, he was only lacking iron forest branches. Storing away all the materials, Shen Chang began to ponder. He recalled Zhou Su had once mentioned the location of the iron forest branches, at the black cliffs within the forest. While escorting Shili back to their territory, he believed he had glimpsed those very cliffs. Thus, he needed to embark on a search. Glancing at the darkening sky, he realized it was nearly nightfall. Shen Chang began to make arrangements for his territory. Despite possessing numerous blueprints, he had yet to gather all the necessary materials for the traps. So that would have to wait until another night. However, regarding the safety of his territory, he had originally had about 40 raptors. Yet, following the battle with the Dark Elf, many had sustained injuries, and 11 had perished. The rest were also considerably wounded. Engaging in combat was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Chang decided to assign 20 raptors to protect the territory, positioning them in discrete locations suitable for ambushes. He then took 4 raptors and the wind god pterosaur to search for the iron forest branches, while sending another 4 to gather materials. The trees and stones around his territory had nearly been stripped bare, but as his territory upgraded, the area began to expand, and foliage and rocks re-emerged nearby. Thus, 4 raptors could venture out at night to collect resources. After ensuring everything was in order, Shen Chang, accompanied by 4 raptors and a wind god pterosaur, commenced his search in the pitch-black forest. Thanks to his night fury talent, darkness did not hinder his vision. In fact, it sharpened it, though the flight was not swift, as the raptors required time to navigate through the forest, and he had to fly at a moderate height to avoid overshooting. He ambled along toward the black cliffs etched in his memory. Simultaneously, an unexpected visitor arrived at Shen Chang's territory, the Blackbird clan. This peculiar race from the cosmos was predominantly characterized by their dark hue, making them nearly invisible in the night unless one looked closely. With crow-like heads and humanoid forms, the Blackbird clan generally featured flying avian troops. However, He Lu was an anomaly. He had awakened a fire-type troop, the Black Fire Spirits of their planet. As he announced this news on the racial exchange platform, a wave of astonishment swept over everyone. The Black Fire Spirits are beings of unparalleled nobility, essentially the sovereigns of their planet, albeit lacking in significant intelligence. They awaken once every century, spending the majority of their existence in slumber. This marked the first occasion they became a military force. Previously, members of the Blackbird tribe had fantasized about transforming the Black Fire Spirits into their soldiers, even meticulously simulating a series of evolutionary pathways. This notion had inflated Heil's ego considerably. However, When he learned that the Dark Elves were intent on ravaging the forest, he nearly soiled himself in terror. No matter how formidable his Blackfire soldiers were, they could not contend with the Dark Elves. Fortunately, the Dark Elves were exterminated by humans, which brought him some relief. Yet soon after, a thought began to form in his mind. Although the Dark Elves had been vanquished, vast territories had already been devastated by them. Within those territories lay the living Lord Crystals, essential materials for evolving into a second-tier domain. Now, following the chaos wrought by the Dark Elves, many lords had perished, leaving their domain crystals unattended. This was a gift from the universe, an opportunity not to be missed. In Chapter 38, Ironwood Branch, Hyle's eyes brightened at the sight of a nearby domain. The terrifying consciousness of the planet no longer loomed over him. It was time for him to reap rewards. He licked his lips, stealthily advancing forward. Around him, black flames blazed fiercely, peculiarly adorned with a single eye atop each flame. In front of Hyle, 10 mice were cautiously exploring the path. These were his second-tier soldiers, the Quay mice. Generally regarded as food by the Blackbird tribe, they were summoned for sustenance whenever the tribe lacked the inclination to hunt. Summoning them required merely a crystal core, and they could also serve as tools. For now, they possessed no combat capability, which would only manifest post-evolution. They were perfect for scouting, ensuring there were no hidden traps. Thankfully, the journey was uneventful. Thus, Hyle arrived at the entrance of the domain. Jurassic Park? What a ridiculous name, he scoffed upon beholding Shen Chang's territory. Peeking cautiously, he found the domain eerily silent, cluttered with heaps of wolf and crocodile skins. Clearly, the owner of this domain possessed considerable strength, he mused. Regardless, he could never amass such a collection of wolf and crocodile pelts. Yet now, even the mightiest had fallen to the Dark Elves. Observing the barren land, devoid of danger, Hyle confidently stepped into the territory. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that from the moment he crossed the threshold, the velociraptors lurking in the trees, bushes, and behind the buildings had opened their eyes, fixating their gaze upon him. Why do I feel as though something is watching me? Hyle puzzled, scratching his feathered head and scanning his surroundings. The Blackbird tribe possessed superior night vision, even better than during the day. Yet all was still, an unnerving silence enveloping him. This made Hyle unconsciously gulp. As he approached the core of the domain, nothing seemed to happen. Am I truly going to acquire the domain core so effortlessly? He pondered, gazing at the core before him with disbelief, soon replaced by euphoric joy. Indeed, seizing this unclaimed Lord core during this period was the right decision. I am certain I will ascend to a second-tier Lord before the trial period concludes. No, ascending to a third tier is not out of reach. Excitement flickered in Hyle's eyes as he slowly extended his hand towards the Lord Crystal. Yet, at that moment, a wave of bloodlust assaulted his nostrils, accompanied by a ferocious aura. A chilling sensation enveloped him, and his heart raced with dread. Suddenly, with a crunch, his outstretched hand was severed. A velociraptor had lunged at him, voraciously chewing. My hand! My arm! Hyle cried out in agony. As his screams echoed, one after another, figures began to materialize around him. They were not tall, but their ferocity was palpable, especially the rows of fangs by their mouths and their limbs resembling the sides of death. Help me, Blackfires! Hyle screamed desperately. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the black flames that had accompanied him had vanished without a trace. Nearby, the Quay mice silently observed, their eyes glinting with mockery. Had Hyle been more attentive to the loyalty of his Quay mice, he could have avoided his dire predicament, since they had been treated as mere food by their master. Their loyalty had plummeted to zero. Some had even alerted the velociraptors. Now, as the velociraptor's scythe-like limb rested against Hyle's neck, everything unraveled. After expelling the Quay mice from the domain, the velociraptors concealed themselves once more, leaving behind only the lifeless Hyle and a glimmering Lord's mark. At that moment, Shen Chang gazed upon the black cliff ahead, a look of elation crossing his face. At last, I found you. I'm glad I didn't give up. The wind god pterosaur descended gracefully onto the black cliff, and 4 velociraptors arrived simultaneously. Let me take a look, Shen Chang said, stretching his neck to examine the rocks below. The sheer black cliff was adorned with various herbs, including red spiritual mushrooms, oddly shaped grasses, and black branches. Shen Chang's attention immediately turned to the black branch. If all went as anticipated, that branch would be the ironwood branch he sought. However, he also noticed the creatures lurking behind the herbs, poisonous snakes, scorpions, spiders, and centipedes. These ferocious beasts guarded the herbs, waiting for the right moment to mature. Yet oddly, there was no sign of the ironwood branch nearby. Pondering the absence, he decided it was a fortunate opportunity for him to acquire it. He instructed 3 velociraptors to watch over the cliff's edge. Having identified his target, Shen Chang mounted the wind god pterosaur, bringing along a velociraptor. A velociraptor measuring 1 meter was perfectly capable of riding atop a 10-meter-long wind god pterosaur. The two began their descent down the cliff. The location where the ironwood branch grew was still quite far, nearly at the base of the cliff. As the distance dwindled, Shen Chang could hardly contain his excitement. This was the final material needed for the velociraptor's evolution. However, Just as he was about to reach for the ironwood branch, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. He quickly clenched his hand and withdrew it. Below, a massive python opened its gaping maw, seemingly intent on swallowing the wind god pterosaur whole. Fortunately, the wind god pterosaur reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time, almost causing Shen Chang and the velociraptor to lose their balance. After dodging, the wind god pterosaur stabilized itself, flapping its wings and soaring upward. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat had formed on Shen Chang's forehead. No wonder he could not see anything. A ferocious beast was guarding the ironwood branch, and it turned out there was a large one below. Shen Chang murmured to himself, directing his gaze downward once more, yet still perceiving nothing. The enormous python's body almost melded into the dark cliffside. Moreover, one thing was certain. This python was not the guardian of the ironwood branch. It merely happened to lie within the scope of the herbs it was protecting. A slight tension gripped his heart. He had no interest in what the python was guarding. The crucial question was how to obtain the ironwood branch. Currently, he was merely one item short of allowing the velociraptor to evolve. It was impossible for him to abandon it right before his eyes. So, how could he procure it? This python was at least a fourth-tier beast, and he was no match for it. His gaze shifted to the velociraptor. Should he use the velociraptor as bait to lure the python, then seize the opportunity to collect the branch? Admittedly, this was the most suitable plan. However, he hesitated. Perhaps others would consider Shen Chang foolish for his thoughts. In the eyes of most, troops were merely tools for combat, even though some regarded their troops as companions. When faced with a choice between a companion and materials necessary for evolution, they would unhesitatingly exchange their current companion for an evolved one. Shen Chang could not bring himself to do that. He could not forget how many times the velociraptor had saved him. In his heart, the velociraptor was no longer just a companion. It had become family. Chapter 39, A Frenzied Escape. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability to wield tools. With this thought, Shen Chang slowly extended a small wooden stick before him. At the end of the stick was a net. Indeed, this was the method Shen Chang had envisioned. After persistently tossing stones to provoke the python, he had eventually lured the wind god pterosaur to a position beyond the python's reach. Once the location was secured, he selected a branch near the cliff's edge that could nearly snag the ironwood branch. Then, he wove some vines into a net. After approximately an hour of diligent work, he finally prepared the necessary items. As he watched the net approach the ironwood branch, Shen Chang clenched his fist. Dino punch. His fist manifested into the pterosaur, and he hurled it toward the ironwood branch. Boom. A loud explosion echoed as the ironwood branch snapped from its growth point, landing perfectly within the net. Shen Chang's face broke into a smile as he retracted the stick and retrieved the black object from the net. At last, he had gathered the required item for the velociraptor's evolution. Now, Shen Chang was eager to return to his territory. However, just as he intended to leave, a furious roar erupted from below. Shen Chang's heart raced. The massive python had been provoked. The continuous stone throwing had thoroughly enraged it. Yet, how could those stones cause such fury? Curiosity piqued. Shen Chang glanced down, suppressing his fear of heights. Upon witnessing the scene below, his eyes widened in disbelief. The colossal python had fallen from the black cliff, its tail coiling and its head lowered, resembling a massive spring. Wait, a spring? Shen Chang's mind reeled, and his expression shifted dramatically. Glide to the left, he commanded urgently, swiftly directing the wind god pterosaur to veer left. With one arm wrapped around the pterosaur's neck and the other clutching the velociraptor's claw, he felt the pterosaur respond to his command, flying left. Just as the pterosaur turned, the massive python below transformed into a streak of black lightning, its mouth agape as it lunged for the pterosaur's wings. Shen Chang's focus remained fixed on the python as he immediately issued orders. 90 degrees to the left. Downward. The wind god pterosaur pivoted. One wing aimed at the cliff's edge and the other at the bottom, flattening into a plane. From above, it appeared as if a piece of black paper was plummeting downward. This vertical maneuver allowed them to evade the python's attack. Quickly down, Shen Chang shouted, tightening his grip around the pterosaur's neck while firmly holding onto the velociraptor's claw. The wind god pterosaur adjusted its posture and dove head first. The python was now less than 2 meters away from Shen Chang. Had the velociraptor reacted even slightly slower, he would have been swallowed by the python. In that moment, he could clearly see the python's forked tongue and sharp fangs, and the scent from its mouth assaulted him. With a swift motion, the wind god pterosaur dove down, piercing through the python's body. Yet, the velociraptor, still clutched in Shen Chang's hand, showed no sign of fear and excitedly extended its hind limbs, slashing at the python. The velociraptor's hind limbs were designed for hunting and were exceptionally sharp. Now, under the cover of night, they had been further enhanced by the chaos of darkness. Thud! The velociraptor's claws sank into the python's flesh. Shen Chang remained oblivious to this, his gaze fixed on the python. Only when he felt a slight resistance against the pterosaur's descent did he glance around. Upon noticing the velociraptor's actions, he was nearly paralyzed with fright. My little ancestor, are you truly unafraid of death? With a swift tug, he pulled the velociraptor closer, extracting its hind limbs from the python's body. At this moment, the Velociraptor's hind limb was already broken. After all, the body of a fourth-tier beast was not so fragile. One could say it was as hard as steel. Fortunately, the chaos of the night had dulled their sense of pain, or else the Velociraptor would have been in tears. However, Shen Chang had no time to worry about the Velociraptor now. As they neared the ground, just 5 meters above, he commanded, "Adjust your flight position forward. Then ascend 500 meters." They were drawing closer to the ground, with the wind god pterosaur's claws nearly grazing the earth. "Turn," Shen Chang shouted. The pterosaur's head tilted forward slightly, its wings flapping rapidly as it skimmed the surface. With a cry, the wind god pterosaur finally adjusted its flight posture, soaring swiftly ahead. However, Shen Chang was momentarily taken aback. Was that truly the sound of the wind god pterosaur? Surely the Tyrannosaurus didn't he sound like that? As they flew, the pterosaur's form gradually ascended, while the python landed and rapidly twisted its body in pursuit. Suddenly, a cracking sound pierced the air. Shen Chang paused, immediately redirecting his gaze. He initially thought the pterosaur had collided with something, but upon looking, he saw nothing. However, it seemed the pterosaur had something in its mouth. Golden? There was no time for contemplation now. He could only pray that the wind god pterosaur would fly even faster. Roar! The python's enraged voice echoed behind them. It was as if someone had forcibly taken his wife. The wails echoed, sending a chill down Shen Chang's spine. Fortunately, the python's silhouette was receding further into the distance, allowing him to exhale with a modicum of relief. It appeared they had managed to escape. Meanwhile, the wind god pterosaur ascended rapidly into the sky. After a brief interval, it finally converged with the raptors near the cliff's edge. During Shen Chang's descent to retrieve the iron forest branches, the raptors had also achieved notable success, having slain an old wolf and 3 venomous snakes, yielding approximately over 100 crystal cores. Coupled with the cores acquired from the ferocious beasts previously controlled by the Dark Elves, Shen Chang now possessed over 3,000 crystal cores. After all, during the earlier confrontation, the Dark Elves had commanded several hundred beasts. Ultimately, the other races had fled, leaving behind resources that were evenly divided among Shen Chang and his companions. Chapter 40. The Evolution of the Raptors. Retracing their steps, Shen Chang seized the opportunity to gather blueprints and essential supplies along the way: fibers, wood, and iron blocks. However, the quantity of iron blocks required for the traps was considerable. Thus, Shen Chang made a special trip to the trading mall to exchange for some. With all preparations complete, dawn was approaching, yet Shen Chang felt no fatigue. Eagerly, he returned to his territory, unloading supplies from the wind god pterosaur onto the ground. The raptors that had been hunting outside returned, bringing a bountiful breakfast and additional materials. However, to his astonishment, there lay an unfamiliar corpse on his land, its head resembling that of a crow, eyes wide open, a rather eerie sight. Shen Chang surmised that the unfortunate soul had attempted to trespass into his territory for nefarious purposes, but had met its demise at the hands of the raptors. Well done, he thought with satisfaction, as he affectionately stroked the raptor's head. Quietly, he collected the Lord's core from the ground, a valuable item. It could be exchanged for 100 spirit crystals. As the protective period waned, more individuals emerged from their territories to engage in combat. The Lord's mark had diminished in value, and it was uncertain if any unfortunate souls would be willing to fall for the trap of 100 spirit crystals. Shen Chang was oblivious to the nature of troop evolution. To err on the side of caution, he set numerous traps outside his territory and instructed the remaining raptors and the wind god pterosaur to patrol the perimeter. Only one raptor remained within the territory, his very first summon, affectionately named Big Dragon. Although the name was somewhat unappealing, it was a humble name that ensured survival. The other raptors of the same generation had gradually perished in battle, leaving Big Dragon as the sole survivor, validating the wisdom of the ancients. "You are about to embrace a new life," Shen Chang said, gazing gently into Big Dragon's eyes. It seemed that Big Dragon sensed the impending transformation, a resolute determination flickering within its gaze. "Rest well, so you may greet your new existence in the best of spirits." Shen Chang comforted Big Dragon before heading to the riverbank to bathe and change. Afterward, he returned to his chamber to rejuvenate himself, preparing to study the evolution liquid with utmost focus. Time passed, and during this rest, Shen Chang found himself completely relaxed, enjoying a deep and restorative slumber. When he finally awoke, darkness had enveloped the sky. Splashing cold water on his face revived him, and he offered a respectful bow towards the heavens. "May the Cosmic Father bless me. May the Planetary Mother protect me. May my homeland sisters safeguard me." Having uttered his incantation, he retrieved a mortar and pestle, a common tool acquired from his home in the southern region of Zhejiang. Originally, he had planned to carve a hole in a tree stump, but now he possessed a superior instrument. In his mind, Shen Chang delved deeper into the knowledge of the evolution of the light flame star raptors. Place the angel's wing at the bottom, add any quantity of triune water, merging them into one, then incorporate the 9-turned wood immortal branch. He followed the steps meticulously. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, 2 hours had elapsed. enveloping the world in complete darkness. Throughout this period, Shen Chang remained mentally focused, carefully merging each material. Gradually, the liquid in the mortar transformed into a deep purple hue. He infused the final essence of dancing copper, resulting in a purple liquid speckled with hints of blue, resembling a starry sky. It was complete. Shen Chang took a deep breath, his face pale from the prolonged tension. Yet, every effort had been worth it. Now, he merely needed to have Big Dragon consume this evolution liquid. Under the cover of night, it would likely provide Big Dragon with an additional advantage. Lie down. Open your mouth, Shen Chang commanded. Big Dragon obediently complied, lying down and opening its massive maw. Shen Chang raised the mortar, and, as he tilted it, the purple liquid flowed slowly into Big Dragon's mouth, traveling down its throat and into its body. Almost immediately, Big Dragon's form began to radiate a white light. As the evolution liquid coursed through it, the brilliance intensified, until, with the final infusion, the shimmering white light became almost blinding. Even Shen Chang found himself compelled to close his eyes. Moments later, the blinding light dissipated, revealing before Shen Chang a white eggshell adorned with golden patterns, exuding an aura of sanctity. Yet, Shen Chang's expression darkened. That blinding light had been too piercing. He could not ascertain whether it had attracted any unwanted attention. After all, it was the cover of night. Nonetheless, regardless of any onlookers, Shen Chang was determined to shield the transformation of Big Dragon at all costs. With resolute steps, Shen Chang ventured outside his territory. The other raptors sensed his seriousness and unease, promptly gathering around him for comfort. All right, you all hide. Your elder brother is undergoing evolution, and it cannot be compromised, Shen Chang said sternly. The raptors immediately dispersed, vanishing from his sight in the blink of an eye. If not for their innate sensing abilities, Shen Chang would have been oblivious to their whereabouts. It could only be described as a natural talent, perhaps a gift ingrained in their DNA since the prehistoric era. The wind god pterosaur gracefully landed beside Shen Chang. He swiftly climbed onto its back, spreading his wings as they commenced a patrol over the territory. An hour passed without incident, allowing Shen Chang's heart to relax slightly. However, just then, figures began to appear ahead, one after another, their forms grotesque, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Upon closer inspection, there were about a dozen of them. Shen Chang's expression shifted to one of urgency. How could such a commotion go unnoticed? They had quietly convened. What do you want? Stop right there, Shen Chang shouted. The approaching crowd was nearing his territory, their features becoming clearer. To put it bluntly, through the lens of human beauty, they were ghastly figures. Humans? Have they arrived first? A burly purple figure spoke with a grim tone, its visage akin to that of a sentient potato. Human, what was that glowing object just now? Bring it to me at once. Indeed, good things are meant to be shared. Hoarding them is an unseemly act. Reveal your treasures to us, and we assure you we shall not seize them. Indeed, indulge our curiosity, won't you? One figure after another spoke up. Shen Chang merely gazed coldly, surrounded by an aura of menace. I have stated that there is nothing within. This is my domain, and my forces are merely evolving. I have said what needs to be said. Should you persist in your folly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chapter 41, The Arrival of the Enemies. Not far away, the myriad races exchanged glances. The leader, a potato spirit, mocked Shen Chang. You think we should be intimidated? How could a single individual like you deter us, a coalition of several races? Spare us your words and step aside, or else my alliance shall show you no mercy. As they spoke, laughter erupted among them. Shen Chang remained silent, yet he etched the figure of the potato spirit into his memory. An alliance, you say? After the trial period concludes, your existence will be rendered superfluous, Shen Chang muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. Observing Shen Chang's lack of response, they summoned their forces, advancing upon him like an overwhelming tide. Suddenly, a series of deep pits emerged, causing several of their soldiers to vanish into the ground. Watch out. There are traps, the potato spirit shouted, and the others immediately became alert. You wretched human, how vile your intentions. We merely wish to take a glance. And yet you have set traps. A goat-headed man shouted in fury. Take a glance. Shen Chang's lips curled in disdain. If he truly believed their deceitful words, he would be a fool. As a new race within the cosmos, humanity's growth rate is astonishing, and each individual possesses unique talents, showcasing a remarkable diversity that has captivated the attention of numerous other races. Many are eager to study humanity and its peculiarities. Why do humans flourish so rapidly? To those races with mediocre innate abilities, the potential of humanity is a source of envy. They resent the fact that a nascent race possesses such high potential and seek to curb humanity's ascendance. Thus, most races harbor malicious intent towards humanity. We are but a handful. You cannot stop us, the potato spirit declared fiercely. If I cannot stop you, so be it. My only aim is to buy time. Shen Chang mused inwardly, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the egg behind him. This little rascal is immovable. Go forth, the potato spirit commanded. Their respective forces began to materialize, comprising chickens, ducks, rabbits, and wolves, all with a singular objective, to breach Shen Chang's perimeter and uncover the source of that radiant light. Boom. One trap after another was triggered, revealing pits, wind-driven wooden spikes, animal traps, and massive wooden stakes, alongside sharp steel cables. Yet, none of these impediments could deter the advancing tide of soldiers as they surged towards Shen Chang. His eyes flickered with determination as he silently issued commands. The raptors, as his soldiers, had long since forged a bond with him. He could relay mental orders for them to execute. Seize the opportunity to eliminate the masters of these forces. Shen Chang thought to himself. In the darkness, the raptors understood the unspoken message and began to stealthily advance towards the throngs of lords. The potato spirit shuddered inexplicably, sensing an unsettling presence, as if some monstrous entity were fixating upon him, ready to rend him apart at any moment. He swallowed nervously, scanning his surroundings warily. Roar! A ferocious wolf broke through the traps, its predatory gaze locked onto Shen Chang. Without hesitation, it lunged forward to sink its teeth into Shen Chang, aiming for a vital area. Can you endure this? He commanded the wind god wyvern, which promptly spread its wings and glided downwards, its sharp claws seizing the wolf's back and driving deep into its flesh. The wind god wyvern then soared skyward, crashing the wolf into the midst of the enemy ranks. Such combat prowess compelled Shen Chang to marvel. Had he known the wind god wyvern was so formidable, he would have summoned more. Regrettably, he had been preoccupied with concocting the raptor's evolutionary elixir and had neglected to visit the summoning chamber. Nevertheless, the situation was not dire. Half of the enemy forces had perished while testing the traps, leaving but a few remaining. As the traps vanished, the lords grew bolder, stepping forward incrementally until they reached the hiding place of the raptors. Shen Chang's eyes subtly shifted, as if conveying a message. Haha, look, boss. This fellow is so anxious, he dares not even glance our way. One of them cackled, having noticed Shen Chang's expression. The potato spirit, too, caught sight of it, and was about to taunt Shen Chang further when suddenly, his body quaked uncontrollably, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, neglecting to communicate with his subordinates. His abrupt action left his companions bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. This was the opportune moment. The potato spirit, having taken just 2 steps to escape, was confronted by a massive maw that engulfed him whole, severing his head from his body. Blood splattered across the ground, warm droplets showering his bewildered subordinates, further deepening their confusion. What on earth happened? Where's the boss? Why is there only a headless corpse? They stammered, panic setting in as they realized the grim reality. As the remaining lords hastily retreated toward their soldiers, having lost 7 of their number, the remaining lords finally reached their forces, allowing them to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, Shen Chang wore a smirk of derision. Care to continue watching? However, his voice went unheard amidst the chaos as everyone was preoccupied with their escape. Indeed, the tactics of the 6th method would never fall out of favor, had it not been for the raptors concealing themselves for a strategic ambush. These mere dozen lords would have been more than enough for Shen Chang to handle. Now, only 5 remained, and he could manage them with relative ease. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the fallen lords, witnessing their master's demise, harbored no thoughts of vengeance. They fled, transforming into pure, savage beasts. Indeed, the soldiers left behind after their lord's deaths would gradually evolve into ferocious beasts within the boundless void of the cosmos, a transformation that would take but a month. Otherwise, even amidst the ceaseless trepidation and myriad ferocious beasts, it is insufficient to satiate the demands of the countless races within the universe. Suddenly, an unusual sound resonated, snapping Shen Chang's attention to the rear. The shell of the raptor's evolutionary egg began to crack. A surge of excitement and delight flooded Shen Chang's eyes. Chapter 42, The Might of the Radiant Star Raptor. Shen Chang, disregarding the fleeing adversaries, rushed a few paces to stand before the raptor's egg, extending his hand to caress it with fervor. At last, you have emerged. A glimmer of joy flickered in his gaze, and the anxiety that had weighed upon him gradually dissipated. With the increasing number of fissures, the shell finally shattered, and the fragments dissolved into radiant powder. Ultimately, a golden-white raptor materialized before Shen Chang. Unlike its predecessor, this raptor's skin had transformed from a slate gray to a pristine white, adorned with golden stripes. A singular white horn graced its forehead, and its forelimbs boasted scythe-like claws. Most astonishing of all were its eyes, which had turned a brilliant gold, shimmering with luminescence. Simultaneously, the attributes of the evolved raptor manifested within Shen Chang's mind. Unit type, dinosaur. Name, Radiant Star Raptor. Skills, Shadow Clone, Light Beam, Sunshade, Light Slash, Light Shift. It possessed a total of 5 skills. The Shadow Clone skill allowed for the creation of a new raptor from light, possessing half the power of its original. The Light Beam enabled the emission of a scorching beam from its mouth to strike foes. Sunshade unleashed blinding radiance to obscure enemies' vision. Light Slash employed its swift claws to rend adversaries asunder. Light Shift enhanced speed, akin to teleportation. Concurrently, the raptor's statue in his mind began to transform, taking on the form of the Radiant Star Raptor. Subsequently, the evolutionary paths began to diminish, leaving only a few remaining. Shen Chang scrutinized the first item, inhaling sharply in astonishment, for it was none other than an angel's heart. This revelation left him utterly perplexed. Good heavens, are you serious? An angel's heart? You might as well ask me to slay an angel. Drawing a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the second item, light essence. Cursed be it. Shen Chang withdrew his consciousness from his mind. Good grief, light essence. Based on his knowledge, he was aware that light essence was found solely within the angel's rebirth pool, the very lifeblood of angels. The next evolution required him to pilfer the essence of an angel's life. It seemed they were intent on taking his life. At that moment, a thought from the great dragon reached Shen Chang. Do you wish to engage in battle? Shen Chang raised an eyebrow. The great dragon, exhibiting a human-like nod, responded affirmatively. Thus it was. Shen Chang stroked his chin. Although the great dragon had evolved within the eggshell, its consciousness had been acutely aware of everything transpiring outside. Then go forth, demonstrate your current might, and let me behold the extent of your power. With a flourish of his hand, he gestured toward the fleeing multitude. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shen Chang was taken aback by a sudden flash of white light that materialized before him. By the heavens! He exclaimed in shock. That was incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, the raptor had leapt behind a commander, its claws slicing him cleanly in two. Is this what light shift entails? Shen Chang murmured to himself. Among the 5 skills, this description was the briefest, merely stating an increase in speed. Yet, he had not anticipated such a dramatic enhancement. The speed was such that the enemy had no time to react. With a roar, the great dragon opened its mouth toward a flying unit in the sky, gathering searing white light within. The energy coalesced into a beam, which erupted forth, piercing through the flying unit and its accompanying commander. Truly formidable. Shen Chang gasped in astonishment. The power of that beam exceeded his expectations. The ensuing scene was nothing short of a massacre. The great dragon continued its relentless assault within the forest, dispatching one commander after another. In less than a minute, aside from Shen Chang, there were no survivors left in the vicinity. Shen Chang swallowed hard. Dinosaurs truly were the prehistoric titans, their potential immense, justifying the precious materials utilized in their evolution. Soon, the great dragon reappeared before Shen Chang, its golden claws stained with blood. Shen Chang bore no disdain. Rather, he was immensely satisfied. The corpses outside were of little concern. When the beasts of the forest grew hungry and caught wind of the blood, they would take care of the aftermath. Shen Chang collected the fallen commander marks and promptly listed them on the trading platform in exchange for iron, ore, and other materials. Now, with the protection period concluded, the ultimate battles would commence. Regardless of one's desire to fight, there would always be those who sought confrontation. In such circumstances, one could only choose between resistance and demise. Presently, the commander marks had diminished in value. Just days prior, the marks he had listed took 2 days to sell. This time, he opted to exchange them for iron ore. He increasingly recognized the growing importance of blueprints. Alas, during the trial period, the endless Star Void's exchange market was not open to novices like them. Those advanced blueprints, even divine-grade ones, could only be redeemed within the endless market. Advanced blueprints typically pertain to large structures, such as blacksmith shops, laboratories, or expansive parks. Moreover, these blueprints came with attributes that could enhance the defensive properties of territories. Trading commander marks for iron ore was remarkably swift. Mere moments after listing, they were snatched up. With the iron ore in hand, Shen Chang set about crafting more traps and even replaced the fencing surrounding his territory. He then made modifications to his lord's chamber. While he did not aspire to rival the opulence of a noble, a proper bed was essential. Although a wolf pelt was quite comfortable, it was rather unsightly. In comparison to a human, it resembled the disparity between nobility and primitivism. Furthermore, with the territory now open, should a friend visit Shen Chang's domain one day, there might not even be a place to sit. After diligently attending to these tasks, Shen Chang took a brief respite. Just then, the wind spirit pterosaur flew over. Shen Chang felt a twinge of confusion. Why was this creature, seemingly well-rested, seeking him out? However, as the thoughts of the wind spirit pterosaur reached him, a glimmer of surprise crossed Shen Chang's eyes. You managed to snatch away what that enormous python was guarding? Shen Chang was utterly astonished. He never expected his unit to possess such audacity. During their escape, he and the raptor had effectively clung to the back of the wind spirit pterosaur. Yet, at that critical moment, the raptor had bravely extended its claws to rend the python's back. The wind spirit pterosaur had outdone itself, even pilfering the python's belongings in the process. Shen Chang found himself at a loss for words. His units were indeed astonishing. Chapter 43, Extracting Skills. However, what exactly did the wind god pterosaur steal? Shen Chang, filled with curiosity, picked up the object expelled by the wind god pterosaur. He held it in his hand and examined it closely. It resembled a bush by the roadside. On the golden branches, there were green buds and golden flowers. These buds were akin to the tongues of sparrows, while the flowers bloomed like those in a flower bed. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Could this possibly be tea leaves? Shen Chang scratched his head, lamenting his lack of knowledge to identify the object. Fortunately, he had many friends. Surely, Zijin Nan would recognize it. He quickly described the appearance of the tea leaves to Zijin Nan. Soon, a response arrived. You guessed correctly. This is indeed a type of tea. As he read Zijin Nan's words, curiosity flickered across Shen Chang's face. What is its use? Well, how should I put it? The effects of this tea will only be fully revealed once you become a Tier 3 Lord. To be specific, I can't say for sure. Let's wait until you grow a bit more. However, this is a valuable item. You can plant it in your spiritual fields. Shen Chang raised his eyebrows upon reading the message. A Tier 3 Lord? The textbooks at school only covered up to Tier 2 Lords. Knowledge about Tier 3 Lords was only attainable in university. However, it seemed that Tier 3 Lords belonged to an entirely new realm. This particular item is called Golden Tongs of the Sparrow. As he looked at the tea leaves in his hand, Shen Chang tossed them lightly. Golden Tongs of the Sparrow. What a splendid name. With that thought, he proceeded to the spiritual field area in his territory and planted the tea leaves. The growth rate of anything cultivated in the spiritual field would be accelerated. Perhaps, the tea leaves would mature soon. After making the arrangements, Shen Chang entered the summoning chamber. It was desolate inside, save for a massive summoning crystal. He focused his spirit on the summoning crystal. With the evolution of troop types, the information within the crystal would also be updated. Summoning the Radiant Star Velociraptor requires 10,000 crystal cores. Shen Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly kicking the crystal in frustration. What the heck? This is a 100-fold increase. Summoning a regular Velociraptor only requires 100 crystal cores. You evolve once, and the next summoning costs 10,000. For some reason, Shen Chang felt an overwhelming urge to smash the crystal. Taking a deep breath to calm his impulsive emotions, he realized that upgrading a regular Velociraptor to a Radiant Star Velociraptor necessitated 5,000 crystal cores. He gasped in shock. This is outrageous. This wretched crystal is a money pit. He estimated that his current assets were around 5,000 crystals. Was it trying to drain him dry? Territory name, Jurassic Park. Level, Tier 2 territory. Unlocked troop types, Radiant Star Velociraptor, Wind God Pterosaur. Lord skills, Dinosaur Fist, Decomposition Technique. Crystal cores, 5,342. Upgrade requirements, 20,000 crystal cores, 10,000 primordial crystals, 10,000 stones, 15,000 wood, 10 Lord crystals, 10 tons of sand. Upon glancing at the upgrade requirements, Shen Chang suddenly exhaled in relief. To upgrade to a Tier 3 territory, he merely needed 20,000 crystal cores. That's just the equivalent of 2 Radiant Star Velociraptors. Current Lord Troop Type Velociraptor has successfully completed evolution. Would you like to extract one of the skills possessed by the evolved Troop Type, Radiant Star Velociraptor? A prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Shen Chang's eyes brightened. Right, he had almost forgotten. Upon completing troop evolution, the Lord could extract one of the skills mastered by the evolved troop. Reflecting on the 5 skills possessed by the Velociraptor, Shadow Clone, Light Beam, Sunshade, Light Slash, and Transformation of Light, he noted that Light Beam and Transformation of Light had already been showcased before him. He was uncertain about the specific effects of the other 3. However, if possible, Shen Chang still wished to acquire the Transformation of Light skill. After all, as a Lord, his primary duty was to command the troops in battle. He could leave the fighting to them. Moreover, the Transformation of Light skill enhanced his movement speed. The Velociraptor's speed had already been demonstrated to him yesterday, and he felt that this skill would be advantageous. In the event that an assassin breached the Velociraptor's defenses and reached him, he could simply boost his speed and escape, allowing the Velociraptor to reclaim the situation later. However, Shen Chang couldn't be certain which skill he would ultimately obtain. Let us begin the extraction, he declared. Moments later, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. You have extracted the skill, Light Beam. Shen Chang squinted. Light Beam was the attack skill that the Velociraptor had exhibited yesterday, emitting a searing light cannon with formidable penetration power. Although he regretted that it wasn't the skill he desired, an attack skill was still a boon. At the very least, it enhanced his prowess. As of now, he possessed 3 skills. The innate skill Dinosaur Fist, which could summon various dinosaurs to attack enemies. The Lord skill Decomposition Technique, which allowed him to break down materials into what he needed, and the troop skill Light Beam. Why does it feel like I've strayed from the conventional path? He pondered. Shouldn't a typical Lord focus on speed and defense? Here he was, charging headfirst into offense. The next course of action was to gather the evolution materials for the Wind God Pterosaur and the upgrade materials for the territory. He aimed to evolve 1 Velociraptor into a Radiant Star Velociraptor. Tomorrow, he would set out to seek the Spirit Crystal Mine. He would leave 1 Radiant Star Velociraptor and 20 Velociraptors to guard the territory, while he took the Wind God Pterosaur and the Great Dragon outside. As for the remaining regular Velociraptors, they would be tasked with collecting materials. However, there was one more matter. The water source needed attention. Unfortunately, he did not possess the intermediate blueprint for an underground river. The underground river blueprint would allow him to develop a river within the territory, connecting it to the nearest lake. However, he did have the low-level blueprint for a pond. The materials required for constructing the pond were stones and wood. Very simple. He quickly gathered the materials and constructed the pond, then dispatched 2 velociraptors to fetch water. Next, he needed to rest well and wait for the gathering the following day, when they would search for spirit crystals. He had already collected the evolution material for the wind god pterosaur, the heart of the dark elf. Thus, the evolution path would follow that of the dark wind pterosaur. He aimed to undergo evolution after the trial period ended during his next visit to the endless void. Most of the essential materials for the dark wind pterosaur would require him to exchange them on Blue Star. He still needed money. He lacked everything. Shen Chang found himself in a state of distress. The velociraptor was a voracious consumer of crystal cores. Summoning just one wind god pterosaur felt insufficient. After all, the wind god pterosaur was quite large and suited for use as a transport tool. As for spirit crystals, they might not be necessary at the moment. But with the trial period's conclusion, when he next ventured to the endless void, the cosmic marketplace would open. To exchange for items there, he would need to acquire spirit crystals. The same held true for returning to Blue Star. Chapter 44, Gathering in the Mine. The following day, as dawn broke, the Manhwa forest was enveloped in fog for the first time. Amidst the hazy mist, several figures gradually converged. You want to be the boss? Zhou raised an eyebrow, casting a discontented glance at Zijin Nan. Primarily, it is to provide everyone with a favorable space for communication. Zijin Nan wore an expression of unwavering confidence. Moreover, I believe I am fully qualified to assume the role of leader. His face radiated self-assurance. I beg to differ, Zhou scoffed, his countenance imbued with haughty disdain. In fact, I consider myself even more deserving of such a position. If a leader is to be appointed, I believe I could take a shot at it. Shili eagerly chimed in. Hey, shouldn't the fiercest among us take on the mantle of leadership? As he spoke, Lao Su flexed his arms, showcasing his impressive muscles. Observing the heated debate among the 5 individuals, Shen Chang clicked his tongue in disbelief. Why would anyone wish to undertake such a thankless task? What benefits does being a leader confer? None at all. He turned to the trio beside him, Xiao Ma, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Guan, as well as Xiao Shui, inquiring, which of these 4 do you believe is fit to be the leader? Without a shadow of a doubt, we support Brother Nan. Mine and Wu Hu gazed at Zijin Nan with admiration. I couldn't care less who becomes leader, but no one can usurp my Brother Nan's title. Guan Nan, adorned in a green leather coat, stood with his back turned, exuding an air of aloofness. Shen Chang cast a sideways glance, thinking to himself, this fool still wishes to contest for Brother Nan's title. What does he have to offer? Some beans? I back Water God, Shui Lin declared. Shui Lin was the water spirit who had fought alongside them against the Dark Elves and had remained within Zijin Nan's territory. Meanwhile, Wu Hu was a newly recruited subordinate of Zijin Nan, gifted with the ability to traverse great distances in a single day, effectively enhancing troop stamina. He was also a level 2 lord, commanding units of dashi horses and rice. The dashi horse, the initial unit, was a breed of short-legged horses from Blue Star that had evolved into the current form, standing an impressive 3 meters tall. This breed possessed an insatiable appetite, yet it could store food for future consumption. The second unit, rice, was edible and could also be launched from the rice stalks to attack foes, though its potency was rather negligible. Shen Chang, who do you think is suitable for this leadership role? Zhou, unable to contend with Zijin Nan, turned to Shen Chang for input. Leader? Shen Chang was momentarily taken aback. Who cares who you all decide to appoint? I certainly have no intention of taking on that role. I propose we cast our votes instead. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the 4 in front of him. Excellent idea. The 4 nodded in agreement, subsequently turning their gaze to the other 4 who were observing. Shen Chang, vote for me. 1 million spirit crystals. Zijin Nan called out, turning around. I choose Zijin Nan. Shen Chang proclaimed loudly, disregarding the expressions of those around him. His eyes gleamed with the unmistakable glint of spirit crystals. What do you mean? I choose you. Did you bring any spirit crystals? Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide. Zijin Nan snorted derisively. Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words. In his haste to arrive, he had indeed forgotten to bring any spirit crystals. His usual persona was that of an aloof and proud individual, quick to throw money at any slight. His family had prepared him for this very attitude during his time in the endless star void, but they had overlooked providing him with spirit crystals. Ultimately, under the weight of monetary influence, Zijin Nan begrudgingly took on the role of captain for this small team. Zhou silently vowed, next time I come to the endless star void, I'll make sure to bring at least 10 million spirit crystals. Among the 9, only Shui Lin knew the location of the spirit crystal mine, so the others followed her lead. After approximately half a day's journey, they encountered the wind god wyvern. The plant units of the group were positioned on the back of the wyvern, while the others casually rode horses, meandering along. At this moment, they had traversed through the forest and emerged into the mountain range. The mountain where the spirit crystal mine is located lies behind a large mountain, while a black mountain stands in front, Shui Lin explained. The The wind god wyvern let out a soft cry. Have you found it? Shen Chang asked, his eyes wide with surprise. What do you mean? Did your unit spot something? Zijin Nin was momentarily taken aback. It should be the case, Shen Chang nodded. Just moments ago, the wind god wyvern had conveyed its thoughts, indicating it had seen the small black mountain and the larger one. Zhou Su gazed enviously at the flying units. So, how could one aspire to be a leader without the ability to fly? Zijin Nin remarked solemnly. Zhou Su felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening as he glared at Zijin Nin. You really should be ashamed. Zijin Nin humbly brushed it off. Let us proceed. With that, the group moved towards the direction the wind god wyvern had flown. Thanks to Shui Lin's guidance, they soon reached their destination. Oh, I smell the scent of fortune, Mon exclaimed, his face aglow with delight. On his shoulders, 2 peak armor units were sniffing the air intently. There are treasures within. As someone endowed with a talent for treasure hunting, Mon's statement carried significant weight. The other's eyes lit up. Better than spirit crystals? Shen Chang couldn't help but inquire. Indeed. Mon affirmed with a nod. It seems this place is more than just a small spirit mine. Zijin Nin murmured to himself. If it were merely a small spirit crystal mine, I wouldn't be able to sense it. Unless there are precious treasures inside. Mon spoke with a hint of excitement. So, the contents within are worth more than the entire spirit crystal mine? Shen Chang swallowed hard, asking expectantly, is that truly the case? Mon resolutely nodded. Exactly. So, what are we waiting for? Lao Su said enthusiastically. It was worth noting that among this team, he and Shen Chang were the only outright paupers. Xiao Ma and Xiao Wu were under Zijin Nan's care, while Guan Nin had little interest in wealth, caring only that no one dared to claim the title of Nangu from him. However, it is quite perilous inside. The mine is filled with various small ferocious beasts, and the paths are exceedingly complex. One misstep could lead to utter disorientation, Shui Lin cautioned. This task is best left to me and Guan Nan, Zhou Su declared. Huh, what does that have to do with me? Guan Nan, who had remained quietly aloof, looked confused. Your units are perfectly suited for scouting, Zhou Su retorted. After their last parting, Guan Nan had successfully advanced to become a level 2 lord. His units now included the bean moth and the hamster. While Zhou Su's Mao Zhu had finally begun its evolution into a unit known as Shaolin Bamboo. Though it could not move yet, it could attach itself to other units, enveloping them in its defensive bamboo layers. Moreover, the bamboo possessed its own consciousness. When the host unit engaged in combat, the Shaolin Bamboo could attack alongside it, making it exceedingly formidable. Chapter 45, Preparing to enter the mine. Zhou Su's units, as supportive allies, were truly exceptional. If combined with Guan Nan's smaller units, they would achieve a remarkably harmonious synergy. Without further ado, Zhou Su proclaimed, promptly retrieving the Shaolin Bamboo from the back of the wind god wyvern. Guan Nin cooperatively summoned 4 butterflies and 4 mice. This time, they had brought very few units, as their territory was no longer under protection, and they needed to leave frontline units to guard their domain against potential thieves. As the Shaolin Bamboo merged with the bodies of the mice and bean moths, their forms began to transform. Their colors shifted to a golden green hue reminiscent of bamboo. On their backs, the Shaolin Bamboo appeared, swaying gracefully. Just like the verdant grass atop the head of village chief, Slow Sheep, preparations were made. The group commenced their search for the mine. With Shui Lin acting as their insider, they swiftly navigated the route. It's just ahead, Shui Lin pointed forward. They had finally arrived. Lao Su wiped his nose, visibly exhilarated. Having endured poverty for long enough, the opportunity for wealth was finally within reach. Don't rush, let Brother Nan's troops scout the way for you. Guan Nin boldly stepped to the forefront, followed by an array of enhanced rats and bean moths leading the charge. Be cautious. I'm not sure if they've set traps nearby, Shui Lin remarked, her gaze fixed ahead. The group couldn't help but proceed with trepidation, for they had not forgotten that this mine was also associated with the Bat-Tooth tribe. However, the Bat-Tooth were merely minor players in their eyes, posing little threat. Before long, the party discovered the entrance to the mine, where the sound of metal striking metal echoed from within. Outside, the troops of the Pig Trample tribe were accompanied by the vibrant nasal elephants, burdened with baskets of spirit crystals. Lao Su's eyes gleamed with greed. Oh my, it's all ours, he exclaimed, his eyes reddening with anticipation. Eagerly, he mounted his cloud tiger and approached the nasal elephants. Wait, this buffoon. Zijin Nan sighed in exasperation, covering his forehead. Brother, at least be cautious. Stop. Lao Su, astride his massive cloud tiger, lunged directly in front of the nasal elephants. The tiger beneath him let out a thunderous roar, startling the nasal elephants and causing the baskets of spirit crystals to tumble to the ground with a clatter. Lao Su was soon engulfed by the cascading crystals, overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent of wealth. He gleefully lifted one crystal after another. Meanwhile, within the mine, the Bat-Tooth tribe was directing their red birds to peck at the crystal formations above. The San Luo tribe was busy commanding their sand crocodiles to gather the fallen spirit crystals and place them into crates. Near the entrance, a nasal elephant extended its trunk, tirelessly transporting the precious crystals away. Strange, Bat Tian. Do you feel it's getting colder the deeper we dig? murmured the San Luo. It is indeed a bit chilly. It feels like a presence of malice, Bat Tian replied, somewhat perplexed. Ah, that's just how it is in the mountains. The deeper you go, the colder it gets. The pig trample tribe waved dismissively, then explained further. Well, that makes sense, but I have another question. The San Luo scratched his head in confusion. The two regarded him curiously. Do you sense some commotion outside? As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the mine's exit. The others paused, then turned their attention to the source of the disturbance. Indeed, there were sounds of chaos and the cries of the nasal elephants. Something has gone awry. This place has been discovered. Bat Tian's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Only a handful of us knew about this location. The San Luo was flabbergasted. Don't forget, there's one more. Bat Tian shot a cold glance at the San Luo, uttering two words with chilling weight. Shui Lin. It must be her. It makes sense. Ever since she sponsored us last time, we haven't seen her around. The pig trample tribe's face turned pale, reflecting on their past encounters. It was indeed true. They had slipped away while the dark elves and humans battled, and Shui Lin had not followed their lead. Now it dawned on them that she must have remained with those humans. If that were the case, it was likely those humans who had come to this place. The thought of the terrifying combat prowess displayed by those humans in battle against the dark elves sent shivers down Bat Tian's spine. The other two felt a wave of dread as well, fully aware that their own strength could never match that of the humans. What should we do, Bat Tian? The San Luo asked anxiously. Among the trio, Bat Tian was the strongest, yet he too was at a loss. He knew his limitations. A direct confrontation was out of the question. However, surrendering was equally unacceptable, especially since the Spirit Stone mine was not fully exploited. They had barely scratched the surface. According to the mine's regulations, the deeper one ventured, the higher the purity of the spirit crystals. It would be unsatisfactory to abandon their endeavor now. Let us see if we can negotiate. A compromise could be possible. Bat Tian inhaled deeply. But what if they refuse? The San Luo interjected. Recalling their previous encounter with humans, he felt that none of them had displayed a gentle demeanor. If they refuse, do you think they'll allow us to keep this spirit crystal mine? Bat Tian scoffed. What can we do? We stand no chance against them. The pig trample tribe grimaced, his features contorted in despair. Only a fool would choose to fight. We must use our wits. Bat Tian narrowed his eyes. He then produced a black stone from his pocket. What is this? It feels unsettling. The San Luo stuttered, trembling involuntarily. This was a symptom of extreme danger. His innate talent for sensing peril kicking in. The San Luo perceived that even a speck of the black stone could spell his doom. This is a poison I brought from the planet, a concoction of various toxins, combined with the venom of my purple-scaled snake, solidified into this form. If they refuse to cooperate, I shall present this to them, Bat Tian declared, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The two exchanged worried glances, shuddering at the implications. This old schemer was indeed formidable. Particularly the San Luo pondered whether he would have also tasted this poison had they not previously agreed to share the spirit crystal mine. However, he failed to consider that he was not worthy of such a treasure being used against him. If those humans had not shown up, would you have intended to use this against the Dark Elves? The pig trample tribe inquired, curious. What are you thinking? The bodies of the top 100 races in the universe are incredibly resilient. My poison would have no effect on them. Bat Tian rolled his eyes. But against humans, it should suffice. We once captured a human, and his physique was thoroughly examined. It was quite feeble. Without the Lord's rules enhancing their bodies during troop strengthening, they could hardly survive on our planet. A race of such weakness, I cannot fathom why their talents differ from ours. Chapter 46. The relationship between humans and all races. While the group deliberated over the spirit crystal mine, outside, Shen Chang was left speechless. In a mere minute, all the nasal elephants had perished at the hands of the other four. Shen Chang, Man, and Wu, who had become mere spectators. Once the carnage subsided, Zhou Su looked at Shen Chang in astonishment. Shen Chang, your reaction is a bit slow, isn't it? Shen Chang opened his mouth. As someone who had lived in peaceful times, the sheer brutality of the scene was indeed shocking, mainly because the others had begun their slaughter before he was even targeted. It felt as if he were the villain. Did we just resort to violence? Shen Chang could not help but ask. However, as soon as the words left his lips, everyone turned to him with expressions of astonishment. Even Shui Lin was no exception. Why would that be? Shili gazed at him with a peculiar look. Is this really appropriate? Shen Chang's gaze bore a hint of compassion. Forget it. You are different from us. You must have undergone your talent awakening in an ordinary city, correct? Zijin then approached and patted Shen Chang on the shoulder. Shen Chang couldn't help but nod in agreement. That makes sense. There are numerous insider details that you simply cannot grasp. Zhou Su chimed in with a sigh. You all knew this. Shen Chang's eyes widened in surprise. More or less. Our backgrounds are quite similar, especially since Zijin Nan hails from the ancient capital. Shili scratched his head, wearing a somewhat proud expression. What exactly is this ancient capital? Shen Chang's face was one of utter confusion at the moment. All these terms are incomprehensible to him. How to explain it? The ancient capital refers to those who possess the talent of the ancient capitals, such as my 6 dynasties' ancient capital, Zijin Nan elucidated. Currently, there are a total of 8. Let me tell you, among us, there is one fellow who possesses the talent of 13 ancient capitals. Zijin said this with an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, Shen Chang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Zijin is already formidable with 6 capitals. What about the one with 13? He must be extraordinarily powerful. Now, let me address your question, Shili interjected, moving to Shen Chang's side to explain. In truth, our human race is an absolute enemy amongst the myriad of races in the universe. Therefore, when encountering members of other races, do not hesitate. Strike with lethal intent. Furthermore, let us not forget our purpose. We seek the spirit crystals, and they do as well. The moment we decided to come here, we became adversaries. Now allow me to clarify the nature of our relationship with other races. Most of the races in the universe possess nearly identical talents, with only minor variations. Yet none stray far from the individual. In contrast, every human awakens a unique talent. Aside from a few exceptional individuals like Zijin Nan, what do you think? Shen Chang reflected and realized this was indeed true. The talents among individuals are almost entirely distinct. And considering such a unique race, do you not think those in the universe would be intrigued by us? As he spoke, Shili's voice turned completely cold. They are exceedingly curious about our human race, and thus they wish to study us. As for how they conduct their research, haha, a chilling smile spread across Shili's face. Slicing? Drawing blood? No. Your perspective is too limited. The awakening of talent is determined by the soul. So they extract the souls of humans for study, even severing human souls to observe the different reactions under stimulation. To describe the agony of having one's soul cut, let me put it this way. Imagine a full-force kick to your groin, multiplied by 1,000. A strange smile appeared on Shili's face. Now I understand what you mean, Shen Chang said as he closed his eyes. Humanity has sacrificed far too much in the pursuit of exploration in the universe. Additionally, there is something regarding the evolution of Blue Star. Josu stepped forward to explain. Once this trial period concludes, your Lord Core will undergo a transformation. The task panel of Blue Star will be laid out before you. Most of the tasks will involve infiltrating various races to steal their treasured artifacts. This is all for the evolution of Blue Star. Josu spoke with conviction. For the evolution of Blue Star. The last time he heard this phrase, it was during a brainwashing session by the principal, and the secrets that Shili just revealed were things he had never heard before. The most crucial point was that everyone else knew, yet he was the only one left in the dark. This feeling was akin to being a wolf amidst a pack of huskies. Yes, indeed, they are all huskies. For some reason, I sense you are thinking of something unpleasant. Zijin squinted, looking quite unfriendly. Ahem, that is merely your illusion, Shen Chang replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. He then shifted his gaze toward the mine. Let us go? Let us hurry inside. The others nodded in agreement. Oh dear, it seems I forgot to bring my light-emitting equipment. Mon exclaimed, slapping his forehead in regret. This is certainly a bit problematic. Josu stroked his chin thoughtfully. You must understand, the environment within the mine is exceedingly dark. The most critical aspect is that the ferocious beasts dwelling there, such as spiders, venomous snakes, and scorpions, are all quite dangerous. What should we do? Guan Nan's eyes widened in alarm. If illumination is needed, leave it to me. Shen Chang quietly raised his hand. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Shen Chang snapped his fingers, and a radiant star velociraptor leaped down from the back of the wind god pterosaur, landing before him. Is this your velociraptor? It seems to have evolved. Zhou Su's eyes widened in astonishment. I can't believe you truly found the evolution scheme for the velociraptor. Contributing the scheme to Blue Star will earn you merit rewards. Zijin then clicked his tongue. Merit rewards? What use is that? Shen Chang inquired with curiosity. That is a special exchange set aside by Blue Star for humanity, meant for those who make significant contributions. Once you complete tasks for Blue Star, you can exchange them for various treasures. Essentially, it is a highly versatile asset, Zijin then explained. Killing beings from myriad races will also yield contribution rewards. Josu raised an eyebrow at Shen Chang at this moment. Shen Chang's eyes lit up. He had indeed eliminated quite a few. Chapter 47, The Meeting of Both Parties. It was at this moment that Shen Chang finally comprehended the immense utility of the talent crystal core within him. It effectively functions as a merit point calculator. Each time Shen Chang slays a leader from another race, the talent crystal records it. He merely needs to wait for the time to return to Blue Star, where he can exchange the merit points within him for resources. Moreover, according to Zhou Su and the others, if he exchanges at the university, there will be discounts. The more prestigious the university, the better the benefits. This thought filled Shen Chang with anticipation. After the trial period concludes, the beginning of the university semester is just a week away. Which university do you all plan to attend? Zijin then asked with curiosity. Shendu. Zhou Su and Shili replied with unwavering certainty. Shendu University, its name alone suggests it is extraordinary. It is named after the capital of the Jiuzhou Empire, where Shen Chang resides. It can be said to be one of the most powerful universities in Jiuzhou. I will most likely attend the military academy. Lao Su said with firm determination. My father, grandfather, and even my cousin all graduated from the first military academy of Jiuzhou. If all goes as expected, I should also find myself there in a little over a month. So, Lao Su, you come from a military family, huh? The others looked at Lao Su with expressions of surprise. Who among you dares to claim to be from a prominent family in front of us? Lao Su shot a glance at them, his eyes filled with indignation as he looked at Zhou Su, Shili, and Zijin Nan. So here I am, the only ordinary one. Huh. Shen Chang clicked his tongue. Are we that transparent? Guan Nan began to feel a bit downcast. I am your brother Nan. That might not be the case. Xiao Ma and Xiao Hu are also ordinary folks who encountered me by mere chance. Zijin Nan shook his head. By the way, Shen Chang, with your talent, attending university should pose no problem. Which university is your aim? Zhou Su inquired curiously. Let us talk about it after the college entrance examination. I'll see which school offers the most financial support. I have a penchant for small sums of money, Shen Chang chuckled. There's no helping it. He is but a poor soul. From a young age, his mother instilled in him the notion that children from impoverished families must mature swiftly. Thus, he prioritized which educational institution would best enrich his financial prospects. The possibility of failing to gain admission was not within Shen Chang's contemplation. After all, his lineage was of a prehistoric breed, the dominant rulers of Blue Star, Dinosaurs. The examination system on Blue Star revolved around combat. With a total score of approximately 700 points, 200 points allocated to humanities and 500 points to combat prowess. For Shen Chang, the humanities posed little challenge, as his theoretical knowledge consistently ranked among the top in his class. Winning scholarships was a routine affair for him. Regarding combat, an ordinary velociraptor might fall short. Yet an evolved velociraptor would wreak havoc with astonishing speed. No one could rival him in that regard. This was Shen Chang's unwavering conviction. Of course, he acknowledged the existence of a few peculiar adversaries, such as Zijin Nan, whose whale fins were a true anomaly. His defense was akin to that of a tank. Even the fierce velociraptor of the luminous star might struggle to breach his defenses. The most likely scenario would be that Shen Chang's velociraptor exhausts its stamina, leaving him vulnerable. However, should the day arise when he must confront Zijin Nan, Shen Chang could exploit the speed advantage of his velociraptor to evade and outmaneuver. Ultimately, in the small city where Shen Chang resided, how many individuals could possibly rival Zijin Nan's extraordinary prowess? Perhaps by the time he encountered Zijin Nan, they would already be competing for the top position in the national examination. At that point, even if they did not emerge as the top scorers, they would have already showcased their talents. Any school with sense would surely extend invitations for them to join. This would provide Shen Chang with ample options. But that was a matter for the future. For now, let us await the emergence of the endless star void. Shili waved his hand dismissively. The others exchanged glances, agreeing that they should first resolve the pressing issues at hand. With that, they each took action to eliminate the remaining elephantine troops. After Zhou Su's enlightening discourse, Shen Chang acted without a hint of hesitation. Moreover, his beams of light did not have to emanate solely from his mouth like the velociraptors. They could be projected from his hands, mouth, or even eyes. In truth, Shen Chang was increasingly pleased with this skill. If one day he found himself in a close-quarters confrontation and suddenly unleashed a laser from his mouth or eyes, the surprise it would evoke in his adversaries would be utterly exhilarating. Let us move forward, Zijin Nan exclaimed as he collected the spirit crystals from the fallen elephants, beckoning the others to advance. This had been their prior agreement. The spirit crystals would be entrusted to Zijin Nan for safekeeping, to be divided fairly once their endeavors concluded. Shen Chang also called upon the wind god Pterosaur, who was surveying the skies, to descend. He began by removing the peach blossom dart tree from the pterosaur's back and placing it at the mouth of the cave. After that, he plucked the peach blossom darts. Once detached from their branches, the darts had a mere 3 hours before their hardness diminished to that of ordinary flowers. After tidying up, just as the group prepared to proceed, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the pitch-black cave entrance: the Bat Fong, the Pig Ruin, and the Shaluo. They had just emerged from the cave, still adjusting to the blinding light, when a wave of bloodshed assaulted their senses. Upon grasping the scene before them, they fell into a state of stunned silence, particularly the Pig Ruin. These elephants were his troops. Now, he was left with only one, while the rest remained guarding his territory. At that moment, he was undoubtedly the weakest among them, utterly defenseless. A lord without troops was akin to fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. Quietly, the Pig Ruin took a step back. Meanwhile, the Bat Tian and Shaluo regained their composure. Humans, what do you intend to do? Bat Tian demanded, as purple serpents and crimson sparrows began to materialize around him. Behind the Shaluo, pairs of menacing eyes gradually emerged from the cave. What is the meaning of this? Given our relationship, what do you truly desire? Zijin Nan yawned, seemingly indifferent. The harm done to your kind is of no concern to me. That was the doing of my fellow clansmen from another planet. Bat Tian's lips twitched in frustration. He too felt powerless. The actions of his ancestors had led to this predicament. He lamented to himself, wishing they had been more thorough in their extermination of humanity. Now, humans had grown stronger. Who would dare to bully them? Ironically, he had become the one to be bullied. I care not. Zijin Nan narrowed his eyes. not forgetting how his ancestors had been violated countless times in the realm of the endless star void. He would never forgive those from other clans. His enmity with them ran deeper than mere mortals could fathom. Chapter 48. Each has their own methods. How about this? We collaborate. We shall split all the spirit crystals evenly, Bat Tian proposed. Collaborate? Why should I partner with you? This is my property. Zhou Su retorted with arrogance. For some reason, Shen Chang felt an overwhelming sense of villainy within himself. You all have gone too far. Bat Tian's expression twisted with rage as he glared at Zhou Su, harboring resentment. How could such shameless words spill from your 37-degree mouth? I would never stoop to such brazen behavior. You haven't seen the true depths of depravity yet. Old Su interjected, raising a hammer taller than the others and resting it on his shoulder, his eyes filled with provocation. What will you do now? The Shaluo exclaimed angrily. Ultimately, he was the rightful owner of the spirit crystal mine, having discovered it first. My apologies. But I wish to test whether I can level up to a Tier 3 territory before the trial period concludes. Without waiting for Shen Chang and the others to react, Old Su lifted the hammer over his head, leaped into the air, and brought it crashing down towards Bat Tian. You truly have no regard for your own life. Bat Tian's expression turned icy as he subtly glanced at the pig ruin behind him. Once he received the pig ruin signal, he immediately hurled a black stone towards the crowd. As the stone soared, the ground beneath it, several meters away, began to turn a sickly yellow. Suddenly, the pig ruin's two tusks twitched, breaking free from his mouth and lunging toward the black stone. Boom! The collision caused the black stone to explode, enveloped in a cloud of purple smoke. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were the pig ruin's tusks, which began to rot away in an instant. Within 3 seconds, they vanished into thin air, causing the eyes of the onlookers to widen in alarm. Old Su, positioned closest to the poison, nearly faltered in fear. He had charged in recklessly, and now found himself suspended in midair with nowhere to escape. It's over. Quick, save Old Su! Zijin shouted, coming to the realization. Summoning the ancient city of water with the intent to engulf Old Su, he found his actions outpaced by Shen Chang. Swiftly, Shen Chang seized the neck of the wind god pterosaur and flung it forward. The pterosaur spread its enormous wings, measuring a staggering 11 meters. And with a powerful flap directed towards Old Su, a fierce gust of wind emerged, driving back the poisonous mist that threatened them. This spectacle rendered Bat Tian utterly paralyzed with fear. He was acutely aware of the potency of that poison. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to flee. Yet just then, the azure waters enveloped him, trapping him in place. Shen Chang continued to agitate the wind god pterosaur's body as if wielding a giant fan. And the toxic mist surged towards the three with alarming speed. Terror gripped their faces. They yearned to escape, but the sea had immobilized them completely. In an instant, the noxious fog engulfed them, accompanied by the sounds of decay emanating from their bodies, including their troops. Within mere moments, all that remained before the onlookers was a collection of bones. Bat Tian could scarcely fathom that all the toxic substance he had painstakingly amassed would ultimately be his own undoing. Even more astonishing was how effortlessly Shen Chang had neutralized the toxic mist. At that moment, Shen Chang and his companions were momentarily stunned, particularly Old Su, who, having inhaled a few breaths of the poison, found himself utterly weakened and collapsed to the ground. He had come perilously close to being consumed by the poison. Had it not been for Shen Chang, he too would likely have met the same grim fate. Shen Chang, your kindness is beyond words. You have saved my life. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Old Su said earnestly, turning his head. Perhaps you should first stand up. Zijin retorted with a sidelong glance, unable to fathom how someone as astute as he could have such a foolish and reckless teammate. Had Shen Chang's actions been even a moment slower, they would have been doomed. Truly toxic. Shen Chang could not help but marvel at the sheer potency of the mist, as well as Bat Tian's audacity in wielding such lethal substances against them. In truth, a single misstep or lapse in vigilance could have led to their demise. This was no jest. The power of this poison had been starkly illustrated before their eyes. Fortunately, no one had suffered injury or death. Only Old Su had inhaled a couple of breaths, leaving him temporarily weak. Indeed, no one was harmed. Though one troop did sustain significant injury, he mused. The wind god pterosaur was on the verge of collapse. It had served as a steadfast transport, tirelessly ferrying them and maintaining vigilance from above. Ironically, it was the pterosaur that had discovered this path. After finally arriving at their destination, it had obediently followed the Lord's orders to rest below. But what followed? It had barely rested for a minute when suddenly, hands seized its neck. Did they understand the magnitude of such harm to a wind god pterosaur? Strangling it like that, it was bewildered, foaming at the mouth, utterly disoriented. The gaze it cast at Shen Chang was tinged with a hint of resentment. Others witnessed this scene as well. After all, the wind god pterosaur was a crucial savior of Old Su. Although its appearance was somewhat less than dignified, Old Su recognized its life-saving grace. The pterosaur's resentful expression towards its master tugged at Old Su's heartstrings, igniting concerns about Shen Chang's troop loyalty waning. It was well known that if a troop's loyalty diminished to a certain level, it could backfire on the Lord. Imagine being gripped by the neck like that. How could one not harbor grievances? Yet, Old Su understood that all this was for his salvation. Therefore, if his predicament led to a decline in Shen Chang's troop loyalty, it could cast a long shadow over him. What he did not realize was that Shen Chang's troop loyalty was initially at a perfect 100 and would not diminish. Thus, once Old Su regained his composure, without hesitation, he tossed some snacks from his lord's space to the wind god Pterosaur. Dear brother Pterosaur, everything your master did was for my sake. Please do not harbor resentment towards him. I have little to offer, just some snacks. Please enjoy, and do not be angry. As for Shen Chang, he regarded Old Su as one might view a lovesick puppy. It was hard to imagine that a man adorned with tattoos and wielding a mighty hammer could display such a demeanor. Nonetheless, he understood that Old Su's actions stemmed from concern for himself. Although Old Su worried about the Pterosaur's loyalty, Shen Chang did not consider it a pressing issue. Naturally, Shen Chang would not be foolish enough to reveal that his troops' loyalty was unwavering. Thus, he remained silently observant. As the three adversaries were dealt with, the group did not rush into the mine. After all, there was no one left to contest with them. They lingered outside, commencing a picnic while waiting for Old Su to recuperate. Chapter 49, Mining. After their meal, Old Su's spirits had nearly returned to normal. Ultimately, they decided that Shui Lin and Wu who would remain outside to guard and assist in transporting the spiritual crystals they unearthed, while the others ventured inside. The initial stretch went smoothly. Due to the frequent excursions of the Bat-Tooth clan, no smaller beasts posed a threat near the cave's entrance. However, upon reaching the mining site, numerous spiritual crystals twinkled faintly, embedded in the rock walls. Old Su's eyes gleamed with the shape of the crystals, and without a second thought, he produced his hammer and struck. Boom. One crystal after another cascaded down, producing a melodious symphony as they collided, a sound reminiscent of wealth. Of course, this blissful scene would have been even more delightful had he not overlooked the red scorpions crawling atop the crystals. In this regard, Old Su excelled. He was entirely oblivious to the scorpions, lost in the embrace of the crystals. Was this the legendary state of being thoughtless? After a moment of silence, Zhou Su spoke up. If I am not mistaken, it certainly seems so. Zijin nodded in agreement. Shen Chang cast a glance at them both, remarking, in the time you two have spent talking, you could have crushed that little creature. Whoosh. A flash of white darted past. The Light Star Raptor swiftly appeared beside Old Su, flickering back and forth as it sliced the red scorpions in half with its claws. Zhou Su, who had been mocking Old Su, suddenly froze, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? This is your troop? Zijin Nan, too, was taken aback. Shen Chang nodded proudly. Why shouldn't he be proud of possessing such a formidable troop? What incredible speed. That was fast enough to rival a fourth-order beast. No, it should be fifth-order. Most world beasts do not possess such swiftness. Come and see, Guan Nan exclaimed excitedly, rushing to the severed scorpions. Look at this. What is it? Zijin Nan asked curiously, approaching to find his expression shifting to one of astonishment and even a hint of gravity. What sharp claws. The cuts are so clean. The severed remains of the red scorpions lay perfectly divided, a testament to the raptor's deadly precision. Such a level of smoothness can only be achieved in the presence of exceedingly sharp instruments. Zijin Nan's pupils widened in astonishment as he cast a bewildered glance at the Velociraptor of Guangliasheng. Although he was aware of the considerable potential of dinosaurs, he had not anticipated such terrifying prowess post-evolution. It seemed likely that it could hold its own against fifth-tier ferocious beasts. After all, his own whale scale had evolved using dragon scale materials, which accounted for its remarkable hardness. Brother Diao, may I inquire about the primary materials your Velociraptor relies upon for its evolution? Zijin Nan asked curiously. Angel wings, Shen Chang replied. There was no need for concealment, as he intended to upload the evolution materials to the Blue Star database upon his return. After all, this method was of little use to him. Furthermore, the awakening of dinosaur units on Blue Star was inherently rare, and with the plethora of dinosaur species available, by the time someone awakened the Velociraptor, Shen Chang would have long surpassed it in growth. Moreover, not everyone possessed such good fortune as to stumble upon an angel at any given moment. Upon learning that it was angel wings, Zijin Nan understood. They were indeed a precious material, comparable to the scales of divine dragons. Such strength at the initial stage of evolution was quite comprehensible. At that moment, Old Su also became alert, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he quickly summoned Yunhu to his side. Meanwhile, Shen Chang noticed Guan Nan collecting the scorpions one by one. What do you want with those? They have no rank, and there's not even a crystal core within them, Shen Chang asked in surprise. They're a rare delicacy, Guan Nan exclaimed, drooling at the thought. Shen Chang was so startled that he instinctively stepped back. Although the Dawaxia people were known for their adventurous palates, he personally could not bring himself to partake in insects, preferring sweeter flavors. You go ahead and eat. I'm going to start mining, he said, disregarding Guan Nan. He commanded the great dragon to activate its sunshade. A blinding light emanated from the horn atop the great dragon's forehead. Old Su, who had been mining at the forefront, furrowed his brow as he suddenly felt a wave of heat behind him, piquing his curiosity. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Mama, I can see the sun." At that moment, his vision went blank. Everything was too bright. Shen Chang scratched his head, hastily instructing the great dragon to ease its intensity. Truth be told, the strength used for the sunshade was only at half capacity, yet it had exceeded Shen Chang's expectations. This skill, in simpler terms, magnified the effect of a light bulb. In reality, it could obliterate vision, and when fully unleashed, it was accompanied by intense heat. Shen Chang felt that the evolution of his unit was somewhat excessive. Each of its skills appeared deceptively simple, yet was incredibly powerful. Moreover, he must not forget that his talent granted him a threefold amplification in darkness. At night, Shen Chang was truly formidable. Remove the upper half of the character Chang for me. Let us get to mining. Mon promptly unleashed his peak armor. Zijin then also released his crocodile. Initially, it had been the adorable Yangtze alligator from Blue Star, known for producing a snow cake each day, but after evolution, it had transformed into the fierce ice claw crocodile. Its size remained around 1 meter, yet its combat prowess had dramatically improved. It could exhale icy mist, freezing objects solid, and then shatter the ice blocks to eliminate foes. Its combat strength was commendable, and it was also quite adept at mining, easily freezing the spirit crystals embedded in the cave walls for convenient extraction. Meanwhile, Sheely was controlling his black swan, extracting spirit crystals piece by piece. Shen Chang's Velociraptor was tasked with guarding and illuminating the area, primarily ensuring that no ferocious beasts were encountered during the mining process. In such an event, the Velociraptor's speed would allow for swift resolution. Shen Chang then positioned himself beside Zijin, Nan, and Zhou Su, eager to pose numerous inquiries, particularly regarding the knowledge related to lords, information often absent from textbooks. Now, with two exceptionally affluent individuals in his presence, he seized the opportunity to glean insights that were unknown to the average person. Chapter 50. The Distinction Among Lords Anin. I have some questions I would like to ask you, Shen Chang declared as he plopped down onto a stone, looking up at Zijin Nan. What questions do you have? I will share whatever I know, Zijin Nan replied, scratching his head and sitting down on a stone beside Zhou Su. What are the main differences among the various levels of lords? Shen Chang expressed his inner curiosity. According to the textbooks he had studied at school, the highest tier of lord mentioned was merely the second-tier lord, with no reference to third-tier lords whatsoever. Well, I only know about the levels of lords up to the 6th tier. Beyond that, I am not well informed, Zijin Nan responded. Humph, with such limited knowledge. You dare to take on the role of leader? Zhou Su scoffed disdainfully from the side. Ah Su, one cannot speak like that. Do you know any better? Zijin Nan maintained his composure. I know about the uniqueness of 7th-tier lords, Zhou Su replied, his pride swelling. Then please enlighten us. Zijin Nan gestured for him to proceed, sitting in silence while casually producing a handful of sunflower seeds from his lordly space. A third-tier lord unlocks a new feature, the unit space. This allows summoned units to be carried at all times, with 1 unit per category. This is quite convenient. Even those colossal units, towering hundreds of meters, can be contained within the unit space. The only drawback is that only 1 can be stored. Upon returning to the planet, 1 gains a measure of self-protection. Zhou Su explained. Shen Chang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's an excellent feature. It essentially transforms them into Pokemon, units as spirits. With an endless array of species in the endless star void, yet 1 can only carry 1 back to Blue Star. It seems I need to set a goal, to strive to upgrade to a 3rd-tier lord before the end. As for 4th-tier lords, they can tether their consciousness to the universal awareness. It is important to note that our current consciousness bears the insignia of Blue Star. By attaching the cosmic mark to our consciousness, we signify our departure from the novice phase within the universe. At that point, the universe rewards us with a foundational intermediate blueprint, the Lord's Castle. This is a blueprint with growth potential, which can later be upgraded to a Lord's Town, a Lord's City, or even an empire. Most city lords on Earth are currently 5th-tier lords. As for 6th-tier lords, they are exceedingly rare across Blue Star. For becoming a 6th-tier lord signifies the ability to leave Blue Star and enter the era of star systems. With the basic physical enhancements available at the 6th tier, 1 can freely breathe in space. Thus, most individuals choose to venture beyond Blue Star for development. Moreover, 6th-tier lords can represent their races in battle. It is said that every 1,000 years, a ranking of races is established in the universe. The current endless star void is specifically designed for lowly, weaker races such as ours. Powerful races inherently possess talents and do not need to become lords, such as the angelic elves, dragons, phoenixes, and mechanical beings. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I am aware that during the last racial ranking, our human race was merely scratching the surface of the endless star void. Thus, we were exceedingly weak, which was when animosities with other races were established. However, the present circumstances are vastly different. As we await the next racial ranking, we shall undoubtedly ascend. Shen Chang was filled with fervor at the thought. What about a 7th-level lord? What form would a 7th-level lord take? Upon becoming a 7th-tier lord, humanity would awaken a new talent, flight. Josu spoke, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, not through the aid of troops, but by one's own volition, to soar freely. This may well be my only opportunity, Josu declared, clenching his fist. Xiaogo, it seems your intelligence is lacking, suddenly interjected Zijin Nan, seated next to Shen Chang, with a hint of arrogance. What do you mean? Josu's gaze instantly hardened. I mean to say that being a third-level lord is not as straightforward as you might imagine. Zijin Nan stepped forward, positioning himself before the two. For us, the inhabitants of Blue Star, attaining the status of a first-level lord signifies entering the growth phase. However, in the cosmic context, it is the third-level lord that truly marks the departure from the initial stage. After reaching the third level, one's spiritual imprint will be inscribed upon the universe. The shackles of the planets shall multiply. We shall be able to cultivate, drawing upon the starlight within the cosmos for training. And even without waiting to reach the sixth-level lord, we could directly absorb starlight and survive in the void. Upon reaching a formidable prowess, we could scorch mountains and boil seas, pluck stars from the sky, achieve immortality, and wield boundless power. Otherwise, why do you think humans would be capable of flight at the 7th level? Upon hearing Zijin Nan's explanation, both their hearts trembled. Cultivation? Shen Chang murmured. Could it be that the practices he had read in web novels in his previous life could manifest in this world? If so, that would be exceedingly fascinating. This world, with its cultivation and summoning of troops, how utterly perplexing is this universe to have unlocked so many skill slots? Or perhaps this universe is confronting some peril, triggering the latent potential of its races and the diversity of evolution routes. A glimmer of insight flashed in Shen Chang's eyes. Nonetheless, he soon relinquished such contemplations. These matters felt rather distant to him. The boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. For now, he resolved to first become a third-level lord. As both Zhou Su and Zijin Nan indicated that this was the priority. Hey, for some reason, do you all feel a chill? At that moment, Shili, who had been mining, suddenly expressed his confusion, causing the others to pause. A chilling sensation? Old Su shut his eyes to sense the atmosphere. After a few moments, his expression turned grave. This is not mere coldness. It is a murderous aura, or perhaps one might call it a killing intent. How could he be so certain? Because his grandfather exuded a similar presence. He recalled asking his grandfather in childhood why he sometimes felt a frigid chill emanating from him. He would always remember his grandfather's response. When you've killed 10,000 people, you will also possess such an aura. The more lives one has taken, the more pronounced that aura becomes, Old Su explained. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zijin Nan's demeanor also grew serious. Where are we? A mine, right? How could there be a killing intent here? Even if it were damp, Zijin Nan could accept that. Killing intent? This can only emanate from wisdom. Chapter 51. Searching for the Lord Crystal. So, shall we continue digging? Zhou Su turned to glance at the others. The sudden influx of killing intent had disrupted everyone's actions. Dig. Why not dig? Let us not forget where we are, Zijin Nan asserted, his eyes brimming with determination. Following Zijin Nan's reminder, the others quickly regained their composure. Indeed, this was the endless star void. The most crucial point was that this was a trial area specifically created by the cosmic consciousness for them. What is a trial area? It is specifically designed for those who have just awakened their talents and become lords. In this realm, the strongest beasts are merely 5th tier, certainly manageable for newcomers like them. Presumably, this killing intent could not possibly originate from such creatures. Moreover, I have a strong feeling that this killing intent is, in fact, a treasure, Zijin Nan eagerly proposed. What you say does hold some merit. Zhou Su began to contemplate, then nodded earnestly. After all, they were currently within the cave, an environment undisturbed for millennia, which would be ideal for the growth of rare treasures. Dig. Let us dig quickly. Old Su was even more exhilarated, and so was Xiao Ma. His peak-penetrating armor was incredibly effective. In just a short time, dozens of spirit crystals had tumbled forth. By the way, should we visit the territory of the Batfong tribe? Guan Nan suddenly inquired. We should indeed go, for their territory likely harbors numerous spirit crystals, and we cannot know how many they have mined before us. Moreover, it is imperative to remember the Lord Crystal. Our territory must evolve to a 3rd tier, and we require that item, Shili stated matter-of-factly. Would it not be too late if we go after we finish mining? Guan Nan scratched his head. That does hold some truth. Shen Chang estimated that this mining area would suffice for their endeavors for some time. If they delayed, it was possible that this pie would be devoured by others. Should I go and take over their territory resources first? Shen Chang suggested. That sounds good. With your wind god wyvern, you can fly, making the trip swift. Zijin Nan agreed. All right, I will fly over with the wind god wyvern. Shen Chang nodded, opting not to bring along the Lightfire Star Raptor, deeming it unnecessary for this trip, which was merely to retrieve items. Even if confronted with conflict, he could simply escape on the wind god wyvern. However, on the way, he decided to bring Shui Lin along. After all, as their former ally, she possessed considerable knowledge of their territory, which would assist in their search. They first visited the Saral and Pig Trample tribes, collecting their territorial resources and core. By the time Shen Chang arrived, unsurprisingly, all the troops guarding the camp had fled. Consequently, all the resources within the territory that they had yet to utilize, spirit crystals, wood, stone, and such, were packed into Shen Chang's spatial ring and Lord Space. The only regret was the absence of crystal cores, which Shen Chang currently needed most. What a pity. Crystal cores are typically absorbed into the panel upon acquisition. Now, Shen Chang and Shui Lin were en route to the Bat Fong tribe's territory. However, upon their arrival, a rather alarming incident unfolded. The spirit crystals within the Bat Fong territory were being devoured. As soon as they approached, they spotted a purple-scaled venomous snake coiled atop the spirit crystals, voraciously consuming them, its scales shimmering with radiant brilliance. This creature was in the process of evolving. When Shen Chang beheld the scene, a tightness gripped his heart. The moment a troop of soldiers breaks free from their lord's dominion and begins to evolve, it signifies their progression down the perilous path of ferocious beasts. Observing the current state of this creature, it is evident that upon successful evolution, it would ascend to a third-tier beast. Given Shen Chang's present circumstances, it seems that confronting a mere third-tier beast is not beyond his capabilities. Together with Shui Lin by his side, dealing with such a creature would undoubtedly be within their grasp. With this thought in mind, they exchanged a glance. "What do you think?" Shen Chang inquired. Although they had lost half of their spirit crystals, acquiring the flesh of a third-tier beast in exchange seemed a feasible trade. Shui Lin's eyes narrowed. "Then let us proceed." Shen Chang felt a surge of eagerness. To be honest, he had yet to test the beam skill he had acquired from the Velociraptor, and he was keen to discover its true potency. However, one must exercise caution around the purple-scaled venomous snake. Its toxicity is exceedingly potent. It is best to avoid any physical contact during the battle. "We can simply kite it from the skies," Shui Lin elucidated. "I am well aware of that," Shen Chang nodded. Observing the devastation left in the wake of the snake's passage, where everything had turned withered and decayed. "Beam, bubble technique," Shen Chang and Shui Lin called out in unison. A blinding column of light erupted from Shen Chang's mouth, hurtling straight towards the purple-scaled snake below. Meanwhile, Shui Lin formed a large bubble with her hands and hurled it toward the creature. The beam struck the purple-scaled snake first with a resounding boom, shattering its scales. The bewildered snake had yet to comprehend the situation when it was suddenly struck by the bubble, which rapidly contracted, forcing its body to compress. With a thunderous explosion, the bubble detonated, severing the serpent's body, which fell to the ground. At this moment, the snake finally grasped that it was under attack. Interrupting its evolution and igniting its fury, it opened its maw and unleashed a frenzied roar towards the sky, its tail thrashing violently, demolishing much of its former master's territory in the process. Yet, it paid little heed to the destruction it wrought, frantically searching for its adversaries. High above, the wind spirit pterosaur entered its line of sight. Whether in mockery or arrogance, it deliberately slowed its flight, gliding right over the purple-scaled snake's head. Shen Chang accurately unleashed another beam at it. With each successive use, he grew increasingly adept with this skill. In essence, it was a growth-type skill. The more stamina he expended, the greater its power became. Shen Chang felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing he could now breach the defenses of a third-tier beast. In time, would there come a day when a single beam from him could obliterate a planet? Chapter 52. The mysterious mind having endured 2 consecutive attacks and having discerned the source of its adversary, the purple-scaled snake promptly retaliated. It first ensnared a spirit crystal with its tail and hurled it at Shen Chang. With only the remnants of its intelligence, it could only resort to this form of attack against its airborne foe. However, the wind spirit pterosaur's agility was far beyond what this small reptile could hope to match. Thus, the two continued to taunt the purple-scaled snake from the back of the pterosaur, and Shen Chang seized the opportunity to hone his aim, meticulously targeting the vulnerable spot of the snake. Now, Shen Chang finally detected the opportune moment. 2 searing beams shot forth from his eyes, striking the snake's head and its critical point. The purple-scaled snake, sensing imminent danger, opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of venom. Fortunately, the wind spirit pterosaur reacted swiftly, evading the toxic spray. With a resounding crash, the snake's head exploded, obliterated by Shen Chang's gaze. Amidst the chaos, a translucent crystal core ejected from its cranium, which Shen Chang deftly caught. Descending from the pterosaur, he promptly employed a disintegration technique on the purple-scaled snake, acquiring chunks of meat and a variety of materials. He also systematically dismantled the structures within the territory of the Bat Heaven, utilizing the disintegration technique to revert them to their elemental components, albeit receiving only half the original materials in return. Such was the rule governing unclaimed territories, resulting in an endless cycle of conflict within the endless star void, where larger prey devoured the smaller, and the smaller feasted on the minuscule. Thankfully, Shen Chang and his companions now stood as the apex predators within this minor river. Within the realm of Bat Heaven, Shen Chang discovered 2 tons of river sand. It is worth noting that this sand is among the more troublesome materials required for upgrading from level 2 to level 3. It necessitates sourcing from rivers, and the sand within lakes is exceedingly scarce, unlike wood and stone, which which are readily available. The crystal core from the purple-scaled snake could be exchanged for just over 200 units, which Shen Chang readily did, as this was precisely what he needed. Whether for the evolution of the Velociraptor, the increase in the wind spirit pterosaur's numbers, or the upgrade of his territory, what he lacked most were these crystal cores. Other materials were of little concern, as he continued to excavate spirit crystals. With the Velociraptor assisting in gathering wood and stone, there were no significant issues. Yet, his current headaches revolved around the scarcity of crystal cores and sand. Thus far, the sand from the Bat Fong tribe marked his first gain. Moreover, it is impossible to transport materials from Blue Star, as only those within the endless star void can facilitate territorial evolution. Otherwise, Zijin Nan and his companions would have long since transported materials in rapid succession to initiate their upgrades. Now, the only regret Shen Chang harbored was the missed opportunity to collect the Lord cores from the numerous lords who had invaded him during the Velociraptor's evolution. He had been unable to reach their territories in time. However, it was not a significant concern. There remained 20 days until the trial period concluded. Ample time to gather the necessary cores. Having secured all his resources, Shen Chang promptly set off for the mine. Along the way, he flew while calculating the layout of the forest, identifying areas rich in stone or sand. The materials needed for subsequent territory upgrades were becoming increasingly abundant, not only in terms of wood and sand, but also in new materials such as iron, ore, copper, silver, and even gold. Are you familiar with the periodic table of elements? Some single particles are worth billions, while others are virtually worthless. The materials required for future evolutionary pathways could indeed possess a value in the billions, compelling one to venture into the cosmos in search of them. Secure the intelligence you have gathered. Shen Chang returned to the mine. Within the cavern, Zijin Nan and the others were still engaged in their excavation. Observing the scene, Shen Chang promptly retrieved his cooking utensils along with freshly caught purple-scaled venomous snake meat, preparing a delectable snake stew. Naturally, he also included the barbecued scorpions, a favorite of Guan Nan. As the scorpions were tossed into the pot, Shili almost unwittingly shoved Guan Nan's head inside. At that moment, Mine's expression shifted dramatically. My Chuanfeng armor is in a state of panic. Is there something amiss? Zijin Nan's demeanor grew serious as he swiftly rose to investigate the mining site. To their astonishment, the Chuanfeng armor, which had been diligently excavating spirit crystals, was now huddled together, emitting terrified cries, as if sensing a formidable adversary lurking in the depths. It became evident that this mine harbored some peculiarities. Zhou Su's expression turned grave as he summoned the peach blossom dart into his hand. Detecting a lingering resentment emanating from the depths, Shen Chang closed his eyes, striving to attune himself to the environment. If the Chuanfeng armor dared not delve deeper, then he would take the lead. Without hesitation, Lao Su hefted his massive hammer and advanced, relentlessly smashing into one rock after another. The echoes of destruction resonated as debris cascaded down. The others, witnessing this, prepared themselves for battle, encircling Lao Su. As their talents activated, the night enveloped them, with the Velociraptor standing fiercely by Shen Chang's side. However, what none anticipated was that after 3 days of relentless digging, Lao Su had yet to breach this spirit crystal vein. The quantity of spirit crystals on Earth had nearly reached 10,000, yet no joy adorned their faces. 3 days had passed, and each individual felt the weight of tension within. Furthermore, 3 days prior, the Chuanfeng armor had sensed a foreboding presence, even from a considerable distance. Now, after 3 days, all their units began to display signs of restlessness, with even Zijin Nan questioning whether to continue their descent. "It's done," Lao Su exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he raised his hammer high and brought it crashing down upon the rock before him. The sound of cracking echoed through the cavern. The ground trembled, leading the group to suspect that their very location might collapse. However, after a brief tremor, tranquility returned, revealing dozens of massive spirit crystals before them, each measuring 5 meters in size. If cut into ordinary spirit crystals, they could yield several thousand. Without a second thought, they stowed the crystals into their spatial storage and began to scrutinize their surroundings. It appeared as though traces of intelligent life lingered within the spirit crystal mine. Shen Chang spoke solemnly. The presence of intelligent life within a spirit crystal mine is a profoundly terrifying notion. The formation of spirit crystal mines requires millennia, often in a sealed environment. What horrors lie within a space that has been sealed for thousands of years, now housing intelligent beings? Chapter 53. The Sealed Existence. The group exchanged anxious glances. Shili, feeling a surge of apprehension, voiced, "Let us leave. There are already enough spirit crystals. We should not explore further." The others regarded him with mixed emotions, some eager to continue, while others, like Shili, longed to depart. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from the depths of the cave. Fortunately, Shen Chang's reflexes were swift. He immediately tackled Shili and Zhou Su to the ground. The crimson beam grazed their bodies, exploding against the entrance behind them with a thunderous roar, sending shards of rock tumbling down, each encased in red light. "Are you all right?" Zijin Nan rushed forward to inquire. Shen Chang shook his head and helped the two to their feet. Thankfully, it was night, allowing for heightened reflexes. Otherwise, they might have met a dire fate. However, with the current predicament, we might find it difficult to escape. Shen Chang's expression turned grave as he addressed the group. The others stared in disbelief, watching as the Velociraptor relentlessly bombarded the fallen stones with its beams of light. Yet, the red light enveloping the debris acted like diamond armor, fiercely resisting their assault. Although the stones were eventually shattered, they swiftly regenerated under the red glow. What manner of entity possesses such remarkable regenerative capabilities? Zijin Nen pondered as he approached the glowing stones. The Six Dynasties' ancient capital's protective charm is in play here. Most importantly, these are inanimate objects. Shen Chang's expression reflected his discomfort. This accursed phenomenon is exceedingly vexatious. It appears that whatever exists within this cave does not wish for our escape. Zhou Su narrowed his eyes. Let us venture deeper to investigate. Lao Su brandished his hammer menacingly, eyeing the pitch-black cavern. Let us proceed. Shen Chang, regaining his composure, agreed. Since retreat was not an option, they might as well explore further. Moreover, the master of the red light undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, seemingly intent on trapping them rather than annihilating them. To confine us without intent to kill, what could they desire? Shilly mused. After a brief discussion, they resolved to enter together. Lao Su led the way, with Zijin Nen covering the rear, while the others formed a protective circle in between. After traversing the passage for approximately half an hour, they finally beheld a scene unlike any other. A colossal altar adorned with chains, at the center of which something pulsated as if a trapped entity was straining against its bonds. Is this a sealing altar? What could lie within? Zijin Nen felt a weight in his heart, his previous notions dissipating in an instant. He had never anticipated that this novice trial area would harbor something so formidable, bound by an array of chains. Just how terrifying could the imprisoned entity be? Each symbol etched upon the chains seemed to sap their breath, embodying the utmost sealing power, crafted to ensure that whatever resided within the altar had no chance of escape. What kind of existence warranted such an expenditure of energy for confinement? The group felt their courage waning, unsure of their next course of action. What should we do now? Lao Su broke the silence. Running is futile, and merely lingering here is tantamount to courting death. We should search for any clues in this place, Zijin Nen suggested. This indeed seemed to be their only option. The stone enveloped in red light was insufferably repulsive and impervious to destruction, merely obstructing their passage. What is your intention in controlling us? Shen Chang's voice echoed through the vast, silent cavern. An astute observation, a deep voice reverberated, as if whispering directly into their ears, stirring their innermost emotions. Lao Su, overwhelmed, struck the wall with his hammer. Shen Chang glanced around, noting the bloodshot eyes of everyone present, including their units, which filled him with alarm. Strangely, even Zijin Nan's protective charm from the Six Dynasties' ancient capital failed to shield them from this inexplicable force. Why have you trapped us? To be frank, I merely find myself rather bored. After all, it is not every day one encounters intelligent life, and I thought it would be nice to engage in conversation. The voice continued to speak, yet uttered not a single additional word. The inner turmoil grew increasingly oppressive. Roar! Old Su bellowed, raising his hammer and striking vehemently. His deep-seated emotions began to boil over. He felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything within his sight. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed in his mind, an unmistakable cry of a Tyrannosaurus rex. This momentarily jolted Shen Chang to awareness. Glancing around, he saw that everyone was struggling to endure. Man had already engaged in a one-sided brawl with Old Su. What do you want? Shen Chang shouted. I haven't done anything, the voice's owner replied, appearing somewhat innocent and speaking in a hesitant tone. Ah, I remember now. This is my power. I forgot that you are all too feeble. The owner of the voice began to exhibit some embarrassment. Then, a refreshing breeze swept over their minds, and everyone immediately regained their composure. However, within Shen Chang's heart, a tempest began to brew. What does this mean? Forgot that you are all too feeble? His power? It naturally carries such an ability when he speaks. Is this not a passive ability? A passive ability that incites emotions? What kind of great demon is this? What do you intend to do? Why have you imprisoned us here? Zijin Nen demanded. You must have noticed, I am sealed. The reason I called you here is to have you unseal me. The voice's owner asserted, unabashed. Unseal you? Do you think we can do that? Shen Chang shot a glance at the altar, which contained such a terrifying presence. Just speaking nearly overwhelmed them. To unseal it now? That would be overestimating their capabilities. Indeed, I have been trapped for countless years. I am utterly bored. That is why I summoned you. To unseal me, so that I may roam freely. The voice's owner proclaimed. The group fell silent for a moment before Zijin Nen spoke first. What must we do? This was a predicament they could not avoid. It was their only option, after all. They could no longer escape. This was the only solution available. It's simple. You must choose a host for me to inhabit, and once I am free, I shall be off to indulge myself while you fend for yourselves. The voice's owner declared assertively. How can I be sure you won't harm us? Zhou Su frowned. Very simple. You are unworthy. Chapter 54, The Fallen Angel. The voice's owner displayed a hint of arrogance. Yet, The others remained uneasy, for this entity was to inhabit their bodies. The term possession flashed through their minds. They fell into contemplation. After exchanging glances, Zijin stepped forward first. Let me do it. After all, I was the one who brought you here. If it weren't for me, we would not be in this situation. No, I believe I am more suited for this, Shen Chang asserted. Why? This left everyone perplexed. Leave this to me. I have a method to ensure he will not harm me, Shen Chang replied. In truth, the moment the voice spoke, the dinosaurs in his mind had all erupted into roars, their intentions clear. They desired the voice's owner. However, Shen Chang felt lost. He did not know how to attain this. Yet, when the voice's owner expressed a wish to inhabit their bodies, Shen Chang felt a twinge of fear. The decision was too perilous. Although his golden finger persistently urged him, the risk was daunting. Thus, he hesitated. However, one must risk it all to gain something worthwhile. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had relied on his golden finger. Surely, it would not lead him astray. Moreover, in the current predicament, someone had to step forward as a courier to facilitate the release. Perhaps Shen Chang's golden finger could contend with this voice. Therefore, it was worth a try? You are an intriguing lad. To be honest, I have my eyes on you, the voice's owner said joyfully. Shen Chang reassured the others with a glance before proclaiming. What must I say? It is simple. Sit in the very center of the altar, and I will handle the rest. All right. Shen Chang nodded in agreement and quickly made his way to the center of the altar. The others watched him with concern. Zijin gritted his teeth. Should anything happen to Shen Chang, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself to crush this entity with his Zijin mountain. As he approached the altar step by step, the suffocating sensation of being unable to breathe surged within him. However, as a red light emerged from the center of the altar, the oppressive feeling seemed to dissipate. Shen Chang understood that the voice's owner was assisting him. He was eager to reach the center. Clearly, there are ulterior motives at play, Shen Chang thought to himself. With such eagerness, he had to believe there was something more sinister behind it. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. As he drew closer, the Tyrannosaurus statue in his mind seemed to be unable to contain itself. The surface of the statue trembled as if it longed to break free. Finally, Shen Chang stood before the altar. Without hesitation, he leaped into the center. All right, leave the rest to me. The chains shook violently. A red light appeared, gradually converging toward Shen Chang. Ultimately, it filled his body. Within his spiritual realm, a small figure emerged, boasting 12 black wings with red eyes and hair that danced in the wind. Shen Chang's heart quaked. This was an angel, and he recognized its form from the books he had read. The antithesis of an angel, a fallen angel. Furthermore, it possessed 12 wings. He had never heard of an angel with 12 wings before. This was his first encounter. Kid, you cannot trust a fallen angel. Just lend me your body for a while. When I find an angel, I will return it to you. The fallen angel grinned wickedly. Then, its wings unfurled dramatically, each feather transforming into a black mist that invaded Shen Chang's spiritual realm. Yet, Shen Chang's expression remained calm. Do you think I entered here without reason? Shen Chang raised an eyebrow. What can a mere intelligent species like you possess to oppose me? The fallen angel scoffed. You will soon find out. Shen Chang's demeanor remained serene as he paused briefly. The fallen angel persisted, continuing to exert its energy to invade Shen Chang's spiritual world. To the fallen angel, Shen Chang was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Such a feeble body made him initially believe it belonged to one of the superior races in the universe. Speaking with such confidence. However, the fallen angel quickly dismissed that thought, pouring all its effort into infusing its spirit into this vessel. Meanwhile, outside, the others could only watch. The crimson light within Shen Chang's body suddenly dissipated, revealing his skin. It began to slowly erode from his waist, as if attempting to envelop him in darkness. Yet, despite the fervent calls from Zijin Nan and the others, Shen Chang remained utterly unresponsive. The inky blackness crept up to his head but abruptly halted. Zijin Nan, with a flushed face, retrieved a small purple mountain from his spatial ring, cradling it in his hands. Should anything unexpected occur to Shen Chang, or if he were to awaken as someone else entirely, he would hurl the Zijin mountain with the intent to strike at his soul. All eyes were fixated on Shen Chang's body, still ensconced within the realm of the mind. The fallen angel was bewildered. What was happening? It felt as if they were just a breath away from a breakthrough, yet they were inexplicably stuck at the precipice. It was akin to downloading a film. The progress bar reaching 99, yet stubbornly frozen at the final moment, a sheer torment of anticipation. As the fallen angel steeled himself to unleash a final assault, a sudden roar pierced the air, causing him to pause. What was that? Could there truly be such monstrous sounds within the mental space of a sentient being? Was this even a manifestation of intelligent life? Just as confusion enveloped him, a pair of savage eyes emerged from the obsidian void of the mental realm, followed by a grotesque creature stepping forth. What on earth? Why was there an entity within his mental space that was not of his making? The fallen angel was utterly perplexed. Was this a trait peculiar to this race? He had never encountered humans. His sealing had occurred in an era long before their existence, thus encroaching upon his knowledge's blind spots. However, the terrifying roars did not cease with just one. Following the appearance of the Tyrannosaurus rex, another roar echoed, heralding the arrival of a Tsanglong amidst azure waters. What in the name of all that is holy? Is there water in your mental space? Have you lost your wits? The fallen angel was at a loss for words. Yet, one after another, various dinosaurs manifested, thunder lizards, triceratops, and countless others, merely observing the fallen angel in silence. He felt akin to a chick ensnared in a den of wolves, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes reflecting sheer despair. Chapter 55, The Fallen Angel's Egg? This was utterly outrageous. Countless silhouettes converged upon him, akin to a damsel cornered by a band of brutish men, shivering in fear. The most egregious among them was a creature named Tyrannosaurus rex, boasting a name and visage of such formidable prowess, yet treating him in this manner. It licked its tongue, nearly making the fallen angel retch, as he felt as though his very stomach might turn inside out. Having survived for 10 millennia, he had never encountered such revulsion. Hey, that intelligent being from earlier, could you step out for a moment? Let us discuss this. I won't go out. Could you leave, please? He implored. Amidst a throng of dinosaurs bearing down on him, Shen Chang's voice resonated, emerging from the tumult. With pitying eyes, he gazed down upon the fallen angel. Regretting your choices now? It's too late. To be frank, I cannot control these dinosaurs. They are beyond reason. Let me put it plainly. These dinosaurs are death row inmates imprisoned for decades, and you, dear fallen angel, are akin to a stunning maiden stripped of her garments. These convicts have not laid eyes on a woman in years, and now, upon seeing you, they are driven to frenzy. Ultimately, after a prolonged struggle, the Tyrannosaurus rex, wielding its brute force and audacity, sank its teeth into the fallen angel's neck, severing her head. The scene fell into a profound silence as one dinosaur after another faded into nothingness, leaving only the Tyrannosaurus rex. After consuming the fallen angel, the tyrant was stripped of any other hue, leaving only a pure blackness that rendered it nearly invisible in the night. This spectacle left Shen Chang in a state of bewilderment. He had no comprehension of what had just transpired. Throughout it all, he had merely sat upon the sealed altar, which had contained the fallen angel. As anticipated, she had sought to usurp his body only to be overwhelmed by the dinosaurs, ultimately falling prey to the Tyrannosaurus rex. The other dinosaurs could only retreat in frustration. But what was the current situation? Why had the dinosaurs devoured the fallen angel? She was hardly a sight to behold, and Shen Chang mused that even Carly was more attractive. Yet at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus rex exuded a sense of satisfaction, its intent unmistakable, having claimed the fallen angel. It was thoroughly content. In the end, the Tyrannosaurus rex gradually dissipated, but unlike the others, it transformed into a black mist as it vanished. Shen Chang slowly opened his eyes. Before him, Zijin Nan, Zhou Su, and the others gazed at him with expressions of deep concern. Are you all right? Zijin Nan broke the silence after a moment. I swear, if you dare utter that name again, I shall remove your appendage. Shen Chang's words, though devoid of a smile, sent a shiver down Zijin Nan's spine. Cough, are you okay? Zijin Nan scratched his head, hastily expressing concern. Nothing serious, Shen Chang replied, shaking his head before leaping down from the altar. What about that voice we heard? Shili hesitated before inquiring. Rest assured, it has been taken care of. Shen Chang had no intention of disclosing the events that had unfolded within his mental space. Then does this mean we can leave now? Wu In, brimming with excitement, yearned to escape this perilous world. Being by Brother Nan's side is far warmer. Let us go. This place is indeed unsettling. Old Su shuddered violently, lamenting that he had been the most unfortunate during this venture, bitten by scorpions and frightened by sounds. Let us depart, Shen Chang concurred. After all, the spoils of this journey had been ample, and he too was eager to return to his territory. As they made their way back, they encountered no further threats and smoothly exited the cave. Following a discussion, they proceeded to Zijin Nan's territory, where they swiftly divided their spoils. Each person astonishingly received as much as 20,000 spirit crystals, leaving their faces beaming with joy as they departed. Shen Chang did not linger and bid farewell to a few before returning to his own realm. Upon arrival, he took a moment to review his attribute panel. Territory name, Jurassic Park. Level 2 territory. Unlocked troops, Radiant Star Velociraptor, Wind God Pterosaur. Lord skills, Dinosaur Fist, Decomposition Technique, Light Beam. Crystal Core, 1342. Upgrade requirements, 20,000 crystal cores, 10,000 raw crystals, 10,000 stones, 15,000 wood, 10 lord crystals, 10 tons of sand. Overall, there had been little change in his attributes. Yet the materials within his territory had increased significantly. During his absence, the Velociraptors had toiled diligently, and the targets for stones and wood were already halfway achieved. He had also acquired 2 lord crystals, while all the sand from the Bat Fong people's territory had been brought by Shen Chang. Zijin Nan and his companions had no need for such items, all of which they declined from Shen Chang. Their primary objective remained the crystal cores. However, it was time to summon another wind god pterodactyl. 1,000 crystal cores would suffice. Upon entering the summoning chamber, he conjured a wind god pterodactyl. Yet, Shen Chang suddenly found himself in a state of bewilderment. As he placed his hand in his pocket, he discovered an object within that he distinctly remembered should not have been there. After acquiring the Lord's space, he had never before stored anything in his clothing. Now, to feel an unfamiliar item was certainly shocking. Reacting swiftly, he extracted the object from his pocket. Should there be any anomaly, the brilliant light in Shen Chang's eyes would immediately be unleashed. However, upon examining the item more closely, his expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. The object was not dangerous, but it certainly felt odd. To his astonishment, he had pulled out an egg. No, it might not necessarily be an egg, after all. He had never encountered a black egg before. Perhaps it belonged to some avian species that had inadvertently fallen into his possession. Shen Chang could only console himself with such thoughts, for what other explanation could there be? Surely, he couldn't have laid it himself. Yet, as his gaze swept over the edges of the black egg, his pupils constricted with alarm. The rim of the egg bore a strange symbol, with 12 delicate feathers unfurling as if guarding something. 12 feathers? No wings. 12 wings. The first thought that sprang to his mind was that of a fallen angel. Why would an egg adorned with the wings of a fallen angel appear in his pocket? Chapter 56, Little Tyrannosaurus, Cow Cow. Shen Chang was utterly perplexed. If this truly were an egg of a fallen angel, he would be somewhat anxious. However, this egg was scarcely larger than his fist. Could it possibly contain a fallen angel? He found that impossible to believe, especially as the egg was even smaller than the feathers on a fallen angel's body. Just then, a faint crack appeared. Shen Chang immediately became vigilant. After all, this was still related to the fallen angel, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. Crack, crack. The fissures multiplied until they enveloped the entire shell. Suddenly, the egg's shell shattered, revealing a creature. Was it a Tyrannosaurus? Shen Chang observed the being that leapt from the shell with utmost seriousness. There was no mistaking it. As a dinosaur expert, he could confidently identify it as a Tyrannosaurus. Yet, he had never seen one so diminutive. It resembled a hatchling. The newly born Tyrannosaurus immediately scampered upon Shen Chang's hand, gazing up at him with wide eyes. In that moment, Shen Chang's heart melted. He reached out to gently stroke the little Tyrannosaurus's head, prompting it to leap with joy. It then pranced eagerly towards the troop room. Shen Chang hurried after it. In the troop room, aside from the soon-to-hatch wind god pterodactyl eggshell, there was only the meat of ferocious beasts left. Recently, the carcasses of beasts slain by raptors had been neatly piled up after Shen Chang utilized his disassembly technique. Oh, so you were hungry, Shen Chang mused, observing the raptor devouring the meat. Viewed in this light, it appeared rather endearing, lacking any semblance of ferocity, more akin to a little hamster. Henceforth, I shall name you Cow Cow, Shen Chang declared, patting the little Tyrannosaurus's head. As for the name's origin, it was simply because he had a craving for roasted sweet potatoes. The little Tyrannosaurus, no, Cow Cow, seemed to delight in the name, bouncing around on Shen Chang's head. After playing with it for a while, Shen Chang decided to leave it be. He realized that during his absence, his territory had been thoroughly ransacked by the raptors. Everything, from animal carcasses to iron, ore, and even weeds, had been brought back by the raptors. Of course, after employing the disassembly technique, the weeds transformed into fibers, proving somewhat useful. Taking advantage of this idle time, Shen Chang began to draw out various blueprints. Low-level blueprint, protective fence. Required materials, wood X1. Low-level blueprint, animal trap. Required materials, iron block X2. Low-level blueprint, soft bed. Required materials, wood X1, fiber X100. Additionally, there were blueprints for tables, refrigerators, and the like. Though some were hardly sought after, Shen Chang still lacked the blueprint for a generator. Such items could only be exchanged back in Blue Star. According to Zijin Nan and his companions, both the Blue Star and the Endless Star virtual marketplace held intermediate and advanced blueprints. Intermediate blueprints for forging houses. Intermediate blueprints for castles. These came with special bonuses, such as a 20 increase in recovery for castle-type troops. Remarkable indeed. Alas, he would have to wait a month longer. They had yet to escape the novice phase. This left Shen Chang feeling quite helpless, as he longed for the trial period to conclude swiftly. Unfortunately, there were still a mere 2 weeks remaining. After tidying up the territory, Shen Chang discovered that golden tongue orchids had begun to grow in his spiritual field. The larger golden tongue dragon orchid had small green shoots emerging around it, exuding a faint yet enticing fragrance. The prospect of brewing tea from it was undeniably delightful, further igniting Shen Chang's anticipation for its maturation. The following day, the wind god pterodactyl successfully hatched, bringing forth a second wind god pterodactyl, thus enhancing his transportation capabilities. The raptors were tasked with felling trees and striking stones, while the wind god pterodactyls diligently transported the materials gathered by the raptors back to the territory. Such efficiency was commendable. As for Shen Chang, he roamed the forest with both the luminous raptors and the ordinary raptors, engaging in relentless hunting. During this period, he also discovered something astonishing. Cow Cow's strength was no less than that of an ordinary raptor. Can one fathom a creature the size of a fist delivering a blow powerful enough to topple a being hundreds or even thousands of times its size? It was akin to a mouse assaulting an elephant. Shen Chang could hardly believe that Cao Cao possessed such formidable prowess, especially given its diminutive stature. It was a natural-born guardian. With Cao Cao's protection, Shen Chang felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, leaving 10 ordinary raptors to guard the territory. He galloped forth with 2 luminous raptors, and within this forest, their strength was unparalleled. After all, the precious materials he had collected were not to be squandered. Consequently, in recent days, his crystal core count had surged exponentially, yielding a daily increase of 1,000. Within 5 days, he successfully evolved a luminous raptor. After 3 more, the speed of evolution accelerated significantly. Before long, 10 days had elapsed, and Shen Chang possessed 4 luminous raptors and 4 wind god pterodactyls. During this span, he had also vanquished 2 unwitting lords, accumulating 5 lord crystals. Additionally, he had harvested ample quantities of wood and stone materials, as raiding and collecting from other lords proved remarkably swift. The only challenge that Shen Chang faced was acquiring sand. Until one day, out of sheer boredom, he glanced at the Jiuzhou trading platform, where sand was abundantly for sale. A ton of sand merely requires 100 spirit crystals. This revelation left him utterly bewildered. Upon reviewing the chat records, he discovered that some lords had ventured into the boundless star void along the coastline. The sand found by the sea was indeed abundant and inexhaustible. Thus, there was no issue at all. Shen Chang effortlessly gathered the required sand. Now, he only needed the crystal cores and lord crystals. While these 2 items seemed straightforward, they posed their own challenges. Given Shen Chang's current capabilities, he estimated that acquiring 20,000 crystal cores would take approximately a week. The lord crystals were also relatively simple to obtain, especially since he commanded 4 radiant star raptors. In the trial zone, few lords could rival him. However, at present, what he lacked most was time. With only 8 days remaining until the trial period concluded, they would be transported back to Blue Star. Thus, he had to act swiftly to gather all necessary materials. In the ensuing days, Shen Chang became utterly consumed by his quest. He spent at least 18 hours each day in the forest. The territory surrounding him had transformed into a forbidden zone for ferocious beasts, with not a single one in sight for miles. Even by the riverside, it was of little consequence. There were many rivers within the forest. Each time Shen Chang sought out a beast, he would spend half the day searching. Fortunately, the Radiant Star Raptors were swift, aiding his efforts. As the days slipped by, the 57th chapter marked the 29th day of the trial period. With only 1 day left until its conclusion, even the usually dormant Jiuzhou communication platform began to buzz with activity. Just 1 more day, and he would finally return home. He never wished to set foot in the boundless star void again. How terrifying it was. How cowardly. If I was afraid, why awaken my talent in the first place? High prices were being offered for Lord Marks. Everything is negotiable. Surely not. Surely not. We have already begun collecting Lord Crystals, and there are those who still lack Lord Marks. Damn it. On this wretched island, I am the only one. Where on earth can I find a Lord Mark? Glancing at the chat history on the Jiuzhou platform, Shen Chang raised an eyebrow. I just took down a 10,000 races beast and happened to have an extra mark. I'll send it your way. He silently typed this message and casually added the other party as a friend, posting the Lord Mark on the trading platform. Thank you. Esteemed one. Your kindness is beyond words. I am truly indebted to you. Shen Chang shook his head in exasperation at the absurdity of his fellow netizens. They were amusingly entertaining, indeed. However, he soon set aside the matters of the Jiuzhou platform, for what lay before him was of utmost importance. Observing his territory, which had been nearly dismantled by the raptors, he promptly retrieved the last Lord Crystal from his Lord's chamber. This marked his 10th, signifying that he was now eligible to upgrade to a level 3 territory. Indeed, after so many days of effort, he had gathered all the required materials. Territory name, Jurassic Park. Lord, Shen Chang. Level 2 territory. Unlocked units, Radiant Star Raptors, Wind God Pterosaurs. Lord skills, Dinosaur Fist, Decomposition Technique, Light Beam. Crystal Cores, 23. 342. Upgrade requirements, 20,000 crystal cores, 10,000 original crystals, 10,000 stones, 15,000 wood, 10 Lord crystals, 10 tons of sand. Current materials required for the Lord's upgrade have been detected. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? I have been eagerly anticipating this day. Upgrade. Shen Chang silently affirmed. Boom, boom, boom. His territory was instantly enveloped in a great cloud of dust. The original chamber began to expand, solidifying and becoming increasingly formidable. The territorial structures began morphing into a castle-like form, with the soil's hue becoming richer and imbued with potent energy. The outermost fence grew taller and sturdier. Concurrently, a new unit was unlocked. The Jurassic Tyrannosaurus could no longer contain its excitement, letting out a thunderous roar. Its stone likeness began to take on color, and simultaneously, the evolution path of the Tyrannosaurus appeared in Shen Chang's mind. Thunderpool Water, Thunder Core, leaves of the ancient tree of spirits, dragon phospholipids, thunder tyrant dragon, master of thunder, dominating roar, dragon meat, spirit meat, behemoth's hand, phoenix feather, vitality grass, coimping scales, earthly tyrannosaurus, able to touch the heavens, treading the earth, moving like thunder, a body as mighty as a mountain, floral tea, fiber mountain grass, heart of fire, volcano, earth energy, tyrant dragon, spitting lava, scorching the land, 100 tons of iron ore, 100 tons of gold, 100 tons of gunpowder, 100 engines, 100 generators, a planetary core mecha tyrannosaurus, planetary power, star-destroying cannon, a barrage of bullets, nowhere to escape. Many more evolution paths lay ahead, but Shen Chang was particularly focused on the earthly tyrannosaurus and the mecha tyrannosaurus. The earthly tyrannosaurus could be both large and small, making it an unparalleled choice for a defensive unit while boasting impressive combat prowess, a true warrior with dual resistances. In contrast, while the mecha tyrannosaurus had a promising evolution path, the materials required were exceedingly rare. Most materials were manageable, but the planetary core? That was pure folly. What is a planetary core? Does Blue Star even comprehend? The consciousness birthed with the formation of a planet signifies that they are a form of life. The core is their heart. Furthermore, this entity must willingly submit. Otherwise, it could be annihilated at any moment. This evolution path was beyond Shen Chang's contemplation. Comparatively, the earthly Tyrannosaurus was at least acceptable, requiring only the flesh and blood of powerful races. Sigh, perhaps he would postpone this for now. At the very least, he should evolve the wind god pterosaur first. After enduring many days of battles, Shen Chang was left with 30 raptors, 15 of which had already evolved into Radiant Star Raptors. As a level 3 lord, he also gained a new skill, unit space, allowing him to carry a single unit with him. As a level 3 lord, he could now carry 3. Cao Cao was not included in this unit count. He was a pet. Besides, given his diminutive size, he could easily be tucked into Shen Chang's pocket. Upon returning to Blue Star, there would be no hesitation. He would take back 3 Radiant Star Raptors. They were his strongest units. Flying? Why fly? He could simply take a plane back to Blue Star. Basic units were of no use. The summoning requirements for the Tyrannosaurus, like those of the wind god pterosaur, demanded 1,000 crystal cores. After upgrading his territory, he would have 3,000 remaining. Shen Chang decided to summon 2 Tyrannosaurs. The size of the Tyrannosaurus was incomparable to that of Cao Cao. The Jurassic Tyrannosaurus would resemble a true behemoth. As for the next stage, the materials required for the upgrade appeared in Shen Chang's mind. Intermediate building blueprints. 50 tons of silver or 100 tons of steel, 100 tons of sand, 100 tons of stone, 100 tons of wood, 20 lord crystals, 100,000 crystal cores, 100,000 spirit crystals. As he gazed at the materials before him, Shen Chang couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. The costs indeed escalated as time progressed. However, having learned from the materials required for his last territory upgrade, he understood that he merely needed to diligently gather 3 types of resources: Lord's crystals, crystal cores, and spirit crystals. The remaining materials could be procured through purchase. In the boundless expanse of the endless star void, there existed a certain class of individuals known as farming players. They eschewed combat prowess in favor of nurturing units that specialized in resource gathering, such as Mon, who dedicated himself to iron mining, supplying iron ore to the esteemed Zijin Nan. Perhaps upon his next return, Shen Chang should consider cultivating a few dedicated farming subordinates. Chapter 58. Return to Blue Star. The final day had arrived. Shen Chang had received guidance for his return to Blue Star. The talent crystal within him had established a coordinate connection with Blue Star. He only needed to heed the instructions echoing in his mind. At this moment, he could instantly return to Blue Star. After securing 2 Radiant Raptors and 1 Stormwing Dragon into his unit space, Shen Chang, resembling the legendary General Li Tianwang, dragged his spoils to the outskirts of his territory. He took a final glance at his domain, where a plaque bore the grand inscription Jurassic Park, with his name, Chang, elegantly etched on the side. However, perhaps due to the waning light, the upper portion was somewhat obscured, revealing a rather ambiguous character. No wonder Zijin Nan often teased him. It appeared he truly was quite impressive. Shen Chang sighed, accepting his fate. Initially, he intended to return with the 3 Radiant Raptors. However, during yesterday's territory upgrade, Zhou Su had made a point to find him, inquiring about his city and insisting on meeting upon their return to Blue Star. He had specifically requested Shen Chang to bring along a flying unit to rendezvous with Shili. After some contemplation, Shen Chang figured that 2 combat units would suffice, considering there wouldn't be an abundance of battles. Thus, he decided to take along a Stormwing Dragon. He couldn't fathom why Zhou Su had approached him so mysteriously. Casting one last glance at his territory, everything within had been securely arranged. He had also instructed the raptors to flee swiftly if they encountered insurmountable foes during their hunting expeditions. As long as the Lord was absent from the endless star void, a protective barrier would envelop the territory, safeguarding its structures. Otherwise, during his absence, other players could easily plunder his home, leaving him with no recourse to lament. Naturally, The units could still venture out to hunt. Otherwise, they would perish from starvation. Without the Lord's command, if the units moved sluggishly, they would meet a dire fate. As the trial period concluded, this specially selected training ground by the cosmic consciousness began to gradually merge into the vast expanse of the endless star void. Shen Chang advised the raptors to retreat swiftly on the storm-winged dragon if they encountered formidable adversaries, instructing them to remain nearby and not stray too far. The golden tans and other resources had already been collected into the Lord's space. With everything in readiness, he prepared to return to Blue Star. Communicating with the Blue Star consciousness within the Lord's crystal, a radiant blue light enveloped him, and a teleportation array materialized beneath his feet. As the sound gradually faded, it left behind the wistful gazes of the dinosaurs within his territory. After a brief moment of disorientation, the clamor of the bustling environment greeted his ears. He had returned. Finally back to Blue Star, basking once more in its warm sunlight. Sighing, he resolved never to return to that wretched place again. It was a haven for misfortune. How infuriating that the despicable rat had taken advantage of his absence to obliterate all his structures. He vowed to exact revenge upon his next visit. After toiling for a month to gather materials, only to have them stolen was a bitter pill to swallow. He had ascended to the rank of a level 2 lord. He chuckled, determined to ensure that upon his return to Blue Star, he would fully evolve both of his units. The sounds around him were a blend of relief, excitement, complaints, and tears. The myriad of human experiences was vividly displayed in that moment. Shen Chang surveyed his surroundings. How to put it? The aura emanating from the majority of people had notably transformed since a month prior, losing a hint of innocence and gaining a touch of iron resolve. Most among them had tasted blood, with some bearing scars etched upon their exposed skin, their garments in tatters. This was the reception point of Chang City, where each city typically had 10 such points to welcome back those returning from the endless star void. Here, there also existed an official department of the 9 provinces, collaborating with the planetary consciousness, the Hall of Merits. As he beheld the towering structure before him, Shen Chang silently uttered 3 words. This was a manifestation of the merits accumulated by the Blue Star consciousness based on the actions taken by the Lord within the endless star void, materializing a certain number of merit points that could subsequently be exchanged for resources, blueprints, and other assorted items. Shen Chang stepped forward and entered the edifice. Welcome back, esteemed Lord, a gentle voice resonated. Shen Chang immediately lifted his gaze to behold a guide, a young woman in her 20s clad in standard attire, who bowed respectfully in greeting. Hello, Shen Chang replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. After all, in both of his lifetimes, he had never been accorded such reverence. Even during his previous life when he visited a foot spa, the attendants had never shown him this level of respect. Greetings, Lord. Are you here to inquire about your merit points? Hua Yuxuan smiled warmly at Shen Chang, a flicker of envy dancing in her eyes. She had undoubtedly recognized him as a novice lord and yearned for the freedom to traverse the cosmos. Alas, she had not awakened any talents. However, becoming a merit guide, frequently interacting with lords, seemed a worthwhile endeavor as well. At that moment, Shen Chang's pocket began to wriggle, and a small head popped out. Cow cow. Unable to contain its curiosity about this new world, it peered around with wide eyes, taking in its surroundings. Is this your unit? How utterly adorable. Hua Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with envy. Such a charming unit. She longed to pet it. This is my pet. I apologize for its mischievousness, Shen Chang chuckled, patting his nose before gently pushing Cow Cow back into his pocket. Please follow me. You must undergo a special instrument check to determine your merit points. Hua Yuxuan gestured for him to proceed. As they traversed the grand building, they arrived at a room. Please take a seat. I will fetch the instrument. After leaving Shen Chang in the room, Hua Yuxuan stepped away, allowing him to survey his surroundings. The environment appeared quite pleasant, seemingly designed for receptions. He couldn't help but marvel at the affluence of the 9 provinces. Each city boasted 10 such colossal structures, each housing reception rooms. The level of service was commendable, deserving of high praise. After sipping some tea, Shen Chang patiently awaited her return. Within 5 minutes, Hua Yuxuan reappeared, holding a black stone instrument. This is the merit detection device of Blue Star. Please place your hand upon it, Hua Yuxuan instructed gently. Chapter 59, The Frenzied Exchange in the Blink of an Eye. 5 digits appeared on the device, 14,500. Might I inquire, my lord, are you certain you have just recently ascended to the title of lord? Stammered Hua Yuxuan. Indeed. Is there an issue? Shen Chang responded, somewhat perplexed. This guide seemed to be making a mountain out of a molehill. Wasn't it merely over 14,000 merit points? Could it truly be that significant? Shen Chang fell into contemplation. Was this a substantial amount or not? Curiously, he posed the question, is this a lot or a little? My lord, consider this from a different perspective. 1 merit point equates to 100 spirit crystals, and each spirit crystal is valued at 100,000 coins. Therefore, what do you think? Hua Yuxuan was engulfed in bitterness. This lord, who was around her age, or perhaps even younger, had already become a billionaire. Here she was at 22, earning a monthly salary of 3,000, while some had already amassed fortunes before reaching the age of 20. Shen Chang, too, was momentarily stunned. After hearing Hua Yuxuan's words, he began calculating the amount of wealth he currently possessed. However, the figures were overwhelming. Yet, one thing was clear to Shen Chang. It was time to reveal the truth. He was indeed a billionaire. Thus, it must be a considerable amount. Shen Chang squinted. It should be regarded as substantial. I have received most novice lords, and very few have merit points exceeding 1,000. You, my lord, possess the highest merit points I have encountered thus far, Hua Yuxuan elucidated. Is there any way to ascertain how one accumulates merit points? Shen Chang inquired with curiosity. Certainly, Hua Yuxuan nodded, proceeding to manipulate the device. Soon, lines of text appeared before Shen Chang's eyes. Slain Dark Elf, pre-development, to gain 10,000 merit points. Established a small spirit crystal mine to gain 1,000 merit points. Eliminated 350,000 clansmen to gain 500 merit points. The messages were succinct. Shen Chang's heart was instantly enlightened. It appeared that the bulk of his points came from the Dark Elf, truly worthy of being among the top 100 races in the universe. Although still in the pre-development stage, the rewards were nonetheless commendable. Might I ask how the evolution routes are reported? Shen Chang queried Hua Yuxuan. It took several moments for her to respond, as she was still grappling with the shock. The novice lord before her had managed to slay a Dark Elf, an astonishing feat indeed. Among the newly joined races in the universe, the Dark Elf stood as a near-divine presence. This is how the evolution of units is documented, Hua Yuxuan stammered, handing the device to Shen Chang. The interface was straightforward. It simply required the input of unit types and materials. Shen Chang swiftly entered the evolution routes for both the Raptor and the Radiant Star Raptor before submitting them. Thank you for providing the initial evolution route for a legendary unit, earning 10,000 merit points. A notification appeared on the device, and Shen Chang's merit points increased once more. Witnessing this, the bemused guide, Hua Yuxuan, felt waves of astonishment swell within her. Goodness, a legendary unit. This person has even discovered the evolution route. He must be extraordinary. What constitutes a legendary unit? It is one with the potential to evolve into a being of the top 100 races in the universe, a rarity that dominates the entire blue star. However, despite its rarity, such beings do exist. Yet, an evolution route is truly a treasure beyond compare. After reading the notification, Shen Chang felt an impulse to submit additional evolution routes. However, he decided against it, wishing to avoid prematurely attracting undue attention from the blue star. How does one utilize merit points for consumption? Shen Chang politely inquired. Hua Yuxuan, still at the device, clicked a button, revealing a plethora of items before Shen Chang's eyes. Indeed, right before his eyes, a virtual projection materialized, showcasing a search bar above and items displayed according to the merit points he currently possessed. Intermediate Castle Blueprint. Increases the recovery rate of 20 units. Ensures units within the castle do not suffer from hunger. Reduces crystal core consumption to 10. And includes 2 infinite Gatling guns. The exchange price listed was 10,000 merit points. This seemed quite enticing. Shen Chang's interest was piqued, though the price was steep. It was an essential item. Yet, he decided to peruse other blueprints. Thus, Shen Chang opened the search bar and typed in 2 characters, blueprint. The results sorted from high to low. Divine Empire Blueprint, remaining quantity, 13. Increases the combat power of 50 units in the Empire. Enhances the speed of 50 units in the Empire. Bolsters the defense of 50 Empire-type units. Units within the Empire are exempt from hunger. Infinite stamina. Includes 10 radars. 2 satellites. 100 Gatling guns for castle defense. 10 missile launchers. And a self-destruct boy. The descriptions continued in abundance, truly befitting its name, Divine Empire. The price was a staggering 10 trillion merit points. Well, with some effort, it might be attainable. If we calculate that each member of the myriad races yields 100 merit points, it seems feasible to destroy a few civilizations of the myriad races, perhaps. However, undertaking such actions would not only invite the universe's condemnation, but also require the requisite strength. Thus, this prospect was best left as mere contemplation. But, remaining quantity 13? Does that imply that others have exchanged for it? I wonder how they amassed their merit points. Nonetheless, Shen Chang quietly added 2 words before blueprint in the search bar, intermediate. This adjustment rendered the displayed prices significantly more reasonable, with intermediate blueprints ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 merit points. However, the buildings predominantly resembled castles, as if castles were the pinnacle of intermediate blueprints. The only variations lay in the contents and appearances, with some blueprints featuring 10 Gatling guns, others including a laser cannon, and some boasting integrated forging tables or kitchens. As for the castle's appearances, they were akin to skins in a game, visually appealing yet functionally inconsequential. Thus, Shen Chang exchanged for a dinosaur-themed castle, primarily because it bore the character Chang, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic preference. The expenditure amounted to 14,000 merit points, which was manageable. Presently, Shen Chang possessed merely 10,000 500 merit points. He converted 500 merit points into blue star currency, while the remaining 10,000 Saw-2,000 exchanged for spirit crystals, as he had nearly depleted his stock while acquiring materials and upgrading territories. This currency was universally accepted in the cosmos, an essential asset. He then utilized 3,000 merit points for a cultivation technique, leaving 5,000 merit points to be exchanged for various evolution materials for the Darkwing Dragon. These were mostly ordinary materials, with some precious items among them, though he could not afford the latter. Chapter 60. Returning home after his ventures. Shen Chang realized that the fruits of his month-long endeavors in the endless star void had been nearly exhausted. All these materials would arrive at his residence within 3 days, courtesy of East Wind Express, a mission that is guaranteed to be fulfilled. Are there any tasks available on Blue Star? Shen Chang casually inquired following his purchases. Indeed, you may take a look, Hua Yuxuan replied, nodding. With a swipe to the left on the screen, a myriad of tasks appeared. These tasks have been meticulously curated based on your current capabilities, as elucidated by Hua Yuxuan. Are there any comprehensive tasks available? I am merely curious and wish to peruse them, Shen Chang replied. Indeed, Hua Yuxuan deftly initiated the display of tasks, which materialized one after another. Seize the ancient tree of the Elf Sanctuary. The ancient tree resides at the heart of the Elven Star Domain Empire, with the Elven Queen dwelling atop its canopy. Completion reward, 20 billion merit points. Collect 10 pounds of water from the Angel Rebirth Pool. Completion reward, 15 billion merit points, along with the legendary unit source, the Tardigrade. The Tardigrade, a remarkable prize indeed. Should a lord acquire the skills possessed by the Tardigrade, could it perhaps lead to immortality? Yet, such a creature would be of little use unless one also obtains its evolutionary pathway. Otherwise, if it merely remains a bacterium, there exist countless ways to be obliterated in this superpowered realm. Acquire the liquid from the Insectoid Queen. Completion reward, 15 billion merit points, along with the evolutionary pathway of the Mammoth. Not solely combat-oriented tasks were presented, but also numerous intelligence-gathering missions. Locate the position of Batfong Star. Completion reward, Dark Elf Heart, 10 million merit points. Moreover, this task entails subsequent missions. Should one annihilate the Batfong civilization, the reward would be 1 billion merit points, along with 3 rare materials. However, Shen Chang was not one to reach for the stars. Such endeavors were merely for observation, and completion was beyond his aspirations. At the top of the task list, there existed a search bar to seek out desired items. The blue star would generate suitable tasks based on the requested items. Shen Chang pondered for a moment before searching for the core of wind. Instantly, tasks related to the wind core appeared. Investigate Angel Star. Precisely assess the number of angels, their highest capabilities and weaknesses. Completion reward, Wind Core, 10 million merit points. At the very bottom, the location of Angel Star was also provided. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to accept the task. It would not hinder his progress. Perhaps in the future, he might have the opportunity to fulfill it. Such matters often relied on fortune. With the completion of the merit shop transactions, it was time to return to school the following day. At the school, if all went as anticipated, he intended to make a noteworthy impression. After all, when he was teleported to the Endless Star Void, their esteemed principal had remarked that those who excelled in the Endless Star Void would be rewarded handsomely. If all went well, he should emerge as the most distinguished among them. This was not mere self-aggrandizement. It was a reflection of merit points earned through diligence. Now, I take my leave. My requests have all been fulfilled, Shen Chang stated as he handed the device back to Hua Yuxuan. He waved goodbye, preparing to depart. May I add you as a friend, my lord? In the future, should you have any needs, you may contact me directly. Hua Yuxuan mustered the courage to propose. Certainly. Shen Chang nodded, subsequently providing his friend code to Hua Yuxuan. At present, he did not possess a mobile device, as carrying one into the Endless Star Void proved futile unless one established a signal station. Such matters could be contemplated later. After concluding his affairs, Shen Chang began his farewell. The 10 guiding locations were interconnected, allowing for mutual teleportation. Shen Chang arrived at a guiding point relatively close to his home. Upon exiting the guiding site, he refrained from immediately mounting his wind god Wyvern. It would be too ostentatious, contrary to his understated nature. Thus, Shen Chang ambled calmly along the streets, observing the bustling crowd. Some rode centipedes, others serpents, while a few took flight on sparrows, soaring freely through the sky. This world exuded an aura of liberty, where strength commanded respect. Yet, it was prudent to refrain from recklessly trifling with life. For the officials of Juz who were no mere pushovers, they were not to be trifled with. After approximately 40 minutes of travel, Shen Chang beheld his familiar home. His residence lay within a rural setting. In this era, as the Blue Star ventured into the cosmos, the planet embraced the bounties of the universe. All life forms began to thrive, with spiritual energy genuinely manifesting. Many flora and fauna underwent extraordinary transformations, and the evolutionary pathways of numerous human species were derived from these altered organisms. Hence, the wilderness had become increasingly perilous. Rural areas were now scarcely populated, and Shen Chang had not returned for 2 or 3 years. During this time, he had resided in the school dormitory, for he had been an ordinary individual then. His home was on the city's outskirts, an area fraught with danger, necessitating his stay at school. However, times had changed. He had acquired strength, enabling him to safeguard himself. Returning to the home he had not visited for years, he gazed upon the verdant structures, lost in contemplation. Should he perhaps play the role of a demolition crew member? Was there truly a need to clear out this abode? Despite these thoughts, he released his troops. The claws of the glorious Star Raptor were more than capable of cutting through the overgrown weeds. In this rural locality, homes were closely knit. Yet, it was evident that his family was the sole remaining household in the village. To be precise, since the dawn of his memories, the number of families had dwindled. He had resided in the school since his early education, from primary to secondary school. Each time he returned from vacation, the number of villagers had decreased, until only he remained by the time he reached high school. After the blue star's foray into the cosmos, it continuously absorbed cosmic dust, expanding its form. Compared to its former size, the blue star had grown more than tenfold. With the increase in territory, property prices had plummeted, prompting more individuals to migrate toward the city center. Of course, some preferred the tranquility of the areas outside the city, where peace reigned and the air remained fresh. However, one must possess strength to ensure their safety in such environments. Shen Chang was confident in this regard. Furthermore, despite its remoteness and location on the city's periphery, his home resided within the city limits. Should danger arise, the patrolling officers were not to be underestimated. They were not mere pushovers. The glorious Star Raptor's speed in clearing away the undergrowth was remarkably swift. A single swipe could sever the vines clinging to the walls, which were then fed to the wind god Wyvern as a meal. With the raptor darting about, a semblance of vitality was restored to the household. Shen Chang could not help but smile. Overall, the situation felt quite pleasant, imbued with warmth. Chapter 61, Cultivation. After spending approximately half a day, the house that had lain vacant for several years was finally restored, at least to the extent that it could be inhabited. He marveled at the familiar surroundings. Oh, the essence of home. Shen Chang felt an inexplicable weariness wash over him as he returned to the room he had not occupied for years. Opening the window revealed no musty odor. Although the overgrown grass was somewhat inconvenient, it had preserved the freshness of the air within the house. After tidying up the bed a bit, Shen Chang reclined directly upon his bed, succumbing to a profound slumber. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. It is within one's abode that true comfort resides. No matter how vast or beautiful the universe may be, nothing compares to the warmth of home. On this day, Shen Chang slept deeply, destined to remain in this state until he was interrupted by Kaka. In his drowsy haze, Shen Chang felt a sticky sensation on his body and face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Kaka, extending his tongue and incessantly licking himself. Shen Chang promptly lifted the little creature. "Are you hungry, little one?" he inquired. Yet Kaka struggled, directing his head towards the outside. Shen Chang paused momentarily before springing up. A delivery man, wearing a hat, stood outside, smiling warmly at him. "You must be Shen Chang. Here is your Dongfeng delivery." With that, the courier handed a box to Shen Chang. "Thank you." He nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the parcel. "Is this your home?" the delivery man asked, curiosity evident in his tone. "Yes, this is my former hometown," Shen Chang replied, nodding. There was no need for concealment. "You should be cautious. The mutation levels of the flora and fauna in this area are quite significant," the courier advised kindly. "Thank you for the warning." "I am already aware," Shen Chang replied, his head nodding in understanding. With the swift raptor of the glorious star under his command, he felt no trepidation. Moreover, the city's patrollers would never permit formidable creatures to enter. "All right," the delivery man said, refraining from further commentary as he departed, riding an oddly shaped tiger. In these times, delivering parcels required a measure of strength. Ordinary couriers dared not venture beyond the city's confines. Shen Chang shook his head and closed the dilapidated iron gate, retrieving the box. Inside were the items he had exchanged, including fundamental cultivation methods and the most precious of blueprints. He stored the evolutionary materials within his lordly space and began to scrutinize the 2 items in his hand, a book and a piece of paper. The paper undoubtedly contained the invaluable intermediate blueprint for his dinosaur-themed castle. It appeared quite promising. He could simply insert it during the upgrade. The remaining item primarily consisted of cultivation techniques. To describe it as a technique seemed premature. It was merely a means to enhance physical prowess, at the very least enabling him to absorb the cosmic energies of stars and improve his physical constitution while ensuring normal respiration, survival, and speech in the universe. Typically, humans from Blue Star would opt to exchange for such techniques upon reaching a Tier 3 territory. Once one becomes a Tier 3 lord, the limitations imposed by the planet would lift, allowing for cultivation. After all, successful cultivation signifies that the planet's natives may transcend their world and venture into the cosmos. The vast universe is indeed a man's true homeland. Shen Chang swiftly delved into the cultivation technique he held, finding it seemingly straightforward. The cultivation levels ranged from 1 to 9, and this tome permitted advancement only to the 3rd tier. However, this was of little concern. Even achieving level 1 would allow him to live comfortably in space. Should he reach level 3, he could sustain himself merely by absorbing the light of the stars. The text clearly indicated that the initial 3 levels served as foundational training. Was Tier 3 not a watershed moment? As Zijin had mentioned, only Tier 3 lords possessed the qualifications for cultivation. The book also stated that the foundational work prior to Tier 3 was particularly crucial, especially the vital initiation involving the absorption of stellar light to break through the human body's 9 orifices. Upon grasping this, Shen Chang quickly cast the book aside and commenced his first endeavor in cultivation. The physique of a Tier 3 lord indeed differed from that of an ordinary person. It was more sensitive and capable of perceiving the shimmering light surrounding him. Carefully, Shen Chang began to draw the blue starlight into his body, step by step connecting his 9 orifices. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Originally, the blue starlight, akin to a haughty maiden, paid little heed to Shen Chang, the robust man. Yet, within his mental space, the dinosaur grew displeased. How dare this little minx disregard our master? With a thunderous roar, the Tyrannosaurus Rex led the charge, followed by Triceratops, carnivorous dinosaurs, and others, one after another emerging to drive the starlight towards Shen Chang's form. The blue starlight, resembling a slighted bride, was compelled to enter Shen Chang's body, aiding him in connecting his orifices. Shen Chang found the sensation peculiar, feeling like a villain of sorts. Moreover, did the starlight possess consciousness? Was he overthinking it? Unable to fathom the truth, he set aside his doubts. Regardless, this development was beneficial. Who cared if he appeared villainous? At least his 9 orifices were nearly aligned. Successfully connecting them would signify his imminent ascension to level 1, allowing his existence in space to mirror that of Blue Star. Anticipating the outcome, he rubbed his hands together. The night passed in this manner, and with the dawn of the sun's second arrival, Shen Chang's body finally stirred. Sitting cross-legged, he gradually rose to his feet, clenching his fists and sensing the power coursing within him. Not only had his strength and defenses augmented, but he also felt the presence of an inexplicable energy within, presumably the absorbed starlight. In terms familiar to his previous life, this could be likened to internal energy. Overall, he had successfully cultivated. Suddenly, the phone, which had languished in his room for over a month, began to vibrate. Upon returning home yesterday, Shen Chang had charged it. And now, if all went as expected, it was a notification from the school. Extending his hand, the phone levitated before him, slowly drifting towards his palm. This was the remarkable utility of the energy within him. It seemed that cultivation had its merits. Satisfied with the sensation of energy coursing through him, Shen Chang nodded approvingly and opened his phone to check the messages. As anticipated, it was indeed a notification from the school. However, as he read through the content, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. Chapter 62, School Gathering. The first message instructed them to arrive at school before 2 p.m. that afternoon. Yet it was the subsequent information that seized Shen Chang's attention. University admissions personnel would be present. This made sense. Typically, the first week following the end of the trial period coincided with the commencement of university classes, and it was only natural for admissions to begin 2 or 3 days prior. Thus, a pressing question arose before Shen Chang. Which school should he attend? As a Tier 3 lord, it was unlikely that any institution in the land of Kyushu would refuse him. Well, let's see if there are any scholarships available, he mused. After tidying up, he recalled a small river behind his village, a place where he often bathed with childhood friends. Alas, times had changed, and he was now alone in this enjoyment. Of course, he had his little mischievous critter accompanying him, lacking the imposing presence of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Indeed, it was merely a hamster. Well, a hamster is still a hamster, he thought. As long as it was adorable, that was sufficient. Moreover, this little creature possessed a commendable fighting spirit, so he decided to take it along. The journey from the governor's residence to the school requires at least 2 hours, considering that one is situated in the very heart of the city while the other lies on its outskirts. However, time was of the essence. Shen Chang opted to ride his wind god wyvern, which proved to be remarkably swift, arriving in just half an hour. He found himself once again at the same square as before, the very spot from which they had been transported to the endless star void. A month later, they returned to this place, where time had quietly flowed by. One by one, classmates began to gather, and by 2 o'clock, everyone had assembled. Yet, compared to the throng before their transportation, less than 1/5 remained in the square now. A small portion bore various injuries, some missing limbs, their once vibrant spirits now dimmed. Having matured significantly since their last encounter, Shen Chang stood patiently at his previous spot, awaiting the arrival of his peers until a pair of delicate white hands rested upon his shoulder. Shen Chang, you've returned alive, a familiar voice remarked. He lifted his gaze slightly to meet the eyes of Zhao Xinyue, the class monitor, a gentle girl whose kindness was evident. Indeed, she was a commendable class leader, embodying the principle of treating everyone equally. Shen Chang had benefited from the school's scholarships and grants, a testament to her fair-mindedness. Yes, I have returned. And it was no small feat, he replied, curiosity piqued by why she sought to engage him in conversation. How wonderful it is. I remember when you awakened your talent. Many classmates were skeptical, yet you must have grown considerably stronger since then, Zhao Xinyue expressed, her hand giving his shoulder a reassuring pat that felt as solid as steel. This level of physical resilience surpassed even that of her secondary lord. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation. The thought of him achieving the rank of a tertiary lord had never crossed her mind within just a month. Such rapid ascension seemed implausible. And even if it were possible, it would not have been within her considerations. Zhao Xinyue was quite familiar with Shen Chang's circumstances. His theoretical scores consistently hovered within the top 10, while his athletic performance remained average among their class. He was an ordinary figure, notable primarily for his striking looks. What of the others? Shen Chang inquired, recalling that during their class's talent awakening, a total of 25 students had manifested their abilities. After a brief month of training, they had entered the endless void together. Aside from Zhao Dali, I have yet to see anyone else. She hesitated before finally admitting. Shen Chang fell silent. The absence of his classmates could imply two possibilities. Either they were still en route, or they would never return. The principal's earlier mention of a survival rate of 1 in 10 was not merely a figure of speech. I understand, Shen Chang murmured. Closing his eyes and exhaling a heavy sigh, his fists clenched tightly. He refused to be extinguished amidst the cosmos. He resolved to grow stronger, superbly strong, at the very least to safeguard himself. Let us strive together to attend a prestigious university and enhance our abilities. Zhao Xinyue quickly regained her composure, her talent for comforting others evident. However, Shen Chang did not require solace. His own mindset was already resolute. Meanwhile, the other individuals in the square engaged in hushed conversations, reminiscing about their companions from school. Did you hear? Among our group, someone has slain a dark elf. One exclaimed. It's true. I heard it from my friend's partner. Apparently, all humans united in a forest where the dark elf appeared to defeat it. That's impressive. We all know how terrifying dark elves can be, another chimed in. I heard they even fought alongside angels to achieve that victory. Angels? That makes much more sense. Given their comparable powers, another remarked. How fortunate are those who had the chance to battle alongside angels. The body of a dark elf is a precious resource. My black tiger's next evolution requires its blood, and to exchange it would cost 100,000 merit points. As the students whispered among themselves, figures began descending from the dais above the square, exuding an air of authority. Shen Chang narrowed his eyes, an instinctive awareness gripped him. Each individual descending posed a potential threat to his life, including their amiable principal. In his ordinary state, the principal seemed like a frail old man, but now, as a lord, Shen Chang's senses had magnified exponentially. The principal's formidable presence sent a shiver through him. He surmised the old man to be at least a level 6 lord, and the mount he had ridden, if he was not mistaken, was likely an ice-fire griffin. The old man had concealed his true strength well. Among the newcomers were familiar figures, including the guidance counselor and several youthful instructors, presumably teachers dispatched to assist with recruitment efforts. They were indeed Shen Chang's targets. Chapter 63, The First Place. First and foremost, I welcome all of you back alive, the principal announced, his voice resounding powerfully. Far from the frail tone one might expect from a man in his 60s or 70s. His voice reached every ear in attendance. You have all ascended to the esteemed rank of lords, and your deeds shall be known throughout Blue Star. As inhabitants of Blue Star, it is our duty to strive for our planet. In return, Blue Star shall not forsake you. Each of you who has returned alive will receive 10,000 spirit crystals. The principal proclaimed, rising in excitement, prompting a wave of applause from the crowd. Words may be empty, but rewards of spirit crystals are invigorating. He continued. Furthermore, there will be additional rewards for the top 3 contributors. Third place will receive 20,000 spirit crystals and a set of cultivation techniques. Second place will earn 30,000 spirit crystals and a choice of a precious material. And first place will be awarded 50,000 spirit crystals, along with the opportunity to select any item with a merit value not exceeding 20,000. Upon hearing the rewards for first place, every student widened their eyes in astonishment. Although an item valued at no more than 20,000 might seem modest, the potential applications of merit points were well understood by those present. For most, the merit points they returned with were often less than 2,000, with many having only a few hundred. Thus, it was Shen Chang, the anomaly, who had amassed over 20,000. However, were it not for the evolutionary path, his merit points would amount to merely over 10,000. After expending such considerable effort, achieving just over 10,000 is truly remarkable. One can easily imagine the bounteous rewards awaiting. All eyes were fixed upon the principal, including Shen Chang, who was no exception. Despite having slain the dark elf, he could not dismiss the possibility that others had garnered greater merit. The vastness of the endless star void was daunting, and with so many participants, it was conceivable that a few might possess better luck than him. Thus, Shen Chang felt a twinge of anxiety, albeit he remained confident in securing the top position. As the director of education handed a black instrument to the principal, the latter began to examine it earnestly. The instrument appeared quite familiar, It was presumably the one used for merit point redemption. Nothing could discern the deeds done within the endless star void more conveniently than the merit machine. It would simply reveal which of the returning novice lords had accumulated the most merit points. As he scrutinized the results, the principal's expression froze. Their school had an anomaly. One student's merit points were a staggering multiple of the others. Whose subordinate is this? Such audacity. Oh, it belongs to me. Then there's no cause for concern. In third place, Zhao Ling. She has slain 20 beings from myriad races and assisted in the demise of over 30, totaling 700 merit points. A short-haired woman promptly stood, her expression icy and devoid of emotion, akin to a robot. Shen Chang cast a glance before averting his gaze. She was an iceberg, best left untouched. Wow. Sister Ling is third. She must have garnered a substantial amount of resources, allowing for rapid advancement. Zhao Xinyue murmured beside him. Do you know her? Shen Chang inquired. Curiosity piqued. Yes, her territory is not far from mine. She is an undeniable female killing machine, spending her days slaying fierce beasts and summoning troops. Only to raid the homes of myriad races at night, Zhao Xinyue elucidated. Shen Chang stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This woman was not to be trifled with, a true female assassin. With Zhao Ling stepping forward, the old principal resumed his announcements. Wang Wenxuan, second place, with 5,000 merit points. He has slain 13 beings from myriad races and mined several resource veins. The discovery and extraction of resource veins within the endless star void would significantly amplify the scale of Blue Star's resources. Therefore, whether it be gold, iron, or silver, once discovered, appropriate rewards would ensue. The discovery of spirit crystal mines yields the highest merit points. Unearthing a large spirit crystal mine could potentially grant 10,000 merit points. Following the announcement of second place, a bespectacled man approached the principal's side, obediently standing by. Now, the moment everyone had been anticipating. First place. Shen Chang, assisted in the slaying of a dark elf in its immature stage, opened a small spirit crystal mine and dispatched 35 beings from myriad races. As the principal's voice resonated, silence enveloped the crowd. Yet, as Shen Chang rose and made his way to the podium, an uproar erupted. Did I hear that correctly? A dark elf? Even assisting in its slaying counts. He must be the unfortunate soul transported to the flaming fire forest. But now it seems he is anything but unlucky. He is a fortunate lad. Uffed. Even if you were transported to the flaming fire forest, would you dare assist when the dark elves arrived? Look at the numbers. 35 beings from myriad races slain. It's only fitting he takes first place. Damn. I struggled for over 20 days to kill one, and this guy manages to slay them daily. He's the real deal. I wonder if he's available. I'd settle for a minor role. Zhao Xinyue, who had remained by Shen Chang's side, was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Aren't you just an ordinary person? Why are you shining so brightly? You've outshone me. Zhao Xinyue had never anticipated that the quiet, unassuming boy in her class was, in fact, a formidable figure, an undercover powerhouse. She pondered how she had failed to notice Shen Chang's incredible prowess. While the crowd below erupted in excitement, Shen Chang maintained a tranquil demeanor as he approached the principal with deliberate steps. Thank you, principal, he said respectfully, bowing slightly. He was acutely aware of his identity as a student, and it was entirely appropriate for a student to greet the principal. The principal nodded in satisfaction, remarking on the boy's politeness and strength, recognizing him as a student with imperial potential. The other admissions office teachers regarded Shen Chang with curiosity, nodding and greeting him. They were eager to express goodwill towards a future powerhouse. Thank you for the praise, principal, Shen Chang humbly replied. He understood his own capabilities. While he might be nearly invincible among his peers, he recognized the merit of remaining grounded. As Shen Chang indulged in his thoughts, he remained oblivious to the inquisitive gaze of Zhao Ling, the second highest slayer of beings from myriad races in the school. Prior to Shen Chang's arrival, she had believed herself to be the foremost in slaying. Now she felt as though she had become a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 64, University Admissions. However, this was not the time for idle conversation. After all was concluded, she intended to speak with Shen Chang about methods for slaying more beings from myriad races. Today, aside from rewarding you for your contributions, there is something else you must all be aware of. You are now lords and should be preparing for university. Today, I have several university admissions officers with me. If you have a desired school in mind, feel free to apply, the principal announced. A fleeting glimmer of reluctance in his eyes as he turned his gaze toward Shen Chang and his companions. You three, come with me. With that, the principal stood and began to walk ahead. The group exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? Aren't we getting an introduction to the schools? Yet such thoughts could only remain unspoken. Shen Chang composed himself and followed the principal to his office. As the top 3 contributors, you naturally possess certain privileges. You need not consider the lower-tier schools. You have far superior options, the principal elaborated. Shen Chang immediately understood. Those schools were too ordinary and unworthy of them. Do you have any particular schools in mind? The principal inquired with curiosity. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Chang realized that no school had approached him with bribes. Thus, he resolved to attend the most prestigious institution. Without mentioning other advantages, the resources available at such a school were indeed abundant. Furthermore, he had heard that students with credentials from esteemed schools could redeem merit points at discounted rates. Principal, are there any admission requirements? Wang Wenxuan cautiously asked, adjusting his glasses. That depends on which school you wish to attend, the principal replied with a smile. Ordinary schools have no specific admission criteria, but for top-tier schools, you must be 18 years old, a level 2 lord, and your cultivation must reach level 1. The two contemplated this for a moment. Principal, I wish to apply to a top-tier school, Zhao Ling declared, summoning her courage. Oh, do you have confidence in cultivating to level 1 within such a short time? The principal inquired thoughtfully. Of course, I am brimming with confidence about my future, Zhao Ling replied, summoning her courage. Oh, I'll just settle for a secondary line. I merely got lucky and found a few mines. Wang Wenxuan chuckled helplessly. He was somewhat aware of his own limitations. Pursuing a primary line would be akin to seeking torment. At least in a secondary line, he could still maintain a semblance of dignity. And what about you? The principal's gaze shifted towards Shen Chang, for whom he held the highest expectations. The device on his phone had yet to report one crucial piece of information. Shen Chang possessed a legendary potential for his class. This was something that required discretion. While the other two could make claims of fortuitous finds, revealing this particular detail could attract unwanted attention from nefarious individuals or spies sent by rival factions. That would place Shen Chang in grave danger. What about schools above first-tier cities? Shen Chang squinted. He recalled mentioning to Zijing Nan and others that he had heard of the most prestigious schools in the Jiuzhou region, Shendu University, Daida University, and Haida University. Oh, their admission criteria are quite stringent. One must attain a level 3 lord cultivation to be eligible for application, the principal explained. That's quite straightforward, principal. Could you provide me with the specifics of these elite institutions? Shen Chang replied calmly. Certainly. Observing Shen Chang's confident demeanor, the principal realized that his strength was indeed formidable. He did not even flinch at the conditions presented. It seems our student possesses the potential of a great emperor. After saying this, the principal led Shen Chang to his desk for the final steps. This is the information on the top-tier universities. Take your time to choose wisely. And once you've made your decision, you can register right there. After imparting this information, the principal took Zhao Ling and Wang Wenxuan to claim their rewards, leaving Shen Chang to meticulously examine the details on the computer. Indeed, these were top-tier universities, though not 3, but 4, the 4th being Linda University. Each institution came with a detailed introduction and the benefits of enrollment. Overall, it appeared that Linda University offered the most advantageous terms. Notably, all 4 schools provided a 5 discount on merit points, but Linda University promised full board and lodging, individual dormitories, and crucially, after 1 year of enrollment, the school would unconditionally assist in the evolution of 1S class. This meant that upon joining this institution, the evolution path of his class could be completed with assistance during the first 3 advancements. Upon seeing these conditions, Shen Chang made up his mind without hesitation. He had a good grasp of his class's capabilities. Relying solely on personal cultivation would be far too cumbersome. It was essential to leverage the advantages offered by the school. Once resolved, Shen Chang filled out his information and submitted his application, then settled down to await the principal's return. 10 minutes later, the principal returned leisurely. So, which school did you choose? He asked curiously. Linda University, Shen Chang replied. To his surprise, the principal frowned immediately. Why did you select that school? Shen Chang was taken aback. Was there something wrong with this institution? He was certain it was a top-tier school. There are issues, though they are minor, the principal elaborated. Linda University has been in a downward trend for nearly a century. If they lose to students from first-tier universities in the upcoming Hero Assembly in 2 years, they will fall into the ranks of first-tier universities. After contemplating, Shen Chang realized that in 2 years he would be a sophomore. That shouldn't be a problem. After joining for a year, I can still reap the benefits. Besides, at present, the benefits are on par with those of top-tier universities. That is not a concern, he replied, shaking his head. But what exactly is the Hero Assembly? It sounds like a competition among schools. Very well, do as you wish. Come, let us go claim your reward, the principal said enthusiastically, leading Shen Chang away. There truly wasn't a significant issue among the schools. Even if Linda University were to be relegated to the first tier, Shen Chang would still have entered while it was classified as top tier, thus enjoying its benefits until graduation. Moreover, he recognized Linda University's desperate struggle for survival. Wasn't it merely a matter of assisting in material collection? It could indeed attract some individuals. If memory serves, isn't Shen Chang's class of legendary potential? The principal mused, taking a sharp breath. Linda University is in for a considerable expense this time. I hope their principal has stocked up on some antihypertensive medication. Chapter 65. The curious Zhao Xinyue. At this moment, Shen Chang had already left the school and, accompanied by Zhao Xinyue, found himself in a cafe. Initially, he intended to return home, but upon exiting the principal's office, he encountered Zhao Xinyue, who insisted on dragging him along for a chat. Consequently, They inexplicably ended up at this cafe. So what brings you to seek me out? Shen Chang asked, taking a sip of his coffee as he regarded the young woman before him. Why so cold? Have you become dismissive of your class monitor now that you're becoming powerful? Zhao Xinyue pouted, casting a disgruntled glance at Shen Chang. Not at all. I'm just curious as to why you wanted to meet me, Shen Chang replied with a wry smile. Well, I was wondering if I could hire you to help me with something, Zhao Xinyue said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Help with what? Shen Chang inquired, intrigued. I'd like you to assist me in capturing a rather formidable beast, Zhao Xinyue stated eagerly. Which beast? Shen Chang asked, furrowing his brow. He was not one to fall for the whims of those who let their desires cloud their judgment. Although he had a decent rapport with the class monitor, he was not about to be taken advantage of. A 7-colored peacock, which I've heard evolved from peacocks from Blue Star. My class is also a peacock. But I haven't finalized its evolution path yet, as none of the known paths lead to becoming a 7-colored peacock. Therefore, I want to capture one for research. But my peacock class hasn't evolved yet, and my other class is quite weak, Zhao Xinyue said, looking at Shen Chang with pleading eyes. But why come to me? You could easily post a mission and have someone else assist you, Shen Chang remarked, reluctant to help. He was just beginning to savor the joys of cultivation and was eager to return home to practice. I'm afraid they might have ulterior motives, Zhao Xinyue declared confidently. Shen Chang examined her. She was indeed quite attractive, though rather flat-chested. Are you certain anyone would have such intentions? Where is this 7-colored peacock? Shen Chang asked. Too far. I can't manage to go there myself, especially with school starting soon. It's located just outside the city limits, Zhao Xinyue said, looking at him expectantly. Ah, I see. Shen Chang stroked his chin, feeling somewhat taken advantage of with no tangible reward offered. 10,000 spirit crystals, Zhao Xinyue proposed. Deal. Shen Chang quickly agreed. Let us meet outside the city this afternoon. I need to gather some supplies. All right, Zhao Xinyue exclaimed, cheerfully paying for the coffee before skipping away. Observing his lively figure bounding away, Shen Chang lightly tapped the table and then murmured to himself. Am I overthinking this? My relationship with Zhao Xinyue is quite superficial at best. A cordial acquaintance, perhaps, but nothing more. Yet, in my mind, this girl should be characterized as somewhat shy, averse to troubling others. People do change, but surely not their fundamental nature, especially within such a brief span of time. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, a sense of vigilance must be maintained. Shen Chang's thoughts drifted to the firearm he had exchanged for 20,000 merit points, and a sense of calm washed over him. Being recognized as the top contributor at school would entitle him to a reward of an item valued under 20,000 merit points, which he could select freely. Thus, he aimed for maximum benefit and chose a defensive inner armor costing 20,000 merit points. Rumor had it that any attack below level 5 could not penetrate its defenses, aligning well with Shen Chang's character, leaving the offensive maneuvers to his troops while he, as the Lord, focused on survival. With this inner armor, even if someone plotted against him, he would stand a chance of withstanding their schemes. Although seeking the limelight could yield significant advantages, it also attracted the attention of some unsavory individuals. The Blue Star had already ventured into the cosmos, and the attitudes of other races towards it were far from favorable. Moreover, the unique nature of humanity indeed captivated the interest of various extraterrestrial beings. In recent years, incidents of abduction had escalated alarmingly. It was no longer just regional, but had expanded to encompass the entire Meowstar system. Once snatched away, retrieval was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, on a personal note, my return had inadvertently accumulated over 40,000 spirit crystals. I wonder if there are any profitable avenues within the university. I hope that by the time everything concludes, I can return to Endless Star Void with my spirit crystals amassed to 100,000. Time slipped by silently. During this interval, Shen Chang did not return home, as he was scheduled to meet Zhao Xinyue in the afternoon to search for peacocks. Thus, he busied himself gathering some supplies from the wilderness. Before long, afternoon arrived, and upon receiving Zhao Xinyue's call, he promptly made his way outside the city. Upon reaching the designated meeting point, Shen Chang summoned his wind god pterodactyl, and the two began to engage in light conversation atop the creature. Wow, is this your troop? A prehistoric dinosaur, Zhao Xinyue exclaimed, her eyes wide with envy. Her own troops consisted of a red-crowned crane and a peacock, hardly comparable to a dinosaur. Well, it's true that dinosaurs are impressive, but the evolutionary path requires personal exploration, which can be rather troublesome, Shen Chang replied, dismissively waving his hand as he stood on the pterodactyl's head, feeling the breeze. Is that so? Zhao Xinyue mused. What Shen Chang failed to notice was that just as he mentioned the complexities of evolutionary paths, her expression suddenly relaxed. Where is the habitat of the colorful peacock? Shen Chang abruptly inquired, turning his head. It's on the grasslands outside the suburbs, but you must be cautious. The colorful peacocks can fly briefly and emit a radiant glow with a burning effect, Zhao Xinyue warned, her tone tinged with caution. Rest assured, I will handle it. Shen Chang nodded. Thank you very much. Zhao Xinyue squinted her eyes, looking exceptionally adorable. By the way, Shen Chang, how did you eliminate the dark elves? Those creatures are incredibly powerful, Zhao Xinyu suddenly asked casually. It wasn't us who vanquished them, we merely assisted. At that time, the Dark Elves were acting irrationally, seeking to battle angels and destroy entire forests. We had no choice but to unite and defeat them, but in the end, it was the angelic clan that played the principal role, Shen Chang explained, recounting the events without any deceit or concealment. You're quite impressive then. I wouldn't even dare to look at a Dark Elf, Zhao Xinyu remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. Whether she admired Shen Chang's courage or envied his fortune remained uncertain. Shen Chang chose to remain silent. They had left the city, and outside, there was no protection from patrolling guards. Caution was paramount. Meanwhile, within a cave, a duck-like creature examined a list in its hands. Zijin Nan, Mo Hai, Zhou Su, Shen Chang, Shili. Are these the names of those who battled the Dark Elves? Yes, my lord, replied a figure with inverted features. Just a few fortunate youngsters. They dared to confront the Dark Elves only because they delayed until the angels arrived. A serpent-tailed woman spoke with a sinister tone. Regardless, they must be dealt with. Particularly that Zijin Nan. He belongs to the council. Ah, I see. Zijin Nan from the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. In their council, he is merely mediocre. The duck-like creature nodded. What shall we do with these few? Though they survived the Dark Elves' assault by relying on the angels, they are still remarkable human talents. Talents must be rewarded, of course. The old method, capture them and send them on cosmic adventures. The serpent woman narrowed her eyes. Very well. However, that Zijin Nan is ours. Possessing 6 unique talents is indeed highly intriguing, the duck-like creature declared with determination. Suit yourself. 8 members of the council are enough for us to share. Echoed a triumphant cackle within the cave. Humans, in the cosmos, are the most sought after in the slave market. It was remarked, oblivious to the unfolding plots. The grass is so green, Shen Chang mused. The awakening of spiritual energy on Blue Star had led to an explosive growth in the ecosystem, especially as territories expanded. The areas newly emerged were yet to be claimed by humanity and had all been occupied by other species. Zhao Xinyue was equally exhilarated. This was her first visit to such a place. However, given its vastness, searching for peacocks proved somewhat challenging. Shen Chang frowned. It's all right, peacocks migrate south. The colorful clouds follow, so we should head south to find them. Zhao Xinyue pointed in that direction. The number of colorful peacocks is quite substantial. It's just that they are too far from the city, hence the difficulty. Then let us hasten our search. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Shen Chang urged the wind god pterodactyl to quicken its pace. Who knows when Zhou Su will arrive? Speaking of which, they could be considered friends at this point. I find myself rather looking forward to this relationship. Look, Zhao Xinyue suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. Shen Chang looked up and indeed saw a flock of colorful birds leisurely strolling across the grassland. They appeared remarkably at ease, and he could discern peacock-like features on them. After the spiritual energy revival on Blue Star, the species had undergone a massive mutation, deviating significantly from the descriptions found in books. Are they alive or dead? Shen Chang asked casually. Hopefully alive, Zhao Xinyue clarified. Understood. Shen Chang snapped his fingers, opening the troop space. A golden velociraptor raised its horn, curiously surveying its surroundings. Is this your evolved troop? It's so magnificent. Zhao Xinyue gazed dreamily at the radiant star velociraptor. Shen Chang could even see stars reflected in her eyes. One word. Adorable. Indeed, no young lady can resist the allure of such a radiant golden creature, one of which happens to be gold itself. However, Shen Chang paid her no mind. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, their paths would likely not cross again. He maneuvered the pterosaur to descend towards the grassy plain below. Go, fetch one back, Shen Chang instructed. Gesturing towards the resplendent peacock ahead, the velociraptor nodded in acknowledgement. Then, with a flash of light, it transformed into a beam of golden radiance. Swiftly darting to stand before the vibrant peacock, its horn began to emit a brilliant glow, rendering the peacock momentarily blinded, flapping its wings in a futile attempt to escape. It was no match for the radiant velociraptor. This was a task assigned by its master. With a thunderous roar, it opened its mouth wide, releasing a concentrated beam of light that pierced through the peacock's wings, causing blood to cascade onto the green meadow. Yet, the peacock was now grounded and incapable of flight. Zhao Xinyue stared in astonishment at the velociraptor clutching the colorful peacock in midair. Is this really it? She exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Was this all accomplished in less than a minute? The peacock hadn't even had the chance to unleash its own attacks, nor had it released its 7-colored brilliance before being snatched up by the velociraptor. And remember to send me the payment, Shen Chang remarked with a roll of his eyes. Was that it? He had expected something far more formidable. It seemed that the species on Blue Star ultimately paled in comparison to the endless star void. I see. Zhao Xinyue nodded, appearing somewhat anxious, beads of sweat continuing to trickle down her forehead. What's wrong? Why are you so tense? Shen Chang inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. Merely a bit surprised, Zhao Xinyue replied, waving her hand dismissively. She then discreetly stowed away the dagger hidden in her sleeve, revealing a faint purple glow emanating from it. This dagger was poisoned. Isn't this just a novice lord? Why are their troops so abnormally strong? How am I supposed to complete this task? Zhao Xinyue's expression turned sour. What's the matter? Didn't you just secure the peacock? You seem somewhat displeased, Shen Chang asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Just contemplating which professor to consult for further research, Zhao Xinyue responded, waving her hand again. Perhaps due to her vigorous movements. The dagger in her sleeve accidentally grazed her arm, causing a sudden burst of blood. Zhao Xinyue's face paled in shock, her previously fair complexion now paling even further. Hey, are you afraid of heights? Shen Chang asked, concerned. Well, perhaps just a little, Zhao Xinyue admitted, wiping the sweat from her brow. Seizing a moment when Shen Chang was distracted, she quickly swallowed the antidote she had been clutching in her palm. You should rest well. We'll be back in the city soon, Shen Chang reassured her. I understand, Zhao Xinyue nodded, feeling somewhat weary. Damn it, let someone else handle this task. This human is absurd. A novice lord. Yet why are their troops so powerful? I barely even saw how that velociraptor reached the peacock. It was simply excessive.